Chapter 351 The reputation is ruined. On the VIP bed, Go-Shows looked weak and slowly opened his eyes. There is a needle in his left hand, and the nutrient solution is slowly entering his body through the needle. "My son, you are awake." In the ward, the female secretary saw Go-Shows wake up. She was immediately happy, and hurried to the ward. "My son, are you okay?" At this time, the female secretary's mood was extremely complicated and worried, and asked nervously, "It has been a whole night since the son vomited blood and fainted last night." It wasn't until the morning that the son finally woke up. Last night, all of them were almost scared to death. If something really happened to the son, then their followers would be to blame. Go-Shows stretched out his hand weakly. "Water." "Okay, son, wait a minute." The female secretary hurried forward, poured a cup of warm water, and handed it to Go-Shows. Go-Shows looked weak, and slowly drank a sip of water. There was a trace of blood fluctuations on that weak face. "How long have I been in a coma?" Go-Shows asked slowly with a weak voice. "My son... You were in a coma for 20 hours. From yesterday morning, after your accident... We will immediately send you to the hospital... Until now you woke up," the female secretary said with a serious face and a little worried. Go-Shows was lying on the hospital bed. His eyes were a little dull and staring at the ceiling. Go-Shows has been in the south of the Yangtze River for many years and has experienced hundreds of business wars. Never before, such a fiasco. But now, he has not only lost, and the defeat was a mess, and his face was disgraced. A game driven by billions of funds has completely collapsed. All the money was paid for. This is simply, he didn't feel sorry for the money. It's because of dignity. Lost? No dignity. This commercial case will be a shame to Go-Shows, become the laughing stock of everyone in the Shanghai and Shanghai markets in the future. His fists were clenched tightly, making a creaking sound of joints. This young master of the Go family resisted endless anger. The needle hole inserted in the back of the left hand also flowed back because of the reversal of qi and blood, and the red blood overflowed along the needle tube. Recently, on this day, what happened in the Shanghai market? Go-Shows asked slowly in an indifferent voice. On this day when he was in a coma, he missed a lot of information, and he needed to capture them one by one. The female secretary respectfully stepped forward, took out her work notebook, and began to report one by one. "Yesterday, after you fell into a coma, the share price of our Fast-Star Group plummeted by 5% for a short time. However, at present, the news of your coma has not been disclosed to the media, and outsiders do not know your physical condition." The female secretary was cautious and reported quietly. Also... Yesterday afternoon... Yellow F District Adjudication Department... Issued a commercial compensation notice again. It said... It will allow you to compensate 3 billion funds to the Ku Group. Hearing these words, Go-Shows' expression suddenly changed, and he slammed the laptop in the hands of the female secretary into the air. "Who asked you to report this news?" Go-Shows' expression was furious. His eyes lying on the hospital bed were filled with endless blood red. Hearing these 3 billion, he was furious. This is simply the greatest shame in his life. The female secretary was terrified, got up quickly and apologized again and again. "I'm sorry... Young master... The female secretary's pretty face was pale and frightened, completely frightened. She came to serve as the secretary for only a week. She had never seen the son, who looked so furious and ferocious. Go-Shows resisted the surging anger in his heart. His face was stern, staring at the female secretary. "Continue to report." The female secretary had a pale face and a trembling heart. She was cautious and continued to report on what happened that day. "Last night, the Red Star Club gang was uprooted in a special struggle against evil and evil. Yesterday, the share market was very turbulent, and the Dow Jones Index also fell." The female secretary carefully reported what happened in the Shanghai and Shanghai markets on this day. "My son. There's one more thing, subordinates, I don't know. Should I report?" The female secretary's voice trembled slightly, and said cautiously, "It's about The Ku Group. Hearing the words Ku's Group, Goshos's expression was fierce and his fists clenched. Speak! Goshos clenched his fists and said coldly. The female secretary was cautious, her complexion a bit complicated, and the report said, this morning received news said the Ku Group, the hundreds of cooperative units, have negotiated cooperation with Kuyiran. They said willing to continue. Keep working together. The female secretary has a complicated voice and reports carefully. Hearing these words, Gosho suddenly sat up from the hospital bed, his complexion pale and thunderous. Those hundreds of partners, how dare they! Gosho's fists clenched tightly, and veins appeared in his whole body. He spent countless funds, and finally set this game! As a result, those hundreds of companies just said they wanted to invest? It's so useless, it's extremely useless! That group of turbulent walls, catastrophe is approaching, and all of them returned to the Ku Group again? Unreasonable. Goshos clenched his fists tightly. His whole person like a creeping beast, twisted and ferocious. Since you are not benevolent, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Goshos's eyes flashed with a vicious look. In his hand, he also holds the high-definition video of the hundreds of chairmen who spent the night in the hotel. These are all rounds set by him. These videos are Goshos's means to deter the chairman of the board. But at this time, since the chairman of the board, one by one has turned into a wall and broke their promises, then don't blame him Goshos for being unrighteous. Order. Put the hundreds of pornographic videos in the 5-star hotel through Douyin, Weibo, WeChat official account. All of them. Goshos's voice is unprecedentedly condensed. Since you want to be safe, I will let you be safe. This is to completely kill the hundreds of chairmen. Let their reputation be destroyed. The female secretary condensed her pretty face and nodded her head. Yes, I'll make arrangements right away. Besides, Goshos's complexion condensed, sitting on the hospital bed, and coldness emerged. Give me a high price to buy the media agency, and the news comes out. A touch of wicked cold flashed at the corner of his mouth. Just say Kuyiran serves as a junior for some unit boss. Take the opportunity to take the lead. The female secretary's pretty face condensed. This is to spread a rumor! Public opinion war? The female secretary nodded her head. Subordinates understand that they must personally supervise. This matter must be done well. If you do it well, you will be asked to reuse it in the future. Gosho said with a sharp voice. My son, don't worry. Your subordinates will do their best. The female secretary looked dignified, stepped back cautiously, went to mobilize resources, and started work. And Goshos, sitting on the hospital bed, looked solemn and cold. He slowly took out his cell phone and dialed a call. That call was directly connected to the headquarters of a certain news media in Shanghai. It's me, Goshos. Help me, spread public opinion. I want traffic. All internet entertainment. The largest traffic. Gosho said in a cold voice, slowly. Letting the female secretary do it is one of them. But Gosho is extremely guarded. How can he rest assured that he will give it all to the female secretary? He also has his own backhand, to ensure the smooth progress of the entire public opinion war. Double guarantee. This is Gosho's method. Chapter 352 Hot Search on Weibo. Douyin exploded. On this day, the Shanghai markets are still quiet. The streets of the city are full of traffic. On both sides of the Huangpu River on the Bund, tourists are overcrowded and rubbing shoulders. On Nanjing Pedestrian Street, the entire street is full of endless crowds of tourists. On the streets, at traffic lights, there are even armed police soldiers who take turns to stand guard. The whole city is quiet. The stock market is stable. The financial market is stable. There are no explosive headlines in the local news media. It seems that everything belongs to peace. But, Just behind this calm and stable, an invisible whirlpool of public opinion is quietly forming. Noon, 11 o'clock. The city is underground, in the fast-moving subway. Several young girls are sitting in a subway car, holding a mobile phone in their hands, flipping through the information on Weibo of the old wave. But at this moment, suddenly, a mysterious hot search hit the headlines of Weibo search. Heavy collective pornography. K Group, chairman of hundreds of partners, Jan Zoman video collection. At that moment, the girls who were scanning Weibo almost all got this headline hot search information. The girls looked astonished and clicked in curiously. Take a look. Behind this hot search message is a Weibo trumpet, a long video post. This trumpet was just registered, and within an hour, hundreds of short video contents were released almost one after another. The girls went in curiously and watched the video. Then, the complexions of all the girls became a little weird. In the video awesomely, it was a scene of naked pictures in a hotel suite. A whole number of hundreds of videos. Every video corresponds to a chairman's status. Hundreds of chairman, hundreds of glamorous hotel videos! Exclamation mark. Even more showy is the entire video is still an ultra-high-definition Blu-ray video. No mosaics. The audience opens the video, full screen size. You can even clearly see the facial features of the protagonist on the screen. This! Exclamation mark. Those who are curious, compare these hundreds of videos with hundreds of online photos of political-related chairmen and CEOs. The result is exactly the same! Exclamation mark. As soon as the video was released, in less than 10 minutes, the entire Weibo hot search directly exploded. The traffic of old wave Weibo is extremely large. Every day, millions of people will click on Weibo to check the hot search trends. At this time, this fragrant and shocking Jan Zoman video has completely blown up! Exclamation mark. In just 10 minutes, hundreds of thousands of people have viewed it. Moreover, this value is still surging upwards. This but shocking news! Exclamation mark. Hundreds of chairmen of the board who are worth more than 100 million yuan, collectively pornographic? Question mark. This damn. It's so shocking and exciting, isn't it? Exclamation mark. In an instant, the hundreds of chairmen involved in Jan Zoman became a hot search on Weibo. Many of those chairmen have registered Weibo accounts. At this moment, under the dynamics of those chairmen's big V accounts, the comments have already exploded. Wang Dong, you went on a hot search. Don't post photos of the plane. Don't hurry up and have a look. Chairman Ding Da, are you still in the mood to post photos of golf? Go take a look. You are a hot search, a celebrity. In an instant, the hot search for the hot table, the attention to the hot table, the comment on the hot table! Exclamation mark. However, at the same time, TikTok short video, a millions of fans account named Bagu Little Entertainment suddenly released hundreds of short videos taken by the hotel secretly 10 minutes ago! Exclamation mark. In just a few minutes, these hundreds of short videos were directly uploaded to the Douyin Super browser. Almost anyone who is a Douyin user can scan these hundreds of secretly captured short videos. In an instant, Douyin also exploded. People shook the vibrato, originally just to pass the time for pastime. They never thought they would get such a fascinating and exciting video on Douyin! Exclamation mark. This is the fuck, it's just watching pornography, right? Exclamation mark. Hundreds of times more exciting than pornography. In just a few tens of minutes, Bagu Little Entertainment account fans directly soared by 1 million. Video comments, breaking 100,000. Video forwarding, breaking 300,000. Like the video, breaking millions. In an instant, the entire vibrato was exploded. Then, followed by the volcano video, Qazu, Do Live Broadcast, Panda Live Broadcast. A series of internet entertainment software, all began to broadcast and spread these messages. In an hour, These hundreds of short videos exploded and spread almost all over the internet entertainment circle. WeChat public account. Countless large-sized people forwarded it together, and started to rub this wave of hot traffic. Hundreds of official accounts were forwarded, and the reading volume exceeded 1 million plus. This is simply. However, at the same time, Kiss Group, in the president's office. Originally, Kuyaran was sitting in a chair, wearing a pair of glasses, her beautiful eyes staring at the computer screen solemnly, calculating the chemical synthesis formula. But at this moment boom boom boom, there was a rapid knock on the door. Enter. Kuyaran faintly yelled, and continued to lower his head, facing the computer, calculating the structure of the formula. At work, she has no intention of dealing with other things, and ignores everything outside. The office door was pushed open, and the secretary Sungz had a complex and solemn face, stepping on high heels and hurriedly walked into the office. Mr. Koo. Something has happened. Sungz Kia walked to the desk with a serious face. Kuyaran's beautiful eyes were calm, and she continued to lower her head, processing the calculation formula. What's the matter? She asked lightly. When she was at work, she almost turned a deaf ear to outside affairs. Our group's partners, those chairmen. Go on. Weibo is hotly searched. Sungz with a complicated face and didn't know how to explain it. This is too difficult to speak. Okay? Question mark. Hearing the word hot search, Kuyaran was slightly taken aback. What hot search? Yan Zoman. Sungz said with a complicated voice, cautiously. Kuyaran's pretty face was shocked and dumb, raised her head, her beautiful eyes staring at Sungz in disbelief. Question mark. President Koo. You see for yourself. Sungz didn't know how to explain. Her pretty face was complicated. Handed over her mobile phone. Kuyaran's beautiful eyes were puzzled. She took off her eyes, took the cell phone handed by Sungz, and took a closer look. Then the next second, Kuyaran's beautiful eyes widened. She looked at the hot search content on Weibo in disbelief. The short videos of Xiangyan completely shocked her. On this day, the business community in Shanghai and Haihai markets was shocked. The entire entertainment industry was shocked. This is simply exploding. Hot searches on Weibo, explosion on Douyin, and public accounts all forward. Koo Group, hundreds of cooperating bosses, involved in the Yan Zoman incident. Exclamation mark. Almost everyone knows it. Under the pressure of huge public opinion, the business community almost talked about it. And those hundreds of cooperative groups are completely into a hornet's nest. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the stock price of Beijia Group plummeted at the opening. Chapter 353 Cyber Gangster, Vixen. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the share market just opened. Hundreds of companies involved in the scandal. Stock prices plummeted at the opening. 10 minutes after the opening, hundreds of companies directly fell below 10%, evaporating countless market values on the spot. The huge pressure of public opinion has caused the entire Shanghai and Haihai business community to shake up. Hundreds of corporate bosses involved, at this moment, have completely become ants on the hot pot. What the fuck? At this moment, all their talents reacted. What the hell? It was scammed by someone! Exclamation mark. Hundreds of chairmen suddenly reacted. Goshos? Is this him? Goshos did it. Fuck. A few days ago, Goshos sent them to the Joint Investment Promotion Conference for a meeting. Then Goshos arranged for everyone a beautiful and coquettish model. After everyone was full of food and drink, they were full of warmth and craving. So they couldn't help the temptation, and were brought into the hotel rooms by those models. As a result, surveillance was installed in that guest room, and this scene all was filmed. At this moment, hundreds of corporate chairmen are scolding their mothers together. He almost scolded Goshos from top to bottom. 18 generations of ancestors. There is no bottom line for Goshos to do things. This is Don't give them any way to survive. A few days ago, they also stood on the stage for Go shows. If it weren't for the final failure of the lawsuit, they would not switch to the Kiwi people and continue to cooperate. But this Go shows is just crossing the river to demolish the bridge. This is too much. In an instant, hundreds of directors involved in the matter posted Weibo, Twitter, moments of friends, trying to explain all this. But as a result, the messages they sent were directly scolded by netizens. The direction of public opinion is completely difficult to control. Throughout the afternoon, public opinion almost exploded. The influence of the internet media is too great. Hundreds of chairmen involved in the incident were quickly exposed by netizens, criticized and insulted, even their family members. From top to bottom, I was scolded thoroughly. Beasts are not as good. Dressed beast. It is recommended that relevant departments investigate. One after another scolded and scolded. Overwhelming. However, just before all this is not over yet, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, on the old wave Weibo, there was another new hot search, which came out quietly. Kiss Group, 1 floor. In the group employee's office, 2 female colleagues are taking advantage of work fishing time, lazily scanning Weibo news. Because today's Weibo headlines have been swiped by hundreds of Jan Zelman chairmen, and those chairmen of the board are related to the KU group. So it also attracted a lot of attention from the employees of the group. Almost 1,000 colleagues are already aware of this scandal. Colleagues took advantage of their free time to scan Weibo. Being the crowd eating melons, watching developments. The current state of affairs has almost exploded on Weibo. It is difficult to restrain. Accompanied by the financial market, the stocks of hundreds of companies plummeted. The chain reaction is simply too strong. However, just as 2 female colleagues were flicking on Weibo, suddenly, they were attracted by a new hot search title. When they saw this title, the expressions of the 2 female colleagues suddenly changed. Heavy exclusive, president of KU Group, Kuyaran, suspected of being taken care of by a high-level 20 bureau. Secretly profit for your own group. This! Exclamation mark. The 2 female colleagues looked at each other, and then, almost instantly, they screamed, this! Exclamation mark. Hot search headlines. Are they all on their heads? Question mark. This is simply! Exclamation mark. It's messed up. It's all messed up! Exclamation mark. This hot search headline, instantly like a thunderbolt, spread throughout Weibo! Exclamation mark. Almost an instant. The hot search news spread among thousands of employees in the entire KU group. At this time, the top floor of the group, the 19th floor, is inside the president's office. Kuyaran was in the office, and as a result, suddenly jingling bells, a rush of cell phone ringing. Kuyaran's beautiful eyes were stunned, and he took a look at his cell phone in doubt. Question mark. Was it the call from my sister Kushwang? This girl, if you don't have a good class, why do you call yourself? Kuyaran was taken aback, but still answered the phone. Sister, are you okay? On the other end of the phone, Sister Kushwang asked in a weird and suspicious voice. Kuyaran was taken aback. Am okay? What's wrong, sister? Don't you know? Kushwang's voice became even more suspicious. Kuyaran, what the happened? Kuyaran asked with suspicion in her beautiful eyes. Sister. You promise me to hold on. On the other side of the phone, Kushwang hesitated for a while, and then said solemnly, you. Open Weibo and have a look. Kuyaran? Question mark. She looked suspicious, turned on the computer, clicked on the website of Jilang Weibo, and took a look. Then the next second, Kuyaran's face turned black. 3 deep black lines appeared on her exquisite and beautiful face. This. What is this? What the is it? Exclamation mark. Rao is a female president who has received high-quality academic education like Kuyaran, and can't help but curse at this time! Exclamation mark. On the hot search headlines of Jilang Weibo, there is a piece of the latest breaking news. Heavy exclusive, president of KU Group, Kuyaran suspected of being taken care of by a high-level 20 bureau. Secretly profit for your own group. This question mark. Brain damage, right? Exclamation mark. Which neuropathy did it do? Exclamation mark. Kuyaran was so angry that he almost vomited blood by this hot search. This is so terrible. Boom boom boom. At the same time, there was a rapid knock on the door outside the office. Go in. Kuyaran's mood was complicated, and she shouted. The secretary Sungs walked into the office with a complex and embarrassing expression, stepping on high heels and holding a mobile phone in her hand. Cus. The big thing is not good. Sun Xu's voice was complicated and solemn. You have been searched. Kuyaran's beautiful eyes were extremely annoyed. Arms hands strengthened his forehead, only feeling a moment of big head. I see. Her voice was a little angry. Huh? Sun Xu's face was slightly embarrassed. You all know. With Kuyaran's beautiful face, only a gloomy look was left at this time. The chairman of those hundreds of partners just signed a new cooperation agreement today. As a result, the Anzoman scandal broke out suddenly. And what's even more exaggerated is that the man behind the scenes even didn't let him go. Fake it up. Forge yourself to be kept by others? Question mark. This is simply. Kuyaran was very crazy at this time. She was inexplicably framed and defiled, but she had nowhere to complain. This feeling made her almost want to collapse. Boom boom boom. At the same time, Kuyaran's office door knocked again. At the same time, several senior executives, with complex expressions, walked into the office cautiously. Mr. Ku. The commercial department called and said, I want to interview you. Mr. Ku. Our sales advertiser called and said, I want to talk to you. One after another news, keep reporting out. Almost none is good news. In the blink of an eye, Kuyaran also became an internet celebrity. In an instant, her 4-person mobile phone almost rang. Kuyaran's beautiful eyes are complicated and depressed. Looking at the computer, the hot search index on the old wave of Weibo is still soaring. Kuya's emotions are unprecedentedly depressed and mad. In a short time, Weibo comments have exceeded 100,000. Out of curiosity, she subconsciously looked at the content of the comment. And then she almost exploded. The Kuyaran woman looks abnormal a long time ago, and she often goes in and out of the hotel with many high-level adults. That woman is only in her 20s. Without this kind of coquette, how could she manage the company so well? In short, the vixen does business, as long as he spreads his legs. The business is all here. On Weibo comments, one after another satirical insults, overwhelming. Looking at these comments made out of nothing, Kuyaran almost vomited blood. She resisted the urge to smash the computer. Cyber violence is terrible. Ask for a monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Add more tonight! Exclamation mark. Chapter 354 Happy Cooperation. Looking at these hot comments on Weibo, Kuyaran's chest was undulating, and she couldn't bear it. This is simply the navy of malicious black people. Rhythm is also used blindly, out of nothing. This is simply. Kuyaran's hands firmly grasped the black and blue silk, and her smooth hair was messy and loosened by her. The appearance of the batch of hair was even more with a trace of depressed and annoyed. Finally, she suddenly picked up a pot of flowers on the side, directly facing the LCD computer screen, and smashed it down. Kang dang! Shout. The entire LCD screen was smashed to pieces. She couldn't bear it anymore. Why don't you smash the screen and keep it? Continue to watch vomiting blood? If he continues to look at it, Kuyaran can't guarantee whether he will jump off the 99th floor. Cyber violence can drive people crazy. President Ku. What's wrong? Outside the office, Secretary Sungs hurried in when he heard the movement. Then I saw a mess on the desk. Shattered flower pot, shattered LCD display. It's okay, practice your hands. Kuyaran dusted his jade hands, and said calmly, Sungs, you go out. I'm going to work. Kuyaran pretended to be calm and sent Sungs out. Seeing that Mr. Ku was unharmed, Sungs cautiously exited the office. Kuyaran's beautiful eyes were dignified and complicated. She resisted the urge to go crazy, kicked off her high heels, and walked to the French window with her bare silk stockings and jade feet. He took out his mobile phone, found the number of the old wave Weibo boss, Ding Sang, and dialed directly to. The other party on the phone kept prompting, busy tone state. No one is connected. This Ding Sang was met by the Kiwi people at a business forum in Kyoto. At that time, it was just a fate. After a few conversations, everyone exchanged business cards and saved their numbers. Then there is no intersection. The two specializing in business projects are different, so they don't get in touch very much. Kuyaran's business is medicine, and Ding Sang's business is the internet, so I'm not on account. But today, Kuyi people must contact Ding Sang. The hot searches on the entire Jilang Weibo have been fried, and she must ask all kinds of information about Guakui people. Finally, after making 3 more calls, the other party was connected slowly. Hello ... Who? Ding Sang asked slowly in her voice on the other end of the phone. President Ding, it's me, Kuyi. Standing in front of the floor-tossling windows in the office, Kuyi said in a solemn voice while holding the phone. Oh, it turned out to be President Ku. I seemed to have seen it in Kyoto once a year ago. It can be regarded as an undecided fate. Ding Sang's voice slowly floated out of the phone. Mr. Ku, call this time. What's matter? Mr. Ding ... About your company's old wave microblog software ... I have been involved in the safety of my own reputation. Please also ask Mr. Ding for help, and block the news about me on the hot search list. Kuyaran held the phone. The voice was calm, and he said slowly. She almost resisted the anger in her heart. Calmly, oh, is there such a thing? Ding does not know. Mr. Ku, you and I wait a moment, I will go and see. Ding Sang finished speaking and hung up the phone. Kuyaran just stood in front of the French window, waiting for his call back. But as a result, after waiting for more than half an hour, Ding Sang never answered a call. Kuyaran couldn't bear it, and called him again. The phone rang for a long time before it was finally connected. Hey Mr. Ku, what's the matter? Ding Sang's voice came slowly during the call. Kuyaran, is this person pretending to be stupid? President Ding, have you checked it out? Regarding my personal hot search, why hasn't it been blocked on your software app? Kuyaran asked. Huh? During the call, Ding Sang was shocked for a while, then reacted. Oh. Yes, I almost forgot. I was in a meeting just now and I was busy. Ding Sang seemed to react. Kuyaran patiently said, Mr. Ding ... Can you help me delete and block the content about me on the hot search? On the phone, Ding Sang was taken aback, and then he was a little embarrassed. Mr. Ku ... I am afraid this will not work. There is no reason to delete the content of this sent message. This will affect the operating reputation of our app. Hearing Ding Sang's answer on the phone, Kuyaran's beautiful eyes condensed slightly. President Ding, first of all, this hot search slanders my own reputation, and all the things it refers to are all rumors. You old wave app. The content must be reviewed first, right? Let the hot search news spread rumors. Is this wrong? The Kuyaran said patiently and slowly. On the other end of the phone, Ding Sang said helplessly, this is really no way. Mr. Ku, our network adheres to fairness and justice, and everyone has the right to speak freely. If you do what you say, then ... It's selfishness, fraud, then. The majority of netizens should not be disappointed. Kuyaran, hearing Ding Sang's answer, she was almost crazy. What is this special? What logical theory? ? Can you let the internet spread rumors? Know it and leave it alone, Mr. Ding. But that matter is rumors. You have to take care of it. Cyber violence will cause what was originally white to black. As the person in charge of the online platform, you know these truths better than me. Old waves on Weibo, my hot search is obviously caused by man-made rumors. Kuyaran insisted and said solemnly. On the other side of the phone, Ding Sang said slowly, Mr. Ku ... Your request really embarrassed Ding. Immediately afterwards, Ding Sang added, as for whether or not to spread the rumors. This Ding doesn't know anymore. In case it is true, Mr. Ku, do you say? Huh. Hearing Ding Sang's words, Ku Yiren's pretty face suddenly changed color. This Ding Sang is really nonsense. President Ku. I'm going to have a meeting, and I will talk back. Ding Sang said. Before Ku Yiren could explain, he hung up the phone. Ku Yiren. She violently threw the latest Huawei P30 Pro mobile phone into the air. The entire phone screen shattered and burst instantly. Really? Really your sister? Exclamation mark. Ku Yiren stood in front of the office, her beautiful undulating messily, she really almost collapsed. This is simply cyber violence has made this billionaire president a bit crazy. However, at the same time, Kyoto, inside the old Wave headquarters building, Ding Sang was sitting on the massage chair at this time, faintly puffing out smoke rings, enjoying the massage of his subordinates. He picked up the phone and dialed a call. Hey. Go Xiao, that woman called. I've sent it away. Go Xiao, don't worry, what you ordered. Will someone do something wrong with Ding? Hee. Happy cooperation. Add more! Exclamation mark. Are you really unreasonable? I update 4 chapters every day, and you don't even want to give monthly tickets. Big brother. Look at the author of the second monthly pass. He changes 3 times a day. I am 4 more. Are you not willing to give it to me? Question mark. Chapter 355. Are you Weibo? 4 p.m. Kiss Group, President's office. Ku Yiren was sitting in a chair, her long hair was a little messy, she still couldn't help but she wanted to take a look at the trends on Hot Search. What made her feel cold was that her Hot Search dynamics are still at the top of the list. Heavy exclusive, President of Ku Group, Ku Yiren, suspected of being taken care of by a high-level 20 bureau. Secretly profit for your own group. This subconsciously glanced at the comments below. It has broken 200,000. All kinds of insults, wanton humiliation. Referring to Sangha Y. Jiankis Group, the entire Ku family up and down, scolded all over. Seeing these comments, Ku Yi was almost vomiting blood. However, at the same time, in the share market, the share price of Kiss Group also plummeted suddenly. Due to the negative news of the President Ku Yiren, the market value of the Ku Group plummeted by 10% within half an hour. In this half an hour, nearly tens of billions of market value has been lost directly. In the evening, the stock market was closed. The Ku Group lost tens of billions in total. A piece of negative news on the internet shocked the power to this point. Almost all the hot searches on the internet, everyone is talking about Ku Yiren, Ku Group, and the hundreds of chairmen behind Yan Zouman. Tingling bell. Ku Yiren's personal cell phone rang again at the end of the evening. She answered the phone and saw that it was her father's call. Ian, are you okay? On the phone, the father asked in a calm and soft voice. Dad, I'm fine. Ku Yiren shook his head and replied. No matter how irritable she was, she couldn't show it in front of her father. Don't worry about things on the internet. Come back for dinner first, tonight. Let your mother make you your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. During the call, his father Ku Huihai's voice was soft and comforting. Hearing his father's words, Ku Yiren's heart was warmed slightly. When she was most lonely and helpless and needed help, only her family could support her. Well, I got off work early today. Ku Yiren nodded and hung up the phone. After finishing the desk, she cleared her mind and got up. Glanced out of the French window of the office. At dusk outside the window, the setting sun has slanted. She endured the urge to jump off the building, stepped on high heels and walked out of the office with a complicated mood. Came to the next door, the security director's office. She knocked on the door lightly, and after receiving the answer from the other party, she opened the door lightly. Sir, let's get off work early today. Ku Yiren rushed to the office door and said softly, yeah? Chen Zonging was sitting on the office chair at this time, flipping through a book in his hand. He closed the book gently, got up, and walked out of the office. However, when passing by Ku Yiren, Chen Zong's gaze was slightly taken aback. A faint glance at this woman with messy long hair. No in the eyes. My chest is slightly undulating. Some breathing disorder. With just one look, Chen Zhongying had already noticed something wrong with Kui. He has experienced the most professional secret agent latency and anti-reconnaissance training, so his eyes are extremely keen, and he can see through a person's heart when he meets each person. However, Chen Zhongying was too lazy to ask what to do with him. His task is to protect the life safety of Kuyi people, and wait for the opportunity to wait for the biblical organization behind it. As for the woman's other personal matters in life, Chen Zong was much lazy to manage and even more lazy to ask. The two took the elevator downstairs. At this time, it was still 4 o'clock in the evening. Today's Kuyi people really have no intention of staying in the office, so they can only get home from get off work earlier. The elevator reaches the first floor. When Kuyiren stepped on high heels and walked out of the hall, the colleagues around the hall were looking at Kuyi people secretly with inexplicable gazes. Obviously, at this time, almost everyone in the company already knew about the hot searches on Weibo. Their president Kui has now become a hot search headline. Who doesn't know? Colleagues greeted respectfully. Kuyiren nodded lightly in response, and ignored their gazes. The Maybach motorcade has been waiting respectfully outside the building. A group of bodyguards respectfully opened the car door. Kuyiren's mood was complicated, and under the of bodyguards, he got into the car. Chen Zhonggong's eyes were calm, and he got into the car. The Mercedes-Benz fleet started and drove away slowly. At dusk in Shanghai and the sea, the setting sun enveloped the entire street. Outside the car window, there was a lot of traffic. But Kuyiren was sitting in the car, but her pretty face was complicated and inexplicable, and her beautiful eyes were absent. Tingling bell. At this moment, suddenly her private cell phone rang again. Kuyiren took out his cell phone and looked at it. Is it an overseas call? Telephone note name, Giseladon. This is a call from her best friend. Kuyi was confused and answered the phone. What's wrong with you lately? On the phone, my girlfriend Giseladon asked in surprise. Kuyiren. Celadon, do you know everything? Kuyiren felt helpless. Nonsense. It's been searched on Weibo. Can I not know? Who have you offended recently? As for you so much? On the phone, girlfriend Giseladon asked in surprise. Forget it. Don't mention it. Kuyiren's voice was a little tired and didn't want to talk about this topic anymore. Regarding this news, who is the chief envoy behind the tomb? She hardly needs to think about it, and she knows it. It's just that society is like a battlefield. What can she do if she knows? There is no other way but to challenge. In the business war, surrender is useless. There is not even bones left behind that will be eaten. Do you need me to help you mobilize your relationship? Giseladon asked with concern on the other end of the phone. No, I can handle it myself. Kuyiren shook his head and rejected the kindness of his girlfriend. It's not that she doesn't want to, but she knows. Behind this matter, it's not that simple. Behind the scenes, besides Farstar Group, who else is there? She didn't want to involve her girlfriends. I'm still overseas recently. When I get the Master of Finance in Cambridge, I will return to China. At that time, I will open the company to Shanghai and come over to help you, Giseladon said solemnly on the other side of the phone. Okay, then I will wait for you. Kuyiren squeezed a smile while holding the phone. After talking with her girlfriend, she hung up the phone. A trace of sadness appeared on Kieo's face. Cyber violence made this big president somewhat unable to cope, and Chen Zong, still sitting calmly, faintly puffing out smoke rings. Just now, Kuyiren and girlfriends. The content of the conversation on the phone. In fact, he listened to the ears verbatim. It was not that he deliberately, but that his hearing was too sensitive. I had no choice but to listen in. It's just that he doesn't want to care about these. What does this gossip news do to him? He is too lazy to care. Maybach drove quietly on the street. At this moment, the Kuyiren in the car hesitated for a long time, but suddenly turned his head and looked at Mr. Chen. Sir Well Weibo, Kuyiren asked suddenly. Reader group, 310,745,503. Chapter 356 Public Opinion Attack. Sir, are you Weibo? Ku Yiren asked suddenly. Chen Zhonging's eyes were slightly taken aback? Glancing at her suspiciously. Don't brush. Chen Zhonging's voice was cold, and he slowly replied. Weibo, Douyin, live broadcast. This kind of new internet software, he hardly reads on weekdays, because it is not necessary. He wants to get information, and can get all the information he wants directly from the internal authority of the Forbidden City. There is no need to explore which messy social software. As for pastime, that is even more unnecessary for him. Apart from reading books, he has no other hobbies. Oh, hearing Chen Zhonging's answer, Ku Yiren's slightly hanging heart settled a little bit. It seems Mr. Chen shouldn't know the hot news on Weibo yet, right? That's good. Ku Yi's heart is a little complicated. But after hesitating, she suddenly looked up and said, Sir. Chen Zong looked sideways, looking at her doubtfully. If you hear any negative news about me please don't believe these are all rumors. Kui said cautiously, biting her red lips. Even she didn't understand why she had to explain to Mr. Chen. However, she was afraid that Mr. Chen might misunderstand herself after hearing some rumors, so explained in advance. However, it is obvious that she is worrying too much. Because Chen Zong didn't pay attention to her at all, he withdrew his gaze, and faintly smoked his cigarette. What negative news? Gossip news. In his eyes, it fell on deaf ears. Except for murder, he never paid attention to these. How can we be together with different minds? This is like, you let an adult in his 30s pay attention to Ultraman and cartoons? This is not a world of the same dimensional level at all, so why pay attention to it? The Mercedes-Benz went all the way, and finally slowly returned to the Kiss Manor. 5 o'clock in the evening. Inside the Kiss Villa, a table full of sumptuous dishes has been prepared. Tonight, Ku Yiren came back very early. At this time, she has turned off her mobile phone and all communication equipment. Leave yourself or quiet. On the internet, there were scandal messages about her, which almost exploded. Faced with this huge pressure of public opinion, she can only cut off all communication media and let herself be quiet. For those friends and girlfriends, every question that seemed to be concerned was actually pressure for her. Indifferent is the best. It didn't take long for Ku Yi to get home. There was a roar of sports car engines outside the villa. The Aston Martin sports car under Ku Shuang also slowly drove into the villa. Sister Ku Shuang also came back from get out of class. As soon as Ku Shuang walked into the house with a bag, she looked at her sister and asked, Sister, are you okay? Ku Yiren's eyes were complicated, and she slowly shook her head. What can I do? She pretended that her clothes were calm and indifferent. However, only Chen Zong could see the mess between this woman's breathing. Everyone is here. Let's have dinner early tonight. Mother Liu Xiangnan greeted everyone and started to enjoy the dinner early. For this meal tonight, at the table it looks a bit quiet. Ku Yi was in a bad mood, so she took the initiative to open a bottle of red wine tonight. I hope I can relieve my sorrows by drinking. She is a dignified daughter, and she never drinks alcohol on weekdays. But today, he actually offered to drink alcohol. It can be seen how heavy the pressure of cyber violence she was under at this time. Mother Liu Xiangnan kept picking vegetables for his eldest daughter Ku Yiren. My father was also on the sidelines, comforting Yu. The two couples obviously also know that their daughter is in a bad mood. They can only use this method to relieve Kui's psychological pressure. However, during dinner, my sister Ku Shuangxia had a lot of mouths, and accidentally asked again, Sister hasn't the things on your Weibo been suppressed? As soon as he said this, the atmosphere at the table suddenly became quiet. Ku Yiren's pretty face became a little complicated and ugly, not because she didn't want to press it down, but because she couldn't press it down at all. However, she was very confused at this time. She had no thoughts at all to explain all this. For adults, don't worry about your little girl. let's eat. Father Kuei picked up a chicken leg and put it in the bowl under Gush Wang, blocking the little daughter's mouth. The atmosphere in front of the table is inexplicable. Only Chen Zonging, with a calm look on his face, sipped the red wine lightly, and ate slowly. That graceful and indifferent appearance completely ignored the experience of Kuyiren, let alone comforted him. First, he doesn't bother to control these public opinions. Second, how can he take the initiative to comfort a woman? However, at the same time, in the evening, Yuanxing Group, the young director's office, Go Shows was wearing a light blue suit and straight, lying on a chair lightly. His gaze slowly listened to the laptop at the desk. Looking at the hot search on Weibo, the rising index and comments, the corner of his mouth raised a deep arc. Today, his operation has completely subverted the situation. Internet public opinion attack. This power is comparable to a nuclear explosion. The amount of page views on the internet is too great. The explosion of a gossip may cause shocking consequences. First, the Yanzelman video turmoil of the chairman of the hundreds of companies caused an explosion. Then, in the afternoon, the scandal spread of Kuyiren being taken care of as a mistress. A whole two heavyweights detonated the entire internet in one day. Go Shows didn't even spend a single cent, so that hundreds of companies, as well as the Kui people, fell into a predicament that would never be restored. Under this kind of cyber violence, Go Shows is very curious. How would that Kui deal with? At this time, the Kui people could hardly argue. Under the tremendous pressure of the internet, as long as she stood up and said a word ... it would be misunderstood by people. Even if there is no real evidence of her being taken care of. However, once the popularity of the internet explodes, it will be comparable to a stone hammer. Netizens say that if you are nurtured, you will be nurtured. No evidence stone hammer is needed. This is how terrible the internet is. Seeing the soaring index in this scene, Go Shows' eyes were more satisfied than ever. Notify the finance department to remit 200 million yuan to Ding Keoyang of Jilang Weibo. Go Shows raised his mouth and instructed the secretary. This time, the old wave Weibo did a great job and was praised. Cooperating happily, you have to give the other party a little reward. Yes. The female secretary nodded, picked up the phone and notified the finance department. Go Shows was in a good mood at this time, and his eyes faintly scanned the female secretary's all uniform. His desire began to hang up. It has been half a month since this female secretary has been recruited. He has not yet opened a bud. Tonight, it is the right time. Go Shows beckoned to the female secretary. You, come here. The female secretary was taken aback, stepped on high heels, and walked slowly in front of Go Shows. My son ... what's the ... Before the female secretary could finish her words, Go Shows suddenly pushed her onto the desk. Then, with a tear pull, she tore her hip skirt directly, facing her legs ... Crazy 20! The update is completed during the day. In the evening, depending on the extent of the monthly pass, add more. Brothers who want to continue to watch the update, get a reward for the monthly pass. Monthly ticket breaks 380 in the evening, plus more. Chapter 357 Keyboard Warrior. Late at night, after the meal, Chen Zonging got up and returned to the mansion opposite to his own villa. He took off his suit jacket and shirt, turned and walked into the bathroom, and took a cold shower. After the shower, put on the bathrobe and wrap the scarred body. Music. He looked lonely and indifferent, and ordered the Baidu Xioi intelligent robot in the villa. Okay, we will select it for you right away, Xioi robot said with a magnetic voice. Then, a melodious ghostly piano sound slowly rose. The piano play a Croatian rhapsody. In the empty villa, the sound of the piano echoed melodiously, and the frantic keystrokes played in loneliness. Chen Zongxing slowly walked into the bedroom with his smoke in his eyes and indifferent eyes. His bedroom is as large as 100 square meters. Luxuriously decorated. The huge Simmons soft bed in the middle of the bedroom is enough to sleep 3 or 4 people together. However, Chen Zong did not sleep on this high-priced Simmons bed. He built a small wooden flat bed on the edge of the room. For many years in the camp, he has been accustomed to sleeping on a cold hardwood bed. He is not used to such a soft luxury mattress like Simmons. Only the cold wooden bed can keep his body in a tight state at any time. Even if you are on emergency alert late at night, you can respond quickly. Lonely huge room, crazy piano sound. And his eyes were calm and cold, slowly lying on the hardwood bed. For a killer, he does not need such an exquisite life. The only purpose of his life is to solve the target faster, more accurately, and more gorgeously. This is the meaning of his existence. Lying on the bed, Chen Zonging accidentally remembered what Ku Yiren said during the day. Weibo, gossip, and the woman's explanation. Let yourself not believe the negative news. That woman, it should be on the internet. Something happened. But, what do you do to yourself? Chen Zonging lay on the bed and took a deep breath of cigarette. Then he pinched out the cigarette and started to fall asleep. Leave it alone. Yes, in a few minutes. His eyes suddenly opened again. He slowly picked up the phone, and opened the Baidu browser, awkwardly. Then, I entered the website of Jilang Weibo. Even he himself doesn't know why. He was so curious. What happened on the internet? Can that woman be upset here? Since he has never used Weibo before, he does not have an account and needs to register for an account. Chen Zonging registered a Weibo account, and then for the first time, clicked into the most popular entertainment self-media website in Xia. He has extremely high adaptability, so he has mastered the website process rules just after he signed up for Weibo. Feel free to search on the interface of Jilang Weibo. Then, he finally found the hot search on Weibo, the hot search news that was pinned to the top. Heavy exclusive. President of Ku Group, Ku Yiren, suspected of being taken care of by a high-level 20 bureau. Secretly profit for your own group. When he saw this video, Chen Zonging's gaze was slightly taken aback. Ku Yiren ... was nurtured? Chen Zonging clicked into the hot search news in doubt. Go in and take a look. As a result, I found that it was just a soft article. Various so-called detail occurrences are recorded in detail. However, there is no evidence of stone hammers. No photos, no videos, no picture, no truth. However, the clicks and comments on the advertisement have already exploded. Tens of millions of clicks and nearly 1 million comments. This level of attention has almost exploded on Weibo. It has become the most concerned dynamic of the whole network. With so much attention, this soft article does not need a stone hammer at all. Netizens have the mentality of eating melons, even if it is false news. They regard her as real. In this case, Kui people didn't dare to show up at all, let alone refute. If she dared to stand up, she would be surrounded and insulted by countless naval forces in the next second. She has become a heavy focus on the internet at this time. Everyone is staring at her Weibo account, waiting for her to post an update. Moreover, on Ku Yiren's Weibo, millions of fans have skyrocketed in one day. Various rumors and abusive comments have also exploded. Everyone was eating melons and watching the show, forcing the Kui to collapse, and then appeared on the internet. Moreover, the Kui people have also been subjected to a large number of human flesh searches on the internet. All her personal data, identity information ... participated in certain activities ... and done certain things. All of them were published on the internet one by one. Cyber violence, like a bomb, caused a terrible chain reaction. Chen Zonging was curious, clicked on the comment under the soft article, and glanced at it. Millions of comments are simply unsightly. All kinds of abusive information, slander information, keep appearing in the comments, putting Kui people inside and out. Even the people around her did not let go. They all scolded him bloody. The network keyboard man is so powerful. They do nothing in reality, but on the internet platform, they become justice fighters. All kinds of crazy fights, crazy insults and complaints. Ku Yiren, you scumbag, serve as a junior to others and destroy their native family. This woman is not a good show at first glance. I suggest that she change her name and become an autumn slut. The rich and the rich cannot be moved, and the poor cannot be juniors. Hello, Kuxios. In the comment area, all kinds of crazy abusive comments are frightening. Among them, when an account called First Jianqi was used, the scolding was the most brutal. All kinds of insulting remarks, fanfare, and various introductions make people look crazy. And the majority of netizens, seeing his remarks, are happy to eat melons, and they all follow posts and leave messages. First Sword Chi Kuyiren heard that he had beaten a baby before, and more than once. First Jianqi Kuyiren's family is not a good thing. Her mother's name is Liu Xiangnan, and she is also a bitch. She used to have relationships with many men, but was later taken over by Kuhuihai. The first sword spirit, Kuyiren's sister, Gushwangxia. I heard that she was messing around at school and had with relatives and brother. This family is all slut. First Jianka's remarks were extremely crazy, all kinds of insults and humiliations. Even Chen Zhonging looked at it. His eyes sank slightly. Such insults are too cruel. Chen Zhonging continued to scan his gaze. His gaze gradually condensed, staring coldly at that comment. The first sword spirit. Beside Kuyiren, I heard that there is a security director. Kuyiren has an adulterous relationship with that man, and often in the office. That man is actually the little white face who was raised by Ku Yi. Seeing this comment, Chen Zhonging's entire face went black. Is this talking about yourself? Beside Kuyiren, who is the security director besides himself? Chen Zhonging's face was completely black. The keyboard man is too terrifying, and swept across the land. Even Chen Zhonging was lying down with a gun. Looking at the IP account named First Jianqi, I kept talking. Chen Zhonging's gaze became deeper and deeper. This first sword spirit should be the leader of this cyber navy. Every comment he made was extremely offensive. Behind him, attracted countless naval followers. Chen Zhongguang's eyes were deep, lying on the bed, and slowly lit a cigarette. He didn't want to intervene in this matter, because it has nothing to do with yourself. It's just that some keyboard guys are so easy to provoke, but they provoke him. Chen Zhonging dare to provoke him to Chen Zhonging in a cyber attack? Reaper. How could? Forget it. Add more to! Exclamation mark. Exclamation mark. There will be more in the evening! Exclamation mark. Unhappy! Exclamation mark. Just ask! Exclamation mark. If it's cool, where is the monthly pass? Exclamation mark. Chapter 358. Why arrest him? The reason? Chen Zhonging sat on the bed and took a deep breath. His mobile phone is a Huawei mobile phone, model P30 Pro. The market value is 5,980 RMB. Equipped with Kirin 980 chip, the processing capability is extremely strong. This chip is capable enough to allow him to perform some special network tasks. For example, invading satellite systems. Chen Zhongguang's eyes were calm, and he tapped on the phone screen with his fingers. Soon, a series of codes were programmed by him. He instantly cracked the internal firewall of Huawei's mobile phone, and then control the mobile phone processor. The processor of a mobile phone is a natural computer host. Although Huawei's Kirin 980 is domestically produced, its carrying capacity completely exceeds that of any imported mobile phone. Far more powerful than those so-called fruit machines. Too much. Chen Zhonging used mobile phones as the main medium, and then began to invade the headquarters of China Mobile through the city's 5G network. Immediately afterwards, he directly overturned the wall and controlled the signal of China Mobile's headquarters, and instantly remotely controlled a communications satellite tens of thousands of meters high. Chen Zhonging was sitting on the bed. The phone in his hand was slightly hot. The processor is running fast, controlling the satellite system. His eyes were calm and indifferent, slowly turned on the phone, and clicked on the Weibo page. Then, directly knock out a string of complex hacking codes through tough measures. He directly invaded the inside of the old Wave Weibo. All web firewalls have no effect on his blocking. The so-called super firewall security measures at the headquarters of Jilang Weibo are transparent in front of Chen Zhongying's eyes. No matter how powerful a firewall is, no matter how sophisticated a computer expert is, Chen Zhongying cannot be stopped because he is of death. He is the blade of the country. He is a killer on behalf of the country. If all the agents of Yangtze, the identity information, is completely public, then the whole world will be in chaos. The skills mastered by these agents completely surpass the limits of human beings, whether it is IQ, force, or all kinds of high-tech mastering skills. They are powerful and terrifying, like ghosts. Hiddenly travel through all corners of this world's city, performing their own tasks. Villa, bedroom. Just sitting on the bed like this, Chen Zhongying used a Huawei mobile phone to control satellites, directly over the firewall of the old Wave Weibo, and sneaked into the website. He directly found the IP of the first Sword Chi. Direct IP lock. Soon, the IP address of first Jiangqi was parsed out. 110.96.0.0. This is the IP address of the three provinces of Northeast China and Haijiang Province. That first sword energy comes from Haijiang Province. Chen Zhongying zoomed in on the search range and locked directly via satellite. In the end, the position of the first sword chi was determined. Satellite positioning instantly zooms in. The first Jiangqi, at this time, was located in a place called Firebird Internet Cafe in Bingqing City, Haijiang Province. At this time, on Weibo. This first Jiangqi is still online, still inciting comments and replies, all kinds of insults to Kuyi people, and incidentally fabricating rumors that Kuyi people are supporting the security director. Chen Zhengxing glanced at the first Jiangqi comment, his eyes condensed slightly. He clicked on the comment, and sent a comment to first Jiangqi. Grim Reaper, are you there? A few seconds later, first Jiangqi replied to the comment, yes, what's the matter? Grim Reaper, give you 10 minutes, delete your comments on the internet, and then go to the local patrol room to surrender. On the Weibo page, the first Jiangqi has remained silent. A few seconds later, a message suddenly came. The first sword spirit, which green onion do you count? The trash of your dog days is here to wash the floor for that Kuyiran, still named Reaper. Die your whole family, rubbish stuff. Roll! Exclamation mark. When, after seeing this reply, Chen Zhongying's gaze was taken aback first. This keyboard man's first sword spirit is insulting himself. Then, Chen Zhong's pupils condensed slightly. His code name was named the of Death. Hide the corners of the city and perform countless killing missions. In these years, no one dared to insult his code name. This code name is not a trifle. Rather, it is synonymous with death. Chen Zhongying maintained absolute awe of death. He respects death, and he enjoys the process of killing. This code name is the title he forged for his country, how many corpses he killed, and how many blood slaughters he went through. So, how can he allow code name to be insulted? He tapped his finger on the screen and replied, Death, you will pay for your words and deeds. On Jilang Weibo, first Jiangqi sent a mocking expression. The first sword spirit, the price, I'll take your family. Today I will expose your washing dog. Say, how much did Kuyiran give you, you scrubbing dog? Do you kneel and lick Kuyirans on weekdays? You mean dog. Fuck you. Immediately after the first Jiangqi comment, there were a lot of ID replies and comments, and various naval forces arrived on the battlefield. Countless naval forces began to bombard the IP of Reaper. Chen Zhongying sat on the bed with his eyes deep, calmly staring at the reply message on the phone screen. His eyes were calm, and he didn't make any rebuttal reply. He just switched off the web page, then picked up the phone and dialed a number in Kyoto. Tuk, tuk, tuk. On the other end of the phone, After rang for a while, it was answered by someone alone. Reaper. It's 8 o'clock in the evening. What are you going to do? On the other end of the phone, an old man's deeply impatient voice came. Jiang Yazu, help me catch someone. Chen Zhenging ignored the old man's complaint on the phone, and calmly ordered, who is it? Don't you contact the organization yourself when you arrest someone? You have to call me. Jiang Yazu's voice was obviously a little bit angry during the call. This of death is getting too much. Late last night. I just harassed myself. Today. Did you call me again? Really? Is it boring? Exclamation mark. All trivial things are coming to your door. I don't worry about organizing. You do things. I don't worry. Chen Zhonging said calmly and slowly. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Yazu, please pay attention to your tone. I am your leader. You are not qualified to order me. Understand? Jiang Yazu's voice roared from the phone. The two of him were tortured enough. How could he have a good attitude at this time? Catch people, within 10 minutes. Chen Zhonging ignored Jiang Yazu's mood swings, but coldly spit out a few words into the phone. Jiang Yazu, who is the other party? Jiang Yazu had no choice but to admit defeat. Who made the of death perform secret protection tasks? He Jiang Universe now can only fully support it. IP address, 110.96.0.0. Identity. Internet Naval Forces. Chen Zhonging's tone was calm, and he reported slowly to the other end of the phone. On the other end of the phone, hearing the report from the of death, Jiang Yazu was obviously taken aback. Network hacker? A mere cyber hacker wants him to Jiang Yazu and order the arrest himself? Why arrest him? The reason? Jiang Yazu asked, a little surprised in his voice. He insulted me. Chen Zhonging's voice was calm, facing the other end of the phone, slowly spit out these 5 words. Add more, brothers! Month! Tickets! Chapter 359. You have 10 minutes left. At the same time, 8 o'clock in the evening. Haijiang Province, Bingqing City. Firebird Internet Cafe. An unkempt, tanned, skinny man with facial paralysis was sitting in front of a computer, with a pair of broken eyes on his face. Facing the computer screen, he was typing on the keyboard frantically. Fuck your of death, dare you to reply to Lao Tzu? Lao Tzu kills you. Paralyzing stupid stuff. The man with facial palsy used his Weibo social account to furiously fight back at the post comments. His post account name is called First Jianqi. The meaning is that the world is number one, and the sword spirit is invincible. Behind such a domineering name, I never thought that it was such a skinny dark cock. The First Jianqi was on Weibo at this time, and the scolding could be called a brutal. Leading a large group of naval forces, bombing wildly. The ID of the of death. The 18th generation of the upper and lower ancestors, all cursed bloody. Keyboard man can speak wantonly and attack wildly on the internet, because they hide in the crowd and hide their true identity. No one knows where they are, no one knows their names, even if they offend others, it doesn't matter. Anyway, on the internet, others can't help him, can't find where he himself is. Therefore, almost no one can restrain him from keyboard man. However, at this moment, on the Weibo page, the ID of the of death suddenly replied with a message, you have 10 minutes left. Within 10 minutes, you will be arrested and the countdown will begin. In front of the computer screen, the thin man First Jianqi could not help but sneered 3 times when he saw the reply from the of death. What international jokes are you making? On this level of intimidation? He has seen it many times on the internet. This is just hello. What? You wait for me, I will find your IP right away, and catch you right away? Don't see too many words on the internet. As a result, I waited for a long time, and I couldn't even see a personal image. Let alone, how difficult is it to find an IP? Non-top hackers, where did that technology come from? What's more, top hackers have that leisure time. Do you scold you online? Moreover, even if the IP is found, What will happen? Do you really dare to come to your door with a real person? Everyone is just an ant on the internet. Threatening words should be fart, and you will forget them if you hear them. It's all just talking to each other. The dark and thin man was also unambiguous. He directly used his account and replied and cursed, "Fuck your mother, I am afraid that you will not succeed. Even if you call someone! I wait for you for 10 minutes. The dark and thin man felt that the curse was not enough to be enjoyable, and then he replied, "I give you the address. If there is a kind, you will come to the door. I am waiting for you. Listen well, Imintuntion, Nanxing. Dark Night Internet Cafe. There is a kind of come! The dark skinny man made up an address at random and replied to the internet. Look at that forced play and continue to be arrogant. Of course, it is impossible for him to reveal his real address and make up an address at random to prevaricate the other party. Anyway, it is impossible for the other party to know where he is. Even if I say that I am in the Arctic Ocean, no one knows the truth or not. With the reply of the *1 Jianqi account sent out on Weibo, countless comments from the Navy Army followed up frantically. All kinds of eating melons, clamoring ... watching a play. Everyone's spearhead was directed at the ID of the Reaper. At this time, the of Death had become the target of a siege from the crowd. But, on the Weibo page, the of Death replied with a comment, "Countdown, 8 minutes. Stupid stuff." The dark and thin man, looking at the comments on the screen, couldn't help but sneered. This threat is too pediatric. He raised Erlang's legs and lit a cigarette leisurely. Continue to guide the Navy and go to war frantically. However, at the same time, outside the Firebird Internet Cafe, outside the icy street, there was no one. Bingqing, 8 o'clock in the night. The air has plummeted to below zero. This is Haijiang Province, the closest place to the northern dimension, so the weather in November is already as cold as snow. However, at this moment, suddenly, the cold street pavement began to tremble slightly. The whole long street, the ground, is trembling. Immediately afterwards, the street in the distance. A dark green explosion-proof combat vehicle slowly approached. Now, behind this explosion-proof car ... it's not too slow ... follow a long line of explosion-proof convoys. The mighty, hundreds of explosion-proof convoys, like a long dark green dragon, drove towards the Firebird Internet Cafe. Firebird Internet Cafe, in front of the cash register. The owner of the Internet Cafe, with a cigarette in his mouth, is sitting in front of the cash register computer, playing a game of Mahjong on the QQ game. But at this moment, the entire Internet Cafe suddenly trembled! The computer screen on the desk, the walls, the ground, are all trembling, like an earthquake! In the Internet Cafe, a large group of online customers raised their heads in surprise. Looking around, everyone looked at each other. This is what happened. However, the lean and dark man first Jianqi did not pay attention to all of this. He was cursing Zheng Shuang on Weibo at this time. How can he control this? He faced the computer screen and continued to greet the Navy to attack, almost reaching the state of ecstasy. Boss ... What's the situation? In the Internet Cafe, several online customers looked at the boss at the cashier in surprise and asked, everybody, don't worry, upstairs is decorated. The boss said, comforting all the online customers. Customers complained a few words one after another, and then they continued to bow their heads to play online games. At this time, the boss looked a little surprised. The decoration upstairs was just made up by him to prevaricate the customers. He was also very puzzled. What happened in the end? He got up and walked out of the cash register, walked slowly to the door of the Internet Cafe, and pushed out. He wanted to see what happened outside. How can it cause vibration? But, when he pushed the door and walked out, the whole person was completely shaken, and the petrification was in place. The entrance of the Internet Cafe. The endless, dark green, armored explosion-proof vehicles, like a steel angry dragon, blocked his internet cafe. The water that was blocked. This! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. What the fuck? What happened? Exclamation mark. The owner of the internet cafe. The whole person is petrified in place, and his legs are trembling. In front of me, a dark green armored vehicle. Turbulent blockade. The black camouflage soldiers, armed with thermal firearms, stood locked in all directions. The scene was turbulent and shocking. The cold wind blew. The owner of the internet cafe shivered, his expression trembling with horror. Ahead, a camouflage warrior wearing a special star badge walked solemnly in front of the owner of the internet cafe. Are you the owner of this internet cafe? The man in the camouflage uniform had cold eyes, locked on the boss, and looked up and down. The owner of the internet cafe was so frightened that he trembled and said, I am. Dare to ask this martial master. My little internet cafe. What happened? Why did so many people come here? The owner of the internet cafe was completely frightened by these battles, and asked cautiously. Chapter 360 Arrest soon, countdown. Dare to ask this martial master. My little internet cafe. What happened? Why did so many people come here? The owner of the internet cafe was completely frightened by these battles, and asked cautiously. The camouflage man, with a solemn expression, directly handed an arrest warrant to the owner of the internet cafe. According to higher level instructions, the 3rd Scale UIing Brigade will come to your internet cafe and arrest a serious criminal. Please cooperate with the work, the camouflage man said solemnly. Hearing this sentence, seeing this highest level arrest warrant knocking on the UIing sign. The owner of the internet cafe looked pale and frightened. Exclamation mark. This. In my own internet cafe, there are serious criminals. Online? Question mark. I must cooperate with the work. I must cooperate. The owner of the internet cafe was frightened, his face trembling and trembling. The suspect, the current location, Firebird Internet Cafe, Computer FO3. Let's lead the way. The man in camouflage uniform, with a solemn expression, directly reported the coordinates of the suspect and signaled the owner of the internet cafe to lead the way. The owner of the internet cafe was trembling, horrified and cautious. The man with camouflage slowly walked towards the internet cafe. Firebird Internet Cafe, in front of Computer Desk FO3. The lean and dark man First Jianqi was sitting in front of the computer at this time, staring at the web page of the old Wave Weibo, and continued to insult the of death. The words are so ugly that they make people criticize. And the corner of his mouth raised a scornful arc. Stupid stuff. Dare to play with me? I killed you. Or death, I let you die. The thin, dark man raised his legs and lit a cigarette on his own, his eyes piercing. He stared at the screen and smiled evilly at the corner of his mouth. However, at this moment, on the computer screen, the of death finally replied with another comment. Countdown. You have 1 minute left. You are about to be arrested. Seeing this threatening reply on the computer screen, the dark and thin man smiled more wildly. He directly edited a paragraph and went back to the past. Fuck you. IMSO sitting upright. What do you mean by catching me? Hi? Bragging in the air? Question mark. Then, under the comments of First Jianqi, countless sailors followed posts, mocking the of death. However, at this moment, suddenly, a rough and cold hand slowly rested on the shoulder of the dark and thin man. Who? The dark and thin man, who was scolding. He was suddenly caught on his shoulders. He was also taken aback. He turned his head to look suspiciously, and the whole person was stunned. A man wearing a camouflage uniform was standing behind him. The rough palm of the camouflage man was slowly resting on the shoulders of the dark and thin man. First Sword Spirit, the camouflage man asked slowly, his eyes calm. The complexion of the dark and thin man suddenly changed. Who are you? His complexion became a little ugly and shocked. Exclamation mark. I am the one who arrested you. the camouflage man said calmly and solemnly. Hearing this, the body of the dark and thin man trembled suddenly. The pupils were shocked. Can't believe it! Exclamation mark. This ... what the fuck? On that Weibo, the ID Reaper's threat just fell. Actually? Someone found himself? Question mark. Could it be that death threat is real? Exclamation mark. Is this ... is this? How is it possible? Exclamation mark. He has been in the network navy for many years. These years ... as a keyboard man on the internet, he has been rampant and has never encountered ... this kind of situation. Exclamation mark. Damn. How can it be said that it's a door-to-door? Question mark. Is this him? Too cruel, right? Exclamation mark. Scolding online. Just kidding. Why take it seriously? Exclamation mark. And his. How does the other party know their IP address? Question mark. The dark and thin man looked terrified and turned around suddenly. Swiftly horrified. Ran towards the door of the internet cafe! Exclamation mark. At this time, regardless of whether it is true or not, it is important to escape first. The dark, thin man, with a frightened and anxious expression, slammed open the door of the internet cafe and rushed out. But in the next second, his complexion suddenly turned pale. His whole body was standing on the spot. His legs trembled. Almost he couldn't stand still. I saw that outside the internet cafe ... a piece of steel-armored vehicles, forming a long dragon, completely blocked all the way out of the entire internet cafe. A large camouflage warrior, holding a raging hot weapon ... A series of dark and terrifying weapons and gun chambers are all locked against him. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. This is... what battle? Exclamation mark. Dark and thin man. Never seen in his life such terrifying and turbulent battles. Hundreds of armored combat vehicles ... Hundreds of camouflage hot weapon fighters? Exclamation mark. What the fuck? What are you going to do? The dark and thin man could no longer stand the pressure of fear. His knees suddenly softened, and he fell to the ground on the spot. Behind him, the man in camouflage uniform walked out of the internet cafe step by step. He came directly to the dark and thin man, squeezed his shoulders, and tugged with force. A brutal grappling. Caca. The entire arm of the dark and thin man was severely seized, and the entire shoulder joint was crushed and dislocated. The dark and thin man had a pale complexion, and he howled miserably. He is the first to be a master of swordsmanship, and his presence on the internet ... At this moment, he was so abused and detained ... This is simply... He howled miserably. His whole body trembled in horror, and the cold sweat on his forehead couldn't help but roll off. Question mark. You ... Why did you catch me? The dark, thin man, his voice trembling, knelt on the ground, rebelled. On weekdays, he has always been used to being arrogant on the internet, which caused him to bring that tone of speech into reality. But as soon as his voice fell, the hand of the camouflage man in front of him slammed hard again. Caca. The other arm of the dark and thin man was also severely seized by the joint. There was a sudden pain, and his collar was dislocated again. First Jian Qi, real name Li Jian. You are suspected of Insulting a national soldier. You are suspected of spreading rumors and causing trouble. You are suspected of illegal cyber navy crime. Now, you are arrested and brought to justice in accordance with the Yanksia Internet Security Regulations and Management Law. The camouflage man's voice was harsh and indifferent, and he directly pronounced the sentence. Boom. Hearing this sentence, the complexion of the first sword spirit was completely pale and embarrassed. This ... what the fuck? Is it for real? Exclamation mark. He couldn't even dream of it. He was just insulting someone on the internet at random? Question mark. Could it cause such serious consequences? Exclamation mark. It even spurred the Yuang army to go out? Question mark. The first sword energy fell on his knees and collapsed in complete horror. Between his legs, a warm liquid slowly overflowed, and he was scared to pee! Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Chapter 361 Get offended. How does it exist? First Jianqi, that's it, was detained by a large group of warriors, arrested directly, and in the entire internet cafe. All the customers who are online are shocked and staring at each other! Exclamation mark. Everyone couldn't believe it. The thin man just now ... What did he commit? Did you force the Yuan team to arrive in person? Exclamation mark. At the same time, on the Weibo page, netizens Shuijun are still paying close attention to the comments. 10 minutes are here, brother Jianqi. Are you safe and sound? Haha. 10 minutes of death prediction. As a result, brother Jianqi is still on the internet. Threat from the of death? Question mark. Puff. Brother Jianqi, come out and post a comment. Give him a hard face. Haha. On the Weibo page, netizens still made comments. At this time, everyone did not know the news that first Jianqi had been arrested. So everyone thought he was still online. But, as a result, after waiting for 10 minutes, a group of netizens and Navy soldiers suddenly discovered ... as the first sword chi disappeared. Since he posted the last comment, he hasn't appeared again. Netizens are crazy in the comment area but his ID, there was no movement, and no reply. This question mark. At this moment, on the Weibo page, the of death made another comment. Reaper, first Jianqi has been arrested. Next, it's your turn, the Navy crowd. As soon as this comment came out, the internet exploded. Netizens don't believe it and continue to be crazy but in the end, that first sword aura really seemed to have evaporated from the world, and never appeared again. This question mark. Many people began to remain silent. This is weird. Some people continue to make crazy comments and insult the of death. But at this time, the hot summer, Hainan, inside a certain internet cafe, an obese man was sitting in front of the computer in the internet cafe. He was the captain of the Navy team. At this time, he felt that something was not right, so he frantically contacted the boss first Jianqi, the leader of the first sword-powered navy, organizing their navy's large-scale offensive. This Kiwi incident can earn a lot of benefits from it. But at this time, the first sword chi has disappeared. The fat Navy captain made several calls to first Jianqi, but the prompt in the phone is, sorry, the phone you dialed is not in the service area, please call again later. Sorry, the subscriber audialed and it be connected for the moment, please redial later. I made a dozen calls one after another, but couldn't get in touch at all? Question mark. What's going on? Question mark. Is it really caught? Question mark. Bar. At this moment, the door of the internet cafe was suddenly knocked open. Immediately afterwards, a group of staff in the uniform of the patrol room rushed into the internet cafe. In a moment, the fat Navy captain was directly surrounded by dozens of staff in the patrol room. What are you doing? The fat Navy squad leader asked with a trembling expression on his face. Peng Yuan of Hainan, you are suspected of illegal online attacks, illegal slander and illegal speech crimes. Now you have been reported under your real name, and you will be arrested. The staff of the patrol room looked solemn, and a cold iron shackle directly clicked, snapped in the hands of the fat Navy squad leader. The Navy squad leader's face was pale. I was completely shocked by this scene. Who reported me? His voice trembled in horror, and asked cautiously. Kyoto, Zonghai, Forbidden City. Patrol Fangbing returned to the ice. Boom. Hearing these words, the Navy squad leader was frightened. To the ground. Kyoto? Kyoto? Question mark. Forbidden City? Exclamation mark. At the same time, instructions were issued from the Forbidden City in Kyoto instantly. Jiangbai, Jiangnan, West. 3 provinces in the east. The various naval forces scattered in various regions have been arrested and brought to justice on a large scale. This is simply an unprecedented Skynet operation. This evening, within an hour, hundreds of patrol houses from all over the country were dispatched to arrest. Nearly 1,000 members of the Navy. The sheer number of people involved and the number of people involved is shocking. Each of these naval forces controls hundreds of naval accounts. Together, it is simply a terrifying traffic figure. Almost on the internet, there are hundreds of thousands of so-called netizens. All of them are this group of people, secretly switching accounts to log in, and all kinds of malicious comments. The nature is terrible. And this time, the cyber attack that led the coup was exactly what this skirt cyber navy did. Before being arrested, this group of network navy soldiers would have no idea who they had offended. If they can be a little more polite to the Reaper ID, maybe they have nothing to do. Because Chen Zong didn't bother to care about these online nostalgia. It's a pity that they do not live or die. Insult to death. Life and sin cannot escape. Chen Zonging made a direct call to the headquarters of the Forbidden City in Kyoto. The Forbidden City came forward directly and issued an arrest warrant. These thousands of Navy members will accept the most severe legal sanctions in history. Late at night, 9 o'clock. Shanghai Sea, Purple Garden Villa. Chen Zonging sat on the bed calmly, smoking a cigarette quietly. Tingling bell. At this moment, a special telephone in Kyoto rang. Chen Zonghang faintly answered the phone. All those people you want to catch are all caught for you. 1,340 people, one is not bad. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yazu said in a deep and helpless voice. Oh, Chen Zonging replied faintly. Also, the chief envoy behind the tomb of this scandal is Goshuz. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yazu said profoundly, it is inconvenient for me to deal with this matter, you can solve it yourself. Oh, Chen Zonging continued to reply. In addition, in the future, don't bother me with such trivial things. Call 110 if you have any problems. Chen Zong's eyes were indifferent, and he hung up the phone before he could finish the roar of Zhang Yazu on the phone. He took a deep breath and got up and got out of bed. When he came to the balcony, he stared deeply at the stars and night sky. Goshuz? The corners of his mouth were slightly condensed. Then, he picked up the Huawei mobile phone, continued remote control, controlled the satellite system, and directly stole into the internal security system of the Far-Star Group. In a modern society, people are bound to have loopholes. As long as you are in this society, you cannot escape any information Skynet. Even if you stand in the office, as long as there is any electronic device in the office, it can steal your information and data. At this moment, Chen Zonging easily stole all the data in Goshuz's company. Of course, it also includes Goshuz's pornographic data. Goshuz, passionate video with female secretary Ning Wan during his lifetime, and his office with those young model stars. Even, Chen Zonging also discovered Goshuz forcibly sexually assaulted several underage girls in the office! Exclamation mark. When seeing these videos, Chen Zonging's eyes slowly condensed. This Goshuz is really pleasantly surprised. Before he did those incidents, he might not have thought his computer in the office would become a pair of eyes that records all this. Any computer, as long as it has a camera, the camera will automatically store the memory. everything it sees. It's just that these video memory, if there is no professional hacker's technology, it can't be extracted at all. However, it just so happens that Chen Zhonging is a hacker. Watching these videos, the corners of his mouth slowly congealed. He picked up his cell phone and dialed a phone in the capital of the capital directly. Connect me, Imperial Daily News and Imperial TV. I want to publish a piece of news. It's really cold today. Winter in Jiangnan is approaching. Everyone, give me a few monthly tickets to warm up my heart. Chapter 362 Heavy Bomb. In the early morning, the eastern fish belly is white, and the sky emerges. 9,000 push-ups, 9,000 sit-ups. After the morning exercise, Chen Zong took a cold shower, then changed into a shirt and suit. Bring an Omega watch. Lit a cigarette. He put his hands in his trouser pockets, so calm, and walked towards the Kiss Manor on the opposite side. Opposite the Kiss Manor, the hearty breakfast has been prepared. After Chen Zong arrived at the villa, the family was ready to start a meal. Unconsciously, since Chen Zhonging performed the protection mission, he seems has gradually been integrated into the Ku family, whether it's Ku Huihai or his wife Liu Xiangnan. All, Chen Zong treats him like his own person. At this time, the family was sitting at the table and the breakfast was very rich. It's just Ku Yiren, but he doesn't have any desire to enjoy it. She has complicated eyes, sitting at the table, a little absent-minded. Indeed, how could she have the mind to eat? Yesterday, public opinion exploded on the internet, and her negative news was overwhelming, contaminated by man-made rumors, and became the headlines of Weibo searches. Under such an incident, how can she be calm as a party? Let's have something to eat. Father Ku Huihai couldn't see it anymore, and put a piece of omelette for her and put it in a bowl. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes are complicated, and she nodded gently. At the entire table, there were only two people who enjoyed it indifferently. One is under the heartless Ku Shuang. This girl can turn her grief and anger into appetite even if she is in a bad mood, and eat something special. The other one is Chen Zhonging. His eyes were calm, holding the knife and fork lightly, cutting the steak, and slowly passing it into his mouth. A few minutes after eating, Chen Zong suddenly raised his wrist and glanced at the watch time. At this time, it is already 8 o'clock. It seems that time is almost there. The morning news broadcast should start soon. But today, in the Ku's villa, the TV is not turned on to watch the morning news. Ku Yiren was bombarded by a message scandal. She was in a bad mood at this time. Where else is she in the mood to watch the news? Tingling bell. At this moment, a sudden phone call rang. Was it the secretary? Seeing this caller number, Ku Yiren's heart sank again. Could it be ... What new negative news has come out? She looked a little complicated, and slowly answered the phone. Mr. Ku ... You ... Look at the morning news on CCTV. During the call, the secretary Sung said anxiously in a complicated voice. Okay. Ku Yiren was slightly taken aback. ? What's the matter? She asked uncertainly. Go ... Go shows ... is on the news. Secretary Sungs replied in a complicated voice. Ku Yiren, hanging up, she hurriedly turned on the Super TV in the living room. Select the channel, CCTV 1, integrated channel. Sure enough, I saw ... The morning news channel of the TV station was broadcasting ... A shocking news. According to reports from relevant persons and uploading video evidence materials, it is conclusively confirmed that the Shanghai Uanex Group, the youngest chairman, Goshus, are suspected of illegally threatening underage girls and illegally forcing relationships with women. For now, please listen to the following reports! A radio hostess stood in the show with a serious face, reporting the news. Then, there is a detailed report on Go Show's involvement in the case. In the news channel, began to broadcast the evidence video involved in the case. The location of the crime was in Go Show's office. He forced it to have a relationship with a woman. Then, there was another video in which two underage girls were forced to have a relationship with Go Show's. Every video has been mosaicked, but the voice of Go shows talking with the woman in the video can still be heard. Intimidation and lure, all kinds of transactions. When I saw these videos, Kuyaran's beautiful eyes widened. Completely shocked. This ? Go shows ... is on the hot summer news ? This, but the hot summer mainland, the most authoritative, the most official TV news. This ? What's the situation ? In the restaurant, Father Kuei also looked shocked, watching the news on the TV in disbelief. Go shows was reported on CCTV News ? This ? How the hell? How is it possible? The hot summer news has always only reported on major current affairs at home and abroad. At this moment, the Yangtze News channel is actually broadcasting the news of Go Show's sexual assault? What the fuck? What's going on? However, at the same time, Guo's villa, Shanghai City. Go Shows had just woke up at this time. He was wearing a pajamas, hugging a delicate woman, and the two walked out of the bedroom intimately. This woman, a well-known third-line star in Shanghai, and Shanghai was obviously ruled by Go Shows. The two of them got out of bed last night, all night long. Tingling bell. At this moment, Go Shows' cell phone rang suddenly. Go Shows was taken aback, picked up his mobile phone and took a look. The secretary called? He answered the phone and said impatiently, "What's the matter in the early morning, my son? Something has happened," the female secretary said with an anxious and complicated voice on the other end of the phone. "What's the fuss? The sky is falling, and in Go Shows supporting you. Look at your courage." Go Shows was a little impatient, and shouted to the female secretary on the phone. This female secretary has just taken office for less than a month. She was taken care of in the office yesterday, and it took a long time to comfort her. This woman is good everywhere, just timid. Go Shows is naturally a little impatient. In this Shanghai market, who would dare to touch him? Go Shows? What needs to be so fussed about? The sun ... You are on the Yangtze News ... You. Look at it. On the other side of the phone, the female secretary's voice trembled and said in a very complicated way, "Okay?" Hearing this sentence, Go Shows couldn't help being taken aback. Own, on CCTV News. When did this happen? Haven't any CCTV reporters come to interview me recently? Could it be that it was an investment in a certain area of his own that was well received by CCTV, so the interview reported on himself? Go Shows was slightly surprised and hurriedly turned on the TV. You know, news is the authoritative news under CCTV. Ordinary people can't go up at all. I'm on news. If it's a good thing, then I'm afraid I'm going to double my worth. Thinking of this, Go Shows faintly looked forward to it with excitement. He hurriedly turned on the TV and tuned to CCTV1 channel. Yes, next second, when he saw the content broadcast on the channel news ... Go Shows' face was pale, the legs were soft, and they fell directly to the ground. However, at the same time, Yangtze People's Daily Online, Yangtze Daily, HHTV, a series of official authorities in the summer, almost one after another, Chi released news about Go Shows' sexual assault scandal. This is simply a blockbuster. I'm really cold, and ask for a monthly pass! Chapter 363 Flies do not bite the eggs. Inside the Guo's villa, Go Shows was slumped to the ground, watching the news channels, who were constantly reporting his own negative sexual assault scandals. His face was extremely pale! And those, well-documented videos. What the fuck! These are all the footage recorded by that computer and monitor in his office! In the early years, in order to prevent thieves from entering the office, he installed a monitor in his own company. But it turned out, fucking, how could I have thought? Now, at this time, That monitor recorded all his nasty pictures, all of them 1 to 5 to 10! Exclamation mark. What the fuck? Someone hacked his company computer? Question mark. Go shows his complexion suddenly condensed, extremely pale and ugly! Exclamation mark. This. In his company computer, there are a lot of secret and dirty files and videos! Exclamation mark. This fucking. It's over. It's all over! Exclamation mark. Ding-a-ling bell, ding-a-ling bell. Almost at the same time, Go shows' cell phone rang frantically. All partners, partners. Come here with all the calls. What the fuck? It's national news. His story of Go shows' sexual assault was broadcast on the national news network. Who the did it? Exclamation mark. Go shows was very angry, and under the surge of blood, poof, a big mouthful of blood spurts out! Exclamation mark. Go shows, the young master of the Go family, vomited blood again and fainted. Kyangsu, coastal. Inside a 5-star hotel with an astronomical price. The chairman of Yuanxing Group, Go Xingilai, is wearing a straight suit and sitting in the hotel's private restaurant, sipping red wine and enjoying this private breakfast. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of the restaurant, there is a beautiful blue sea view. The sea breeze blows, and the scenery is picturesque. As a super corporate leader, Go Xingilai has a very busy schedule and has little time to spare. Over the past few months, I have been busy with group expansion plans outside of Jiangnan. Go Xingilai is on the plane almost every day and is on business trips to negotiate. The local group in Jiangnan was completely handed over to his son Go Shows. With his son's abilities, he is now qualified enough to replace himself and manage the entire company. This is also the place where Go Xingilai can be comforted. There is a tiger in the family. His Go family's 100-year incense plan will continue. It's only a matter of time. And this morning, it was Go Xingilai's rare free time, sitting in front of the coast, blowing the sea breeze, enjoying the full comfort. Ting-a-ling bell. But, at this moment, his cell phone ... but it rang quickly. Go Xingilai was taken aback for a moment, and answered the phone suspiciously. Then in the next second, when he heard the content of the call, his expression changed drastically. After hanging up the phone, he suddenly turned on iQLive on his mobile phone and clicked on the CCTV Hot Summer News channel. When seeing the news content in the mobile video, Go Xingilai's expression became trembling and angry. Dang! The red wine glass in his hand was directly crushed by his palm! Exclamation mark. His whole person, almost like a beast, is unprecedentedly angry. Nizai. This Nizai. Go Xingilai's voice was shaking. On weekdays, he feels at ease with his son. But, at this moment, my son, actually, is on CCTV? Question mark. National hookup! Exclamation mark. 5-star group Go Shao, sexual assault scandal! Exclamation mark. This. He simply lost all the old faces of his Go family ancestors for generations! Exclamation mark. Master, don't get angry. Take care of your body. The doctor has instructed you that your blood pressure is high and you should not be irritable. The underside of the hand was cautiously persuaded. Go Xingilai looked furious and trembling with anger. At this time, where could he care for high blood pressure? Call that Nizai right now! Go Xingilai looked furious and shouted at his men. At this time, Go Shows, the young master of the Go family, was lying in the ambulance. He wears an oxygen mask on his face. His entire complexion is pale and ugly, lying on the bed of the emergency vehicle, his heart beating faster. This dignified young master of the Go family collapsed after seeing the news. Angrily attacked his heart, he vomited blood and fainted on the spot. Fortunately, his little star friend, the 120 emergency number called the first time, the ambulance rushed to him, put him on a stretcher, and rushed him to the nearest hospital. Ding-a-ling bell, ding-a-ling bell. In the emergency vehicle, Go Shows' cell phone ringing in his pants pocket kept ringing. The little star girlfriend, panicked, took out the phone for him and handed it to him. Shows ... your father's phone number. The little star girlfriend said anxiously. Go Shows was initially dizzy, but when he heard his girlfriend's words, his expression suddenly tightened. Regardless of his dying state at this time, he just took off the oxygen mask, shaking. Picking up the phone. Hey ... you are very sick now. You must wear an oxygen mask. The little nurse on the side looked anxious and ordered. But Go Shows didn't pay any attention at all. He pushed the little nurse away, then trembling hands, and answered the phone. Nizai. You Nizai. As soon as he answered the phone, his father's furious yelling came from the speaker. Dad ... I. Go Shows looked embarrassed, and his voice was trembling and complicated. You are not filial. How many times have I told you on weekdays? Pay attention to frugality in private life. Are you all in my ears? Exclamation mark. Father Goksinglai's voice almost roared during the call. This sentence, he reminded his son more than once. But every time, Go Shows always treated it as a deaf ear, and forgot when he heard it. Go Shows is a born young man. But ... only. He can control his desires. Desire for female sex, let him indulge. His identity made him more arrogant and domineering than ever before, almost uncontrollable. This piece of Jiangnan, as long as he can get the woman Go Shows wants, he can easily get it with just a few fingers. Therefore, in terms of lust, he has no control at all. Almost doing whatever he wants. Now, he was finally ... paid for by his actions. All summer TV stations live nationwide. Exclamation mark. This damn. His reputation of Go Shows, from today, is completely ruined. The reputation of the business community that has worked so hard to build, the surface disguise, are all torn away at this moment. He seemed to be stripped naked, and he was hung naked under the sun in public. Dad ... this matter ... I was framed by someone ... someone hacked into my compagnor's internal computer ... stole the video. Go Shows explained carefully, lying on the sickbed with a complex and embarrassed expression. Flies don't bite the eggs. What do you do on weekdays? Don't you know? Father roared furiously on the other side of the phone. Go Shows was speechless when he was scolded. Dad ... this matter ... it must have been framed by Kuya's life and death. The Ku group can't escape the relationship, Go Shows said with a sharp face and a trembling face. On the other end of the phone, there was silence for a few seconds. Then my father's profound voice came over. Kuyiran ... has no such skills. Let CCTV News and Yangtze Radio support her ... broadcast your business. Indeed, this scandal of Go Shows is sexual assault, although very heavy. But they are not yet qualified to allow CCTV News to report. Let's news report ... unless someone at a higher level order authorization. Exclamation mark. With Kuyiran and Kiss Group, they still don't have the ability and right to let Yangtze TV open through trains. Broadcast directly. Father ... then ... what do you mean? Go Shows was lying on the sickbed, his face condensed. You have provoked the existence of some big clans behind you. During the call, Father Goksinglai's voice was a little serious and solemn, and said, what you do in your daily life ... too unscrupulous ... Our Go family is being stared at on it. Hearing these words from his father, Go Shows' expression was more solemn than ever. This! Exclamation mark. The Go family has been targeted! Exclamation mark. No matter what the current public opinion is, you ... leave me out of Shanghai for the first time. Now, the most important thing is to escape from Jiangnan and avoid the limelight. Father Goksinglai's voice solemnly commanded over the phone. I have prepared a private jet for you at Jiangnan International Airport. You will arrive in half an hour and take off immediately. Add more! Exclamation mark. Monthly ticket 2! Exclamation mark. Chapter 364 Destroyed, Overwhelming, Shanghai City, Jiangnan International Airport. A Rolls-Royce Phantom car came at a swift speed. Go Shows was sitting in the Rolls-Royce car with an oxygen mask on his face and a drip on the back of his hand. While infusion, oxygen blessing. At this time, only in this way can he maintain his state of stability. He was already very angry, and under the disturbance of his breath, he urgently needed tranquilizers for treatment. But at this time, he had no time to go to the hospital for a tranquilizer. A phone call from his father made him understand the seriousness of the matter. At this moment, Go Shows hurried towards the airport, hoping to catch the plane and escape. Today, he has been directly exposed by CCTV and news broadcasts. Originally, the sexual assault scandal was just a small thing that could be settled with money. But at this time, when this trivial matter was made public on the news network, then it was a big deal. Almost hundreds of millions of people across the country can learn about it. Words and pens. What's more, those important figures in Kyoto are also paying attention to the news broadcast. God knows what kind of severe punishment will Go Shows face! In other words, maybe Go Shows had nothing to do. But, after the matter was overwhelmed by the bucket, God knows. After seeing the news, any important person suddenly got angry. Want to kill Go Shows? For those big figures in Kyoto, dealing with Go Shows is a snap. At this moment, only escape. Flee Jiangnan first. Let's hide the trace. The Rolls-Royce Phantom car rushed into the runway of Jiangnan Airport. At this time, the entire Jiangnan International Airport, the southern runway, has been emptied. The entire southern runway has been reserved by their Go family. Father Go Xinglai had already called and arranged everything for his son. The entire escape channel is ready. A luxury private jet is parked at the end of the airport runway. Everything has been prepared. The Lele car hurried over, crunch. With a squeaky brake, it slammed to a stop next to the private jet. Several bodyguards hurriedly opened the door and carefully helped Go Shows to get out of the car. Following on both sides were several female nurses. They accompanied him, taking care of Go Shows' son at any time on the plane. Nowadays, Go Shows is weak and extremely angry. He must control his body in time. With an oxygen mask on his face and a drip needle in his hand, Go Shows got out of the car with such a weak body, and then hurriedly boarded the steps of the private jet. When he got into the luxurious cockpit of the private jet, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Today's Shanghai Sea is a land of right and wrong. He was finally able to escape this place of right and wrong. The private jet started, slowly whistling toward the airport runway. Then, he took off suddenly and climbed towards the sky. Go Show sat in the cabin, under the oxygen mask, those eyes deep and complicated looking out the window of the cabin. The picture of the increasingly smaller city. His fists were clenched tightly. Kuyiran, wait for me. It won't be long before I will be back. However, with Go Shows' escape, the whole Jiangnan is almost messed up. The business community is turbulent, and the entertainment industry is turbulent. The stock market is turbulent. Guozu Anxing Group, the stock market has just opened, and it has plummeted by 10%. Within 10 minutes, the market value of nearly 100 billion was lost continuously. Negative news is overwhelming. Go Shows, today can be said to be thoroughly famous. CCTV News Network broadcast together report. There is also the Yankshire People's Daily, the first page of the headline published. This is simply, Go Shows became a national well-known figure overnight. The scandal incident went viral throughout the network within a few hours. Almost the entire network was shocked. Weibo, Douyin, Moments. All kinds of news are coming. In the morning, even Go Shows' personal cell phone was blown up. Public opinion exploded. Almost millions of netizens are on the internet, and Chikiki yells at Go Shows, dressed beast. Beasts are not as good. Yesterday, Kuyiran's public opinion was overshadowed by Go Shows' news in an instant. The news of Kuyiran, after all, there is no stone hammer, and it is only spread on the internet. But this go shows his sexual assault scandal was directly. It was announced and broadcast on Yanksia TV. What the do you suspect? Exclamation mark. There is also video evidence Stonehammer. This is an untouchable fact. Compared with Kuyaran's ruined public opinion, this go shows his sexual assault scandal is simply a shock. In the morning, even the gates of Yuanxing Group were smashed with garbage, eggs, and rotten vegetables. The direction of public opinion. At this time, go shows almost became a rat crossing the street, and everyone shouted and beat. People from other provinces in the south of the Yangtze River, and even certain forces, heard the name go shows, and they babbled. This has become a piece of explosive news. 9 in the morning. Dozens of vehicles in the patrol room, the police lights whizzing and flashing, came quickly. In an instant, the vehicle of the patrol house was directly blocked at the entrance of the headquarters of Yuanxing Group. A large group of uniformed staff got out of the car and rushed into the Far Star Group building with solemn expressions. Because the nature of the incident was too bad and serious, Jiangnan superiors have issued an emergency arrest warrant. Let go shows be arrested. A large group of staff in the patrol room rushed into the building with solemn expressions. However, when the staff rushed to go show's office, they found that the entire office was empty. The staff looked solemn and asked about go show's working secretary. Learned, go shows has taken the opportunity to go abroad for inspection and fled out of Jiangnan. The staff directly sealed go show's office, and all the information on the scene was taken away. Then, go show's personal secretary, and some important leaders of the Far Star Group, were all taken away and detained for questioning. However, at the same time, Kyoto, the central business district of CBD, inside a huge skyscraper, the headquarters of Jilang Weibo, the CEO of Old Wave Weibo, Ding Keoyang sat in the office with a complex face, smoking a cigar in his mouth, looking very sad. Ever since he saw go shows on the news network an hour ago, he has already felt things don't seem so good. Ding Keoyang made more than a dozen calls to go shows, but it kept showing that it was no longer in the service area. Go shows seemed to be lost. This, Ding Keoyang, has nothing to do with go show's life and death. What he is worried about is that he and go shows are secretly engaged in those sluggish activities. You know, yesterday, the hot scandal of Kuyaran. But go shows bought himself and invested heavily. Only he himself understood the illegal operations. At this time go shows disappeared. Ding Keoyang was afraid the matter between them would be stabbed through. The more Ding Keoyang thought about it, the more things went wrong. In the end, he hurriedly called the secretary, "Prepare a car for me and buy a high-speed rail ticket to Lhasa." Remember, no plane, high-speed rail ticket. At this moment, Ding Keoyang also felt that something was not right. He was going out to avoid the limelight. As for why he didn't buy a plane ticket, he was afraid of being intercepted midway. Only high-speed rail security checks are relatively safer. Add more to! Exclamation mark. The monthly ticket is red. Exclamation mark. The update is so effective, but your monthly pass is not so effective. Chapter 365. Who made the report by real name? Exclamation mark. The secretary urgently booked a high-speed rail ticket for Dingsang. Dingsang changed into his clothes, almost too late to prepare, so he hurriedly took the elevator downstairs. Downstairs, his BMW 7 Series sedan has been parked there respectfully. The subordinates respectfully opened the car door for him. "President Ding, why are you going out in such a hurry? Are you going to a meeting?" the driver asked cautiously while sitting in the car. "Provisional resolution. Go to Lhasa for a special meeting." Dingsang covered up. He can't tell his subordinates, he is absconding for fear of sin, right? He felt that something was not quite right at this moment. "Let's run away first." Then he commanded his subordinates remotely and cleared all clues about his dealings with go shows. Then everything has nothing to do with him. But, just when Dingsang got into the BMW car, in the distance, there was a rush of police sirens. Exclamation mark. Dai Wu, ha. When he heard these sirens, Ding Seng's expression in the BMW car suddenly changed. Follow the window glass and look out. Tens of meters away from the street. A patrol room vehicle with flashing police lights is coming fast! Exclamation mark. Crunch. There was a rush of brakes. The vehicles in the patrol house were so thunderous that they immediately surrounded the headquarters building of Jilang Weibo! Exclamation mark. A large group of uniformed staff hurriedly got out of the car, came directly in front of the BMW 7 Series sedan. In the BMW car, the driver was completely frightened by this scene! Exclamation mark. This is... what happened? Question mark. Ding, ding. We still... can't you go? The driver was a little incoherent, and said lightly, I'm afraid... I can't go. Ding Seng sat in the back row, his expression unprecedented embarrassment. His lips were pale, and he shivered slightly. A large group of staff in the patrol room hurried forward and blocked his BMW sedan. Boom boom boom. A staff member stepped forward and tapped the car window glass lightly. Ding Seng looked pale and slowly lowered the car window. This captain... Yes, what's the matter? Ding Seng asked in a complicated voice, pretending to be calm. President Ding, after a RAL name report, you are suspected of... illegal bribery, illegal fabrication of online rumors... internet prosecution... 3 crimes are added. You are now ordered, please go back and be investigated. The investigation letter was delivered directly in front of Ding Seng. When seeing this investigation letter, Ding Seng's complexion was instantly pale. President Ding, please come out. The staff gestured and asked Ding Seng to come out. If he doesn't come out, I am afraid they can only come forward, and please he comes out. Ding Seng's complexion was unprecedentedly embarrassing. Shaking, he pushed open the BMW door and slowly stepped out of the car. Papa. A pair of iron shackles were directly attached to his hands. May I ask... who reported me by my real name? Ding Seng's voice was a little complicated and trembling, and asked cautiously. According to the rules, RAL name report, the defendant has the right to challenge the whistleblower. This can be regarded as a right to self-protection. The staff stared dignifiedly and glanced at Ding Seng. Do you have any doubts about the RAL name report letter sent by the Forbidden City? Boom. When I heard the 3 words Forbidden City, Ding Seng's legs trembled suddenly, and she couldn't stand still. She fell directly to the ground. Purple. Forbidden City? Question mark. He is offending someone in the Forbidden City. A hero? Question mark. The RAL name report of the Forbidden City... Hetm... How could he refute it? How to question? Exclamation mark. That, but the highest center of hot summer. Ding Seng was slumped to the ground. He was supported by the staff and escorted to the patrol vehicle, because at this time, he was completely unable to walk. When he was detained into the patrol vehicle, Ding Seng's eyes trembled. Unwillingly, he glanced at the towering company building outside the car window. At this moment, he cried, "Go shows, you bastard, you killed me!" Exclamation mark. In the morning, 10 o'clock. Public opinion on the internet continues to explode. Go Show's name has been on major news and entertainment headlines almost several times. The sexual assault scandal shocked almost the entire Jiangnan. At this time, as the whistleblower of this disaster brewing, Chen Zonging, with his eyes calm, sat lightly at his desk, holding a copy of Warring States policy in both hands, and slowly flipping through it. Su Qin talked about Qin with Lian Heng, Feng Yang Meng Chen Jun. He seems to be indifferent to what is happening outside. In addition to performing tasks, he would just sit quietly www.mentalnovel.com to spend time. At the beginning, Zhang Yazi released him from the prison. For him, now, it's just a prison change. He has been imprisoned all his life. Reaper, imprisoned by slaughter. Only, in the books, those wild thinking, those deeds of warring states, soldiers and horses, can he sink into it? However, at this time, in the office next door, President Ku Yiren sat on the desk with complicated eyes, watching the news constantly popping up on the computer. She opened Weibo and found out suddenly that yesterday, the scandal news that she was pinned to the top has disappeared. Could it be that Dingsang has already dealt with that scandal? Kuiran Mema was puzzled. She contacted Dingsang yesterday, but Dingsang refused directly. According to Dingsang's attitude, shouldn't it be possible to take the scandal news off the shelves? However, at this moment, boom boom boom, suddenly there was a knock on the door outside the office. "Come in," Kuiran shouted. The secretary Sungs stepped on high heels with a complicated face, and walked into the office quickly. "President Ku, please turn on the TV and watch it. CCTV is a set of TV." Sun Xu's pretty face was complicated and said hurriedly. Kuiran was taken aback for a moment. "Which is, what happened again?" She hurriedly turned on the LCD TV in the office and tuned to CCTV 1. In one set of CCTV programs, surprisingly, a criminal interview is ongoing. In the talk show ... the criminal subject being interviewed, surprisingly ... is the old wave Weibo boss, Dingsang! When seeing this scene, Kuiran's pretty face was shocked and inexplicable. "Can't believe it. This ? Dingsang was arrested. I was still on the phone yesterday and ... was arrested this morning. Is it too fast?" What a coincidence. During the interview on the program, Dingsang was confessing, crying constantly, and took the initiative to explode inside information. "It was I who accepted the bribe from Go Shows of Yuanxing Group, which made Kuiran ... and the hundreds of pornographic videos of the bosses into the hot search. The hot search of Kuiran was caused by me and Go Shows ... The purpose is to suppress the Ku Group and form commercial persecution. I accepted Go Shows' 300 million bribe. I knew I was wrong, and I regret it. Please be organized and give me a chance to change my mind." When I heard the words revealed by Dingsang in the interview program, Kuiran's pretty face became completely shocked and complicated. Incredible. This! Monthly ticket! Chapter 366 Yiren's name. When I heard the words revealed by Dingsang in the interview program, Kuiran's pretty face became completely shocked and complicated. Incredible. This! Her heart beat faster. Beautiful eyes are complex and shocked, staring at the TV screen. Dingsang made all the crimes public. The scandal that has bothered me day and night ... Finally, it's whitewashed. Her reputation has been preserved. At this moment, Kuiran's beautiful eyes were a little red. But she obviously held it back and didn't cry. All the stains were washed away at this moment. All popular opinion searches have been deleted. Then, the major entertainment media, including the WE Media Big V accounts involved, came forward and apologized. This. In an instant, the situation reversed quickly. As for the hundreds of chairmen and CEOs involved in Yanzoman, their news has also been dropped. The chairman and bosses surrendered one after another, and everyone sued Go Shows. It shows that the entire Yanzoman incident was forcibly forced by Go Shows. As for these dark things, Kuiran didn't care about it. Self-reliance. But so, the only thing she cares about is her reputation. Now, the reputation is finally preserved. The whole thing came to the bottom. However, the only thing that puzzled Kuyi people, why, with such a big incident, Go Shows? But no news of his arrest broke out. Public opinion accused him of all charges. There was even that shocking sexual assault scandal. However, Go Shows? But it seemed as if the world had evaporated, without any news. There was no notice from the Jiangnan organization that Go Shows had been arrested. If there is no notice, it means that Go Shows ... has not been arrested yet. This. Thinking of the numerous relationships of interest, Kuiran couldn't help but feel faintly inexplicably cold. Behind this Jiangnan, undercurrents are surging, and interests are protecting each other, which is horrifying. As of 11 o'clock noon, The stock market closed. The Ku Group's share price finally came back. The market value of those huge losses has returned. The entire public opinion orientation has finally entered formality. Without the malicious involvement of the Navy, the internet finally calmed down. However, Koo Yae-rin was sitting in the office, but her mood was faintly suspicious. Yesterday, I suffered a cyber-framing attack. But the next day, the situation suddenly reversed. Overnight, Go Shou's sexual assault scandal was exposed. Then, the boss of the Old Wave Group was arrested? All this is too coincidental. Coincidentally, even Koo Yae-rin himself didn't quite believe it. It's a coincidence that the scenes of events are put together. I was just attacked by public opinion yesterday. The next day, Go Shou's was counter-attacked. The boss of the Old Wave Group was also arrested and brought to justice. If there is no one to help, how can there be such a fast efficiency? Koo Yae asked herself. She couldn't have such means at all. Go Shou's sexual assault scandal was directly exposed nationwide on CCTV News. How much capacity is needed for this? Without a little skill, how can CCTV News open a green channel for it? Exposing Go Shou's in such important news. You know, YC's news, but an authoritative official news media. Even with Koo Yae's current status, she begged Y to see her. People will not always pay attention to her, because that news organization is subordinate to the Forbidden City. Thinking of this, Koo Yae-rin's beautiful eyes gradually condensed. Among them, who is helping yourself? Subconsciously, she picked up her mobile phone and dialed a number in Kyoto. Xiogin, help me go to the TV station to investigate and find out who provided the news of Go Shou's sexual assault this time. Koo Yae-rin said with a solemn voice and slowly. On the other side of the phone, the woman answered, saying that she was waiting for my news, and she hung up the phone. Sitting on an office chair, Koo Yae-rin could only wait for news quietly. She is in Kyoto, not without contacts. There are also some reliable contacts all over Kyoto. So, I want to use those connections to find out behind this ... Who is helping yourself? Koo Yae's emotions are a bit complicated and confused. This incident is indeed too coincidental. If there is no one to help her, she herself does not believe it. But who would it be? 12 o'clock noon. On Koo Yae-rin's phone, the Kyoto phone finally rang again. She hurriedly picked up the phone. How about it? Have you found it out? No, the information is kept strictly confidential, so I can't ask, the woman said helplessly on the other side of the phone. Hearing this, Koo Yae-rin's eyes flashed with disappointment. Oh, trouble you, thank you. After hanging up, she sighed. Suddenly, her mind changed. Thought of Mr. Chen next door? Mr. Chen ... unpredictable ... could it be ... this matter? Is he behind, secretly helping himself? However, after thinking about it, Koo Yae-rin shook his head suspiciously. Shouldn't it? According to Mr. Chen's personality, if he wants to help himself, he must tell himself honestly. Maybe you can't help yourself in secret, right? However, Koo Yae-rin was still puzzled. Taking a look at the time, she got up and walked out of the office. Turned around and went to the front of the security director's office next door. Boom boom boom. Koo Yae-rin knocked on the office door lightly. Enter. A calm and deep voice came from inside. Koo Yae-rin took advantage of the trend and opened the office door. Pushing the door and entering, there is a pungent smell of smoke. The entire office was almost enveloped in the faint smell of cigarettes. Chen Zhongying was sitting on a chair with Erlang's legs upright, flipping through a book in his hand. Mr. The scandal about me has been washed away. The hot-searched public opinion on the internet has also been taken off the shelves. Koo Yae-rin's voice was calm and said slowly. Chen Zong continued to sit on the chair without raising his eyes to look at her. What kind of scandal? His voice was calm, with a trace of indifference, and asked indifferently. Hearing such a rhetorical question, Koo Yae-rin was slightly taken aback. I just said this, but there is something in it. She is taking Mr. Chen's words. She asked Mr. Chen yesterday, And Mr. Chen's answer was not to read Weibo. So naturally I don't know my own public opinion news. So, what she is asking now is actually just rhetoric. If Mr. Chen responds, it means he fully understands the whole thing. Well, the whole thing. It is very likely that he is helping behind the scenes. But, at this time, Mr. Chen replied, "What kind of scandal? Question mark. Could it be he really doesn't know the whole thing? Question mark." At this moment, Ku Yiren was puzzled. That's the news that Go Shows was arrested in the morning? The whole behind the scenes. It seems that he was playing a ghost. Ku Yiren's mood was a little complicated, hesitated, and with a trace of unwillingness, he continued to ask informally. Chen Zhenging, but still indifferent, continued to flip through the books. What is behind the scenes? He seemed to have no idea, and then asked again, "If you are reading a book, can you please click and send a monthly pass? Thanks." No monthly ticket. The editor scolds me every day. Chapter 367. Bai Dao is famous. Goxing Chen Zhenging, but still indifferent, continued to flip through the books. What is behind the scenes? He seemed to have no idea, and then asked again. Ku Yiren. This time, Ku Yiren was completely puzzled and confused. Could it be that Mr. Chen really didn't know? Question mark. Ku Yi was a little confused, secretly suspicious. However, based on Mr. Chen's expression at this time, he seems really ignorant. Thought, the final result is this. In Ku Yiren's heart, for some reason, there was a faint frustration. Isn't it Mr. Chen? Then, who is the one who helped yourself? Who is it? Going to the West Building alone without words. The moon is like a hook. At this moment, the Ku Yi people lost a lot of heart. In her heart, she faintly expected that the person who helped her would be Mr. Chen. This is also the result she wants. However, at this time she a bit lost, a bit irritable inexplicably. Her emotions at this time are very complicated. Is there anything else? Chen Zongguang asked indifferently. If it's okay, please go out and don't disturb me reading. His tone was cold and calm, as if he didn't have the slightest emotional fluctuation. This is a man who is cold to the bone, like a steel machine, without the feelings that humans should have. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes were complicated, and he hesitated. It's almost time for dinner. Shall we go to dinner together? Go ahead, I'm not hungry. Chen Zhonging continued to be extremely cold, and slowly refused. There was a trace of loss on Ku Yi's face that could not be concealed. Oh, she replied, turned slightly, stepped on high heels, and walked out of the office. Only Chen Zhonging was left, and continued to sit in the office, faintly puffing out smoke rings. Throughout the afternoon, Ku Group's stocks have grown steadily. After a news interview in the morning, insiders broke the news that the Ku Yiren's public opinion crisis was finally passed peacefully. However, she has lingering fears. If it weren't for the CCTV insider report that suddenly appeared. I don't know, how long will it take to be attacked by public opinion? If it continues, even she doesn't know if her reputation can it still be washed clean? Internet public opinion is too powerful and terrifying. Once some public opinion explodes, it may last a lifetime. For example, if some celebrities spread all kinds of vicious scandals, it will be fatal. In the future, even if the public opinion incident has passed, when people mention this name, they will whisper secretly, "The heroine of 20 guards the door." Therefore, Ku Yi people are most worried about this. But at this time, her public opinion, in such a bad situation, could actually be reversed, and it was successfully washed away. This is not lucky for her. She is lucky because she was wronged. However, on the internet, there are more people not so lucky. For example, the hundreds of chairmen of the partners involved in Yan Zouman. The reputation of those chairmen was completely destroyed, and there is video as evidence. At this moment, those hundreds of companies will face unprecedented pressure. Of course, these have nothing to do with the Ku Yi people. The whole thing finally ended peacefully. At the same time, outside Jiangnan province, Kaiangzhou, Inside a hospital, Go Shows was lying on a hospital bed, his face pale and his breath disordered. On the TV set in front of the bed, the channel was locked on CCTV1. At this time the crime record report was playing. When watching the interview, Ding sang, "That bastard stabbed all the inside story. 1, 5 and 110, Go Shows' expression was unprecedentedly harsh and embarrassing. His fists were slowly clenched, blue veins emerged, and his whole body exuded an unprecedented anger. His chest is constantly rising and falling, it is an unstoppable fire." Puff. Finally, Go Shows suddenly spewed out a big mouthful of blood. The bright red blood dyed the entire Snow White bedding. The chest of his clothes was all dyed red. For a whole day today, he vomited blood 3 times in a row. Angry, furious. The first time, when he learned that his scandal was announced to CCTV, he was so angry that he vomited blood. The second time, on an airplane, he saw that crazy insulting public opinion on the internet. He was so angry that he vomited blood and fainted. The third time, it was here, in the hospital ward. Seeing on TV, Ding Sang revealed everything. Go Shows was so angry that he vomited blood. Ding Sang ... "You bastard." Go Shows clenched his fists. Killing intent emerged! There are also Kuyi people. At this time, Go Shows hated the sky! The corners of the mouth are bloody, constantly overflowing! My son, pay attention to your body. Don't think about it anymore. The secretaries and nurses on the side, completely frightened, stepped forward quickly. "Quick, turn off the TV," the nurse ordered with a serious face. Several staff members stepped forward and hurriedly turned off the TV. At this time, Go Shows is extremely dangerous, and he must not ... receive any more stimulation. Otherwise, it will be extremely angry and lethal. However, at this moment, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open. Several bodyguards in black suits walked into the ward first. The bodyguards stood in a row, respectfully guarding both sides of the concierge. Then, a middle-aged man wearing a black suit slowly stepped into the ward. He, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his face, his mouth full of thick scum, and gentle ... with a touch of gloom that makes people fearful. The middle-aged man took out a cigar and lit it slowly. "That's it." Walking towards the ward. "Dad." When he saw the middle-aged man, Go Shows' eyes were slightly excited, his voice trembling slightly, and he shouted. This one in front of him is ... Go Shows' father. Yuangsing Group, the true chairman of the board, Gokxing Eli. This name has been all about Jiangnan for nearly several decades. 40 years ago, reform and opening up. That year, this name was only 15 years old. It has already smashed the south of the Yangtze River. The underworld started, and the White Road became famous. His name Gokxing Eli has become a legend in Jiangnan. There are countless industries under his name, including real estate, hotels, investment, finance. All profiteering industries cannot escape the palm of his Gokxing Eli. This is a long-standing legend. A real hero. Step by step, Gokxing Eli walked to the bed. He looked at his dying son who was still bleeding in his mouth while lying on the hospital bed. He slowly raised his right hand. Then, he slapped his hand suddenly. Slap. He slapped Go Shows' face with a fierce slap. Puff. Go Shows was slapped by his father, and the blood spit out again. He was lying on the bed, the Snow White bedding and mattress, all stained red with blood. It was extremely miserable and hideous. All the nurses present, already Go Shows' personal secretary, were all shocked by this scene. Everyone is unbelievable and shocked. Has my son been hurt like this? This father was so cruel that he slapped his son's face with a slap in the face! Chapter 368 Tiger Father has no dogs. Seeing this scene in the ward, all the nurses looked pale. Unbelievable. Go Shows' personal secretary has a pretty pale face, watching this scene stupidly? She just came to the company for a month, and she still doesn't understand everything about the company. Even I haven't even seen the son's father. Today, I finally saw it. As a result, it was such a scene. With a slap, he vomited blood from his seriously injured son? This is simply, is this really the biological father? At this time, Go Show's expression was miserable, and the blood in his mouth was still overflowing. His entire left cheek is already swollen, just like a pig's head. But he didn't dare to have any resistance at all. Lying on the bed, wiped the blood stains off the corners of his mouth vigorously. I was wrong. He tremblingly propped up, and bowed his head to admit his mistake. At this moment, this dignified and handsome hero Go Shows, in front of his father, did not dare to resist at all. In verse son, Goksinga Lee's voice was as cold, and he slowly uttered 2 words. Go Show's expression became more trembling and embarrassing when he heard his father's words. I'm sorry. He lay on the hospital bed, bowed his head vigorously, and apologized to his father. My Go family, for generations, the face of the hero has been lost by you. Goksinga Lee's voice was very cold, with an angry chill. He was extremely disappointed with this rebellious son. Other people of the Go surname all carry forward their surnames and their ancestors. However, it would be better for my own wicked son to be the surname of the Go family for thousands of years. Almost all the people who stirred up in the summer knew that there was a villain in the Go family, Go Show's famous scandal event. Hateful. There is only such a son of a single seedling under his command. If he has 2 sons, then he must personally interrupt this rebellious leg. My family's ancestor name, Go, has been passed down from generation to generation, and there have been countless inheritances. In today's era, there has never been, like you, a generation. Goksinga Lee's voice was extremely cold, with unprecedented anger and disappointment. Go family, my surname, looking at today's hot summer territory. Writer Go Jingming, artist Go Digang, actor Go Fucking, crosstalk Go Donglin, including the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi, Go Haitian. Which one, isn't it? For me Go family surname, earning shining glory, but good, a stinking legacy for thousands of years, makes my Go family ashamed to this point. Father Goksinga Lee became more and more angry, raised his hand abruptly, and slapped Go Shows directly on the face. Puff. Go Shows' entire right half of his face trembled violently, his cheeks swelled instantly. 2 teeth flew out with blood and water. All the nurses present, the close secretary, were shocked by this scene. This is simply, the son has been hurt like this. This old man, still beat his son so desperately? Is this is it his own old master please be merciful the son is just very angry at this time, the body is weak. The close female secretary's face was complex and pale, and she said softly. Goksinga Lee glanced sideways, and glanced at the female secretary from the corner of his eye. Here, it's your turn for a secretary to speak. Goksinga Lee's voice was calm and cold. At the same time, the 2 bodyguards stepped forward and seized the female secretary's body. Palm. Goksinga Lee said coldly. Smack. The bodyguard raised his palm, unceremoniously, and slapped the close female secretary fiercely. P. A violent slap in the face echoed in the ward. The female secretary was slapped with blood and her cheeks were puffy and miserable. Father, don't. Father, let her go. She is my newly hired secretary. Go Shows tremblingly begged for mercy on the hospital bed. He knew that if he didn't speak, his newly recruited personal secretary would not be able to walk out of the ward alive today. So he begged for mercy. Goksinga Lee stood there calmly, under the gold-rimmed glasses, glanced lightly at his son on the hospital bed. Then, gently raised his hand. Several bodyguards motioned, and then released the female secretary. Puff. The female secretary's body slumped directly on the ground, vomiting blood. Who, allow you to turn off the TV? Goksinga Lee looked coldly, stretched out his hand and pointed directly at the TV. Turn on the TV. The female nurses did not dare to resist, and hurriedly stepped forward, carefully turning on the TV. Goksingalai tuned the channel to CCTV1 and continued to broadcast the crime talk show. And the sound is adjusted to the maximum. Keep your eyes open and show me carefully. Father Goksingalai's voice was very cold, and he said word by word. Go shows, his son, did not dare to resist any resistance at all. He endured the horror and complexity in his heart. He raised his head, held on, and watched the content on the TV. When I heard the interview with Dingsang and the revelation of the crime, Go Shows was even shown to the exposed video. Go Shows finally couldn't help it again, so angry that he suddenly overflowed with a mouthful of blood. All the nurses in the surroundings couldn't bear to look at them, and were frightened. However, the only father, Goksingalai, still looks cold and without sympathy. How ruthless is this? The son lay in the hospital bed and vomited blood and was dying. But as a father, he could still stand in front of the hospital bed unharmed, watching this scene indifferently. You can see clearly? Father Goksingalai asked slowly in a cold voice. I know it, Go Shows said with a trembling voice. His voice trembling, and his blood-red eyes. He was thrown into the primeval forest by his father when he was 8 years old, began to be hunted down by wild wolves, and be attacked and killed by various prey. His childhood was spent in the dark shadows. When he was 9 years old, his father threw him a revolver. When he was 10 years old, he murdered for the first time. The whole cheek was stained with blood. The moment the bullet was fired, he was so scared that he collapsed. Father, he cultivated it into a terrifying beast since he was a child. The tiger father has no dogs. Go Shows is a beast that has been cultivated with great concentration. But now, this young and handsome beast is in trouble. He was provoked repeatedly and repeatedly, angrily attacking the heart. He needs to get out of a nightmare. At this time, Goksingalai, although cruel, was helping him. Finally, Go Shows clenched his fists, and spit out a mouthful of black congestion. These days, the black blood accumulated in the chest was finally vomited out. His breathing trembled a little. The scarlet and terrifying eyes finally slowly returned to indifference and calmness. Just like a beast that kills people. Seeing his son finally settled down, Goksingalai took a deep cigar. Your business, I will settle it. Soon, you will be able to return to Jiangnan. Goksingalai spit out a smoke ring, turned around, and walked outside the ward. But when he stepped out of the ward, his footsteps suddenly stopped. Remember, this time, it cost 11 figures. You owe me the money. In the future, you can't go on business trips. Goksingalai's voice was cold and deep, and he walked out of the ward slowly. Only Go Shows was left, with complex and solemn eyes, sitting on the hospital bed. The 11-figure balance fee is. It will cost tens of billions of dollars. In order to settle his scandal time. This incident was an unprecedented blow to the Go family. 10 billion is not a small sum for anyone. This time, he was real and caused a big deal. Go Shows clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were cold, and a wave of indifference and murder slowly emerged. Kuyiran. Chen Zonging, I won't let you go. Wait, I will be back soon. If you have extra monthly tickets, please vote for me. Because it is related to the editor's performance evaluation index. The more monthly tickets indicate the popularity. He has a bonus. Otherwise he scolds me every day. There will be more. Chapter 369. A sword dance moves everywhere. The setting sun goes down, and the south of the Yangtze River is at dusk. In November, it was already dim at 5 o'clock in the evening. At the gate of the Ku Group, a whole row of Mercedes-Benz teams have been waiting respectfully. 2 rows of suit bodyguards stood neatly waiting at the door. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Kuyiran stepped on high heels and walked out of the Kiss mansion. Chen Zonging was in a straight suit, with a cigarette in his mouth, and followed him faintly. Kuyiran's mood at this time is more comfortable than ever. The public opinions that framed her have been explained and clarified. She was already innocent at this time. Nothing can be more comfortable than this. The depression that had been suppressed for a whole day disappeared. She walked straight out of the building, and under the protection of the bodyguards, got into the Maybach car. Chen Zonggong's eyes were calm, and then he got into the car. After a whole day, too many major events have happened in the Shanghai and Shanghai markets. CCTV reported on Go Shou's scandal. On Jilang Weibo, CEO Ding Sang was arrested and interviewed by CCTV, directly exposing Go Shou's conspiracy. On this day, the people in Jiangnan ate several large melons one after another. The stock market and the business world are almost turbulent. But, all of this, as far as Chen Zong is concerned, there is no slight fluctuation. He, as the party involved in this situation, looked calm and indifferent at this time, sitting in the Maybach car, slowly puffing out smoke rings. The wind is light and the clouds are light, without the slightest fluctuation. It really seems that everything in the outside world has nothing to do with him. Mercedes-Benz, slowly driving on the street. Along the way, Ku Yiren and Chen Zonggong sat in the car, speechless. Ding! At this moment, Chen Zongying's mobile phone WeChat ringtone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone in confusion and took a look. Yuan Li, mister, I miss you a little bit. Can you come to my house for dinner tonight? I prepared something delicious. Chen Zongying? He directly deletes the information interface and turns off the phone. Continue to puff and smoke rings. However, within a few minutes, the text message came again. Yuan Li, my sword technique ... I have practiced for a long time, and I haven't made any progress. Can you instruct me? I will cook for you in the evening, Yuan Li said, and sent him a short video. Chen Zongying glanced slightly, then clicked on the short video and glanced lightly. In the video, a figure of a King Wu woman, holding a dagger, is dancing quickly. Every move and every style is actually similar to his move. Chen Zongying's eyes condensed slightly. That day, he just showed Yuan Li the sword technique once, but this woman, unexpectedly, remembered so soon. Can you grasp the look at a glance? This level is almost rare, although there are many flaws in the knife technique. However, it is extremely difficult to achieve such a similarity with just a glance. This is an extremely talented killer embryo. Such an idea came to Chen Zong's mind. As a killer, the first thing he thought of was to cultivate Yuan Li and become a real killer. Such talented embryos, if you don't become a killer agent, it's simply ... a waste of talent instinct. But, thinking of that beautiful and pure face, Chen Zong was lost in thought. He didn't want to lose that face a second time. Even if this person is not Xiaji. Sir ... this girl ... who is it? At this moment, Ku Yiren, who was sitting in the Maybach car, suddenly asked with wonder and curiosity. She sat next to her and glanced curiously. She saw the video on the screen of Chen Zongying's phone, and she also saw the girl in the picture. Chen Zongying's expression was calm, and he slowly turned off the phone video. A canary. His eyes were calm. He lit a cigarette, and responded faintly, "Okay." Hearing this answer, Ku Yiren was taken aback first. Somewhat suspicious, inexplicable. Canary, what does this mean? ? She couldn't react a little, and couldn't figure out the meaning. Chen Zongying was too lazy to explain too much, sitting aside, faintly puffing out smoke rings. Half an hour later, the Mercedes-Benz team stopped at the gate of Kius Manor. After escorting Kuyi people home, Chen Zong got up and got out of the car. Stop eating tonight, something is going on. Chen Zonggong said lightly with his eyes calm. Oh, the Ku Yiren was taken aback when he heard that, and could only walk into the villa with a complicated mind. Chen Zong turned around, got into a Mercedes-Benz, turned around, galloped away. Shanghai Sea, Huangpu River Bank. Thomson Yipin Villa. Yuan Li is wearing a night dress, and a table full of hearty dishes has been cooked. The fragrance of the room is tangy. This table dish was specially prepared for Mr. Chen by her. However, Mr. Chen did not answer the phone or give her any answer. Her mood is a bit complicated and inexplicable. Sitting alone at the dining table, her long and narrow eyelashes trembled lightly, looking a little lonely and charming. The dishes on the table have gradually cooled down. In the November weather, the vegetables won't keep warm for long. She picked up the phone and continued to send a WeChat message to Mr. Chen. But the other party still did not respond. In her eyes, there was a trace of inexplicable complex loss. Ding dong at this moment, suddenly. Outside the door of the mansion, there was a doorbell. Yuan Li's beautiful eyes were slightly taken aback. Stepping on her slippers, she hurriedly got up, walked to the door and turned on the electronic video. When, seeing the familiar figure in the video frame, standing at the door. At this moment, Yuan Li's heart was beating, pounding, and his whole person changed from being just a godless to excitement in an instant. She hurried forward and opened the door. Chen Zong's eyes were calm. At this time, he was standing in the doorway, coldly swallowing smoke rings. Sir ... You are here, the food is ready. Come in soon, Yuan Li's pretty face said ecstatically. Chen Zonging expressionlessly, stepping on his leather shoes, slowly walked into the mansion. I'm not here to eat. His voice was still cold. Your sword technique is full of flaws. Chen Zonging came to the sofa in the living room and sat down. Light a cigarette. Practice it again. His eyes were calm, and he gestured to Yuan Li. Yuan Li was taken aback, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. She picked up a rubber band and gently her long black hair. Then, he came to the living room. She raised her right hand gently. A sharp dagger appeared in his hand. She is also like Mr. Chen, concealing the weapon in the sleeve of her right hand anytime and anywhere. This seems to have become a habit. Then, her jade arm, which was like a diamond, danced gently. The dagger cuts through the air. In the living room ... changing like a silver dragon. King Wu. Yuan Li's figure is very beautiful. The silver blade dances, walking lightly. At that moment, the wind was beautiful. Chen Zonging's pupils condensed slightly. In my mind, it was uncontrollable. I recalled the figure of that woman. Too much alike. There was a beautiful woman in the past, Gongsun. A sword dance moves everywhere. Lining beauty is in Beidi, Miao Wu. This song is full of spirits. Chen Zong's figure suddenly jumped up, back with both hands, calm and elegant. Step by step, he walked into Yuan Li's killing and encirclement. Let me see how fast your knife is. Add more to! Exclamation mark. Where's the monthly pass? Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Chapter 370 Huo Ruai shoots 9 sunsets. Chen Zong's figure suddenly jumped up, back with both hands, calm and elegant. Step by step, he walked into Yuan Li's killing and encirclement. Let me see how fast your knife is. Yuan Li had a pretty face, hesitated for a moment with the dagger in his hand. Don't stop, stab your knife at me, Chen Zonging said calmly and coldly. Yuan Li hesitated, her teeth biting her red lips, but she was still obedient, stabbing the dagger in her hand towards Mr. Chen. Just leave a trace of strength in case you hurt mister. But she was wrong. When her dagger stabbed in front of her husband, Chen Zong suddenly lifted his right hand suddenly and slapped him hard. Boom! With a palm on Yuan Li's chest. Yuan Li's whole person had no time to react, and was directly blown out by a huge force. Her delicate body slammed against the wall and rolled to the ground. Puff! Yuan Li only felt a sweet throat, and a mouthful of blood overflowed. Being palmed by one of them, he flew directly ... vomiting blood on the spot. She was lying on the ground, her pretty face pale, and her whole person unprecedentedly embarrassed. At that moment, she didn't even have time to react, let alone escape, and was directly blown away by her husband. At this time, there was a faint pain in the chest, and the whole chest, as if to be torn apart. She was less than 20 years old, and she had never been ... so embarrassed. She trembled lightly, reaching out, wipe off the blood stains from the corners of her red lips. making her feel a little confused. She never thought that her husband would take action and hurt herself. Her mood at this time is very complicated. Chen Zhongying stood calmly in the living room with his hands on his back. His eyes stared at Yuan Li coldly. So weak. Are you killing ... or tickling? Stand up. Pick up your weapon. This is not a drill. Chen Zhongying's voice was very cold and cold, without the slightest emotional color. If you give up, withdraw now ... It's still too late. His eyes were like a cold machine, without any emotion. Yuan Li's pretty face was complicated. She gritted her teeth stubbornly, trembling lightly, and got up from the ground. She did not opt out. Sir. Continue, she said stubbornly, and then she suddenly raised her right hand. The dagger danced quickly, and rushed towards Chen Zong. The inner stubbornness and reluctance to admit defeat. Let her hold on. Persevere at this moment. She knew that this was a very difficult road. From the moment she chose, she has never looked back. She wants to become stronger. She wants to protect herself. She wants to protect those ... the people she wants to protect. The first half of her life was spent in bullying the weak. In the second half of her life, she wants to change her life. Today, Mr. Chen is her guide. She didn't want to be the weak Kono Lily in the eyes of others. She wants to become a stubborn Qingwei, so arrogant that no one dares to hurt her anymore. Yuan Li was holding a dagger, and stubbornly rushed towards Chen Zhongying again. Chen Zong's eyes were calm, and his right hand lightly lifted. Boom! Yuan Li's whole body, like a kite off the line, was directly blown out. Puff! Her delicate body slammed into a coffee table behind her, with tremendous force. Shattered the entire mahogany coffee table. Yuan Li's body fell severely to the ground in the ruins, attacking with severe pain. Her long hair was messy, her body was in severe pain. Her pretty face was pale, and she couldn't get up in pain. This is the first time she feels that life is better than death. The whole body's bones seemed to be torn apart. In the mouth of the red lips sandalwood, a puff of blood slowly overflowed. At this time, she was extremely miserable. Even the dagger in his hand was shaking lightly, and he couldn't hold it anymore. That's not going to work. Chen Zong's eyes were calm, and he slowly lit a cigarette. Stand up. Give you 3 seconds. At this moment, his face was unprecedentedly cold and ruthless, but he didn't even have the slightest hint of pity and cherishment. From the beginning, Yuan Li chose this path. That's it. There is no way out. Today, Chen Zong is soft. After that day, Yuan Li must die. Every inch of cruelty at this moment, is ... saving Yuan Li. The battlefield is ruthless. The enemy will not give you any chance to breathe. If there is no bloodshed now, in the future, only life will be left. Just when Chen Zong's voice fell, his figure suddenly disappeared in place. At this moment, Yuan Li's pretty face shook suddenly. Her beautiful eyes looked around in shock. The empty hall? Where is Mr. Jin's person? When she blinked, suddenly, Chen Zhongying's figure has teleported in front of her. Chen Zhongying lifted his foot like lightning, and hit Yuan Li lying on the ground with a fierce kick. Trampled down, like a broken bamboo, murderous intent is raging. With this force, there is no mercy. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. Yuan Li's pretty face, pale, panicked, lost. Boom! When Chen Zhongying gave a fierce kick and stepped on it, the entire ground under his feet cracked and collapsed in an instant! Exclamation mark. Countless tiles are all broken and shattered! Exclamation mark. However, Yuan Li under his feet disappeared. The figure of that girl, like a ghost, disappeared in place. Chen Zhongying bowed his head, staring at the empty ground under his feet. His eyes condensed slightly. The next second, when he blinked, a dagger, like a ghost, stabbed from behind him. Quickly, the corners of Chen Zhongying's mouth raised an arc. This girl, almost in the blink of an eye. Has already mastered his steps. This kind of talent is simply terrifying. However, Chen Zong did not evade at all. He turned slightly and lifted his fingers slightly. Zheng. The sharp dagger that stabbed and hovered at a distance of 1 centimeter from Chen Zong's neck. Because Chen Zong's were clamping the sharp blade, Yuan Li was holding a dagger, trying to struggle with Mr. Jin's control. But he couldn't move an inch at all. The entire dagger was clamped tightly by him, unable to move a bit. Not fast enough. Not accurate enough. With a light flick of Chen Zong's right hand, he flicked the dagger into the air. Yuan Li's pretty face condensed, his jade hand raised, and he shook the dagger back in his hand, and then raised his sharp blade and stabbed Chen Zong again. Murder emerges. This time, Chen Zong in her eyes saw a faintly revealing killing intent. The corners of Chen Zong's mouth raised an unprecedented arc. This girl is really a natural killer and good seed. In this state, can he show his murderous intent? It's not an exaggeration to be a genius. The action is not fast enough. Chen Zong dodged his body, avoiding Yuan Li's knife. Then he flicked between his fingers and tapped on Yuan Li's arm joints, pointing. Following Chen Zong's instructions, he came in person. Yuan Li's movements became smoother and smoother. Every move, every style, contains endless killing intent. Kuo-Ruai shot 9 sunsets. Zhao is like a group of emperors and dragons. In ancient times, there was a face like jade. Kill 100 people with 1 sword. Add more to, brothers! Exclamation mark. My monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Chapter 371. He belongs to. In the living room, the sword is rampant. Yuan Li's body danced like electricity. The steps under the feet, every step. Actually learning the movements of Mr. Chen, flashing quickly. Chen Zong was calm and indifferent, standing in the living room. Around the body, endless sword intent is surging. Although Yuan Li's attack could not completely hit Chen Zong now. However, every move and every style of her was precisely aimed at Chen Zong's vitals. In a short period of time, being able to train the sword technique. To this point, this kind of talent is simply unprecedented. Stab the atrium, the position of the heart, a fatal blow. Chen Zong lifted his right hand slightly and bounced Yuan Li's dagger back. His tone was cold and he slowly pointed the right way. Sweeping the bone, the foundation of the spine, can be fatal. Pinyin and white, the first of people, deadly. Dabbing 100 hue, breaking the head, deadly. The piercing syrup, the human trachea, can be fatal. Spabbing a little businessman can break the veins and veins. It is fatal. Chen Zong's voice was indifferent, and lightning struck out with his right hand, pointing Yuan Li one by one. Point out all the deadly parts of the human body. One by one. In the human body, there are a total of 108 lethal acupuncture points all over the body. Every blow can kill people. By mastering these 108 dead spots, you can kill people anytime, anywhere in the battle. A person's defense power, no matter how strong it is, can't resist it in an instant, and there are 108 dead spots in the whole body. Yuan Li's pretty face was solemn. She didn't speak, but the knife in her hand was surging rapidly. What the husband said, every word and every action should be kept in mind. Her body was surrounded by Chen Zong, with swordsmanship surging like lightning. Now learning and using now, facing Chen Zong's body, those 108 acupuncture points rushed to him. A slightly cold arc flashed across the corner of Chen Zong's mouth. This girl was shocked by how fast he mastered it. Looking in front of him, the sword light that struck like lightning. He lifted his right hand lightly. The clouds were light and the wind was extremely light. Yuan Li was bombed out again with his whole body. Her delicate body slammed into the wall behind her, blasting the decorations and counters on the wall directly into pieces. Yuan Li's pretty face was pale, and his body was in severe pain. But she endured the severe pain. Her jade hand trembled lightly, but the knife in her hand did not fall. The knife is here. The man is here. The husband said that when the knife fell, people died in the battlefield for tens of thousands of moments. An assassination without a knife means that the silk is dead. So she is absolutely impossible to let the knife fall off. She trembled lightly and gingerly got up from the ruins on the ground. The dagger in his right hand was still tightly held, a trace of red blood dripping slowly down the jade arm. She is already injured, but she still held the handle of the knife tightly, step by step, walking towards Mr. Chen. She will continue to fight and continue to practice the knife. Chen Zong's eyes were calm, and he glanced at her indifferently, and saw the light trembling of the palm of her jade arm. Hands are trembling. If you can't hold the knife, it's death. Chen Zong's voice was calm and indifferent, like a machine. Today, I'm here. Chen Zong calmly lit a cigarette, turned around, and came to the table. At this time, the table was filled with a tableful of hearty dishes. He took a seat calmly, then picked up the tableware and began to eat. Yuanli's hand was trembling, and in this state, he could no longer continue his attack. And Chen Zong was also hungry. So the training is over. Yuan bit her red lips tightly, a little unwilling and stubborn, but she knew that her physical condition did not allow it. He could only wipe off the blood stains at the corners of his mouth, and retract the dagger into his sleeve. She is gradually transforming from a weak and compassionate woman into a cold killer, female assassin. This road, blood and thorns, but she does not regret it. Yuan Li came to the dining table, sat down gently, and looked at her husband's indifferent dining appearance. Her mood is a bit complicated. This man saved himself, helped himself, and supported himself. Now, he has become his own guide, teaching himself the technique of swordsmanship. For Mr. Chen, Yuanli's emotions are inexplicable. Even she herself doesn't know what emotion is that. Looking at this man, he was calm and indifferent. As he was eating, Yuan Li always had a question in his mind. After hesitating for a long time, she looked at her husband with beautiful eyes and asked carefully, "Sir, are you affiliated with any organization? Are you a killer, or a mercenary?" I want to join," Yuan Li asked with a complicated voice, cautiously. In her eyes, Chen Zong can possess such a terrifying skill, an extraordinary person. These characters are bound to be the main combatants of some terrifying forces. She also really wants to join those mysterious organizations for nothing else. Just for, on the battlefield. Be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Mr. Chen. Even if, at a certain moment, for Mr. Step forward to block the bullet. She wants to join the organization. She wants to be her husband's helper. But, just after Yuan Li said this, Chen Zong's figure has disappeared from the dining table. In the next second, when Yuan Li blinked again, an afterimage had teleported in front of him. Chen Zong's white palm caught Yuan Li's snow-white neck like lightning, and lifted her whole person up. Cough cough. Yuan Li was caught off guard. His pretty face was pale and his long hair messy. The entire neck was severely pinched, as if he was about to die. "Who give you the courage? Let you ask me about my background." Chen Zong's voice was unprecedentedly cold, and his icy eyes exuded endless murderous intent. His big taboo is, others inquire about his identity organization. He belongs to the most mysterious organization department in the summer. His code name is now Taboo. Searching for his subordinate department, there is no mercy for death. This is the ordinance for the organization to take the oath when training him back then. This is a conditioned reflex. It is the murderous surging of Chen Zong's instinct. At this moment, he squeezed Yuan Li's neck fiercely, and the horror roar rushed out instantly. In his pupils, it was replaced by an endless sea of blood. Shishan bones. Rain of bullets. The scenes of blood slaughter were instantly ignited in my mind, like a tsunami, unstoppable memories, emerging. His hand squeezed Yuan Li's neck fiercely, his fingers almost sinking into this woman's trachea, trying to choke her off. Yuan Li's whole body is pale, she struggles lightly, she can't resist at all, her pretty face is terrified. The trachea is about to be torn and will die. Say, who sent you here? Chen Zonging's voice was colder than ever before, pinching Yuan Li's neck, and Sen Han asked, No one sent me. Yuan Li's voice was weak and trembling, and he could barely catch his breath. I just want to fight with your husband. Yuan Li's beautiful eyes were red, which was the stubbornness before death. I want to block the bullet for her husband. Hearing these words, Chen Zong's severely pinched hand trembled slightly. Fifth, 2! I and Xin are so powerful, how about your monthly pass? I can't explain it, old Dian. Chapter 372. And again, send you on the road. Chen Zonging's whole body, the murderous intent all over his body, finally gradually receded. In the next second, he finally released his hand. Yuan Li fell to the ground with his whole body, tenderly limp and trembling slightly. She coughed violently, her pretty face turned pale, and she came back from the ghost gate in a circle. Chen Zonging's expression was as cold, like a god-king demon. Just standing in place like this, his eyes were cold. Just now, when he heard, Yuan Li, the woman, tentatively asked her department. His body's instinct is to kill. Kill everything. Look for department organizers. This is the horrible reflex formed by countless life and death training. He is a machine, a real killing machine. He has no emotions. Anyone who dares to ask the organizers behind him will be wiped out one by one. Even Kuyiran ... he would be merciless. It's just that Yuan Li's words just made him. His heart shook slightly. Stop the bullet for yourself. Hearing these words, his heart of killing Bingen was taken aback and finally let go of this woman. Chen Zong's eyes were cold, and he glanced at the trembling body on the ground. Only this time. Another time, I will send you on the road. Chen Zonging's voice was very cold, leaving only an endless chill. This is not a warning, nor a threat. Rather, it is narrating a fact. He will not give Yuan Li a second chance. No one can ask about the organization behind him. Even if this person looks so much like his deceased Xiaji. He will kill any suspects in crisis with the organization to avoid future troubles. Yuan Li's body trembled lightly, limp on the ground, feeling an unprecedented panic and inexplicable. For the first time, she felt this man's murderous intent. Chen Zongong lit a cigarette, his eyes were indifferent, and he turned away coldly. Yuan Li's beautiful eyes were complicated. She trembled lightly and got up from the ground, then suddenly stepped forward. Yuan hugged Chen Zong from behind. Just like that, she hugged the man from behind and lay on top of him, her beautiful eyes flushed. Tears could not stop falling. Chen Zong's footsteps stopped. In the entire Thompson Yipin villa, the atmosphere became a bit quiet. Chen Zonging did not speak, standing in place like a cold machine. And Yuan Li, with his jade arms wrapped his hands from behind, hugged the man's lower back tightly, as if he never wanted to loosen it again. She hugged Mr. Chen tightly and wept loudly behind him. Sir, I want to be your shadow. Okay? Yuan Li's voice trembled, begging bitterly. Be the shadow of man, follow him like a shadow ... and be inseparable from this man. At the critical moment, stand for his life. This is Yuan Li's little heart. The only beg. She just wanted to be with her husband. For her husband, she can even die. However, Chen Zonging's eyes were cold and indifferent. He pushed Yuan Li away. Chen Zonging, I don't need a shadow. After speaking, he stepped, his figure calm as cold, like a cold machine, just walked out of the mansion. Only Yuan Li was left, with a tender body trembling, limp on the ground, long hair calm, crying with pear blossoms and rain, which made people feel distressed. In her life, in only 20 years, she has never liked anyone. But now, she finally had someone in her heart. A man who is as mysterious as an iceberg and ruthless as a Terminator. Chen Zong. Yuan Li didn't know if it was love. In short, she didn't want to lose this man. Don't want to. However, at this moment, Chen Zonging, who walked out of the door of the mansion, looked indifferent, took the elevator and slowly went downstairs. He still held the cigarette in his hand. However, the cigarette had burned so much that only the last short tail remained. He clamped the cigarette until the firework of the cigarette burned the skin of his fingers, and he reacted. Shen Zongying's gaze was somewhat mechanical. He pinched out the cigarette and threw it under his feet. At this time, his mood was a little irritable and fluctuating. He walked out of the Thompson first-class mansion and went straight into the luxury Mercedes-Benz at the door. Raising the wrist, glanced at the time on the Omega watch. At this time, it was 10 o'clock in the middle of the night. He lit a cigarette again, started the car, and the Mercedes-Benz slowly drove away. Late at night, 10 o'clock exactly. At the same time, tens of kilometers away from Shanghai, the Jiangnan Yueying Theater, the General Armed Forces, the Satellite Command Center. A group of staff in green uniforms are sitting in front of the command center, conducting normal satellite control and tactical exercises. But at this moment, suddenly, a mysterious command message was sent from Kyoto, thousands of kilometers away. A staff member is puzzled. Open the command message and take a look. ? This is an international Morse code command. The electric code is professionally encrypted, and the confidentiality is extremely high. The staff looked solemn when they saw this Morse code. At the moment, dozens of Yueying's most professional communications staff members hurried forward to form a decryption team. Decrypt this Morse code. After a few minutes, the Morse code was unlocked. Its content: only a simple sentence: Jiangnan, satellite, invasion, command XL. When seeing this decrypted news, all the staff's complexion changed drastically. ! This! What does it mean? ! Is someone reminding them the Yueying satellite in Jiangnan ... was invaded? ? All the staff feel that things are more solemn than ever. At the same time, the Jiangnan Wu district, the on-duty commander, Shenbin Boss, hurried over after receiving the news. Wearing a martial arts uniform with a solemn expression, he walked into the satellite control room quickly. At this time, in the entire satellite control room, dozens of information and data workers stood dignifiedly in front of the large satellite screen, investigating the situation urgently. What's the matter? Shenbin asked with a solemn expression. Shen Boss, I received a mysterious Morse code from Kyoto. The code prompts: our Jiangnan Yueying military satellite may have been invaded. A communications soldier, with a solemn expression, stepped forward. Wu Li, QE reports. When he heard this soldier's report, Shenbin instantly became serious in front of him. The atmosphere in the entire satellite control room is unprecedentedly tense and solemn. Jiangnan's military satellite system was invaded. This! This is simply ... a shocking event. Military satellites are of unprecedented significance. It detects the entire Jiangnan area, covering an area of 10,000 square kilometers. Any military action, any crisis, can be predicted and detected in advance. It is even directly connected to the Skynet system of the patrol room. Through the careful coverage of the Skynet system, any intruders in this city can be investigated. What's more serious is that the satellite system can be directly connected through weapon satellites. This is a system that can control the military weapons of the military camp. Satellite system was invaded! Such consequences are simply unimaginable. I love you. Chapter 373 Skynet Strikes. Jiangnan Yueying satellite control room. Standing in the control room in a martial arts uniform, Shenbin looked more solemn than ever before. Satellite was invaded. Such consequences are simply unimaginable. If it was invaded by overseas terrorists, then the whole area of Jiangnan would be paralyzed by turmoil. Even the city function may collapse. Such consequences will be devastating drastically. Can you track down the source of the Morse code? Shenbin's expression was unprecedentedly solemn, and asked the communications soldier. This Morse code came suddenly ... and he couldn't confirm the authenticity of the message, so he had to confirm the source of the code as soon as possible. But the subordinates shook their heads with complex expressions. This Morse code uses Sleeville special encryption. We have never seen such encryption methods ... It is impossible to investigate its source at all. The subordinates' voices were a bit complicated and explained. They have just cracked it dozens of times, trying to investigate the source of the Morse code. However, nothing was gained. Except for knowing that the code was sent from Kyoto, no other clues were found. Shenbin's complexion was very solemn. Nowadays, the truthfulness of the Morse code message cannot be determined. Then you can only screen all the satellite systems in the sky. See, are the traces left by intruders? Exclamation mark. This is related to the safety of the entire city. He ... has to be cautious. Immediately, mobilize everyone's hands for me to conduct a comprehensive screening ... all the satellite systems in the sky. No one leaks. Shenbin looked solemn and ordered immediately. Following an order from Shenbin, it was issued. In the Yueying dormitory, hundreds of communication soldiers on duty who were resting were called out in an emergency. Everyone hurriedly changed their clothes and rushed to the satellite control room. Hundreds of people began to investigate hundreds of military satellites over the city. Unprecedented. All communication fighters, according to the XL instruction prompted in the Morse code, carry out in-depth investigations of latency all over the airspace of Jiangnan military affairs. Tens of thousands of meters high, there are military system satellites suspended. They assume the role of military defense. Can alert in advance any invasion of foreign forces, whether it is a fighter jet, a cross-border ... or a submarine, an aircraft carrier ... any overseas military system. Once it enters the airspace of Jiangnan in the summer, it will be immediately alerted. In the hot summer, as the East China Sea, the coastal area of Haikou, facing the west. So the location is extremely severe. Western warships can directly cross the Pacific Ocean and enter the southern region of the Yangtze River in the summer. Therefore, military defense is very important. At this time tonight, a sudden Morse code completely shook Jiangnan-wu district. If the military satellite system is really invaded ... the consequences are simply unimaginable. If the overseas spies were to take control of the hot summer satellites, then it is possible. The overseas will drive the Yaesu aircraft carrier into the Jiangnan waters, and everyone will not be able to detect it. Therefore, at this moment, be sure to order and investigate everything. Hundreds of communication technicians quickly checked and followed the instructions of the Morse code, and soon, they found out a piece of information about a vulnerability in the satellite system. The staff looked solemn, zoomed in on the information code, and checked it all. In the next moment, the complexion of all the staff changed drastically. The result of the test. This is indeed an intrusion command! Exclamation mark. Report. Intrusion information instructions found. The staff looked solemn and hurried to report! Exclamation mark. Hearing the report from the staff, Shenbin's complexion suddenly condensed. This! Exclamation mark. Invasion code, purpose, time, source of information. Have you found it out? Shenbin asked with a solemn expression. Intrusion code must have its purpose and time coordinate. He needs to have all the information. Invasion code ... xl ... invasion time ... It was at 8 o'clock last night. The purpose ... like, as if the voice of the staff member was slightly taken aback. It seemed ... a bit hesitant. I don't know how to report. Say, what's the purpose? Shenbin's face was solemn. He noticed something was wrong, and shouted. His body trembled, not daring to conceal something, and hurriedly said, the purpose ... is to invade a certain internet cafe in the northern Haijiang province. That internet cafe is called the Firebird Internet Cafe. Exclamation mark. When he heard these words, Shenbin's whole person, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly ... stunned! Exclamation mark. invaded the entire military satellite system. For the purpose of invading an internet cafe? Immediately contact the Northern Black Province to be stationed in Yueyang, pass the news, and investigate whether the internet cafe is abnormal. Shen Bin's expression was solemn, and he immediately ordered that Firebird Internet Cafe might be an overseas spy, and it might be a secret base set up in the hot summer. So be sure to check it out. Where is the source of the information? Shen Bin continued to ask with a solemn voice. The complexion of his subordinates is a bit complicated. Hesitating, the report said, the source of the information comes from a Huawei Mate 30 mobile phone. Huh? Shen Bin's complexion trembled again in disbelief. Huawei cell phone? This, how can it be? At this time, Shen Bin's pupils were slightly widened, and he couldn't believe it. The source of the information, from Huawei Mate 30 mobile phone? Use a Huawei mobile phone to invade the military satellite system? This, What the fuck? How can it be? You know, tens of thousands of meters above, the countless military satellites are all super satellites encrypted by special military defense. Even the international and Western world, countless military intelligence bureaus, cannot crack it. But, at this moment, was invaded by a Huawei mobile phone? How could it be possible for a mobile phone to invade the military satellite? No matter from the performance of the equipment or the operation technique, it is impossible at all. The original intention of the mobile phone is to just entertain and make phone calls. There is no military use at all. Use a mobile phone as a medium for military purposes, and fucking invaded their Jiangnan Yueyang military satellite! This is simply, it's a fantasy! Give me a thorough follow-up immediately and investigate the source of that information. Check it out for me, turn on Skynet data, and investigate the whereabouts of that Huawei phone. Shen Bin's expression was more solemn than ever before, and he immediately ordered! Although, the time of the information invasion was last night. However, as long as it invades, it can leave traces in the system, which is difficult to erase. Now, following this trace, inquire about the whereabouts of that Huawei mobile phone. With the order issued, tens of thousands of meters high in the sky, countless satellites in the south of the Yangtze River have all expanded their satellite frequencies and started wireless detection. In every corner of the city, there are almost all 4G signals from operators. These 4G signals were originally used by mobile phone users to make calls and surf the internet. However, at this moment these civilian 4G signals instantly turned into military signals to help Yueyang comprehensive investigation the whereabouts of that Huawei mobile phone. At the same time, the Skynet system of the patrol room in the whole city is turned on instantly. Thousands of highways in the city, hundreds of thousands of surveillance cameras, all turned on and started a carpet search. 2 words, monthly pass! 2 more words, add more! Chapter 374 Airspace, Drone Field. Late at night, 10:20, Shanghai City. The streets of Huangpu District. A black Mercedes-Benz S600 is slowly driving in the neon street. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the streets of Shanghai and Heihai were empty. Chen Zhongying sat in the cab, his eyes calm and indifferent, holding the steering wheel in both hands, slowly driving the vehicle. Ahead, traffic lights, red lights jump up. Chen Zhong stepped on the brake lightly, and the Mercedes-Benz S600 slowed down slowly and stopped at the intersection of traffic lights. Chen Zhongying sat in the car with cold eyes, staring lightly at the empty road ahead. Suddenly, his ears trembled slightly. Immediately afterwards, his pupils slowly condensed. He noticed the infrasound waves in the air. The high frequency intensity The invisible frequency radio waves quietly cover every corner of the city through the wireless 4G network all over the city. Starter field, carpet sweep search. For ordinary people, they may not notice anything unusual at all. At this time, there are countless fashionable young men and women in front of the night snack stalls on the dark night streets. They just came out of the nightclub and came to the night snack stall, eating barbecue and drinking beer, still laughing and laughing. Because ordinary people can't perceive the frequency of such ultra-infrasonic waves at all. This frequency is almost impossible to perceive by the human brain's touch. Only those insects and creatures can feel these frequency fluctuations with their special sense of smell. But, at this moment, the street traffic lights in that Mercedes-Benz S600 sedan, Chen Zong, also felt these infrasound fluctuations. His ears quivered slightly. His eardrums can clearly perceive their silent frequency fluctuations in the surrounding air, because his ears, hearing, have undergone special training in all aspects. It can capture the sound of the field that human ears and perception cannot perceive. Chen Zonging sat in the car, his eyes calm and indifferent. He glanced around, then slowly took out a cigarette and lit it. He opened the panoramic sunroof of the Mercedes-Benz. He raised his head slightly, his eyes deep, staring at the stars above the car roof. The stars flickered in the dark night sky. Can't see anything ... But the corner of his mouth raised a deep touch. He can feel the changes around him. Frequency fluctuations are accelerating. The 4G signals of countless mobile operators are being transformed into military search signals, in a comprehensive search. At the same time, Jiangnan New Ying, the base headquarters, satellite control room. Countless satellites, together with 4G models, are converted into infrasound waves. Through high-frequency signal search, the source of the Huawei mobile phone has almost been locked. Thanks to Lieutenant Chen, the intrusion device, Huawei Mate 30 mobile phone, has been targeted. The staff looked solemn and Huey reported. The target is currently located in Shanghai, Huangpu District, and Huihai North Road. The target is accurate to a radius of 500 meters. Hearing the report, Shen Bin looked solemn and walked quickly to the big satellite screen. Satellite map, unfold in an instant. The picture is enlarged to tens of thousands of times. Turn on the Skynet system immediately and give me the exact block and building, Shen Bin shouted with a solemn voice. Yes, replied with a red color under his hand. Then in the next second, the Skynet system of the entire city was turned on instantly. Huangpu District, near Huihai Road, thousands of street surveillance cameras. All zoom in, locate everywhere. Search for the target. Suddenly, on the satellite map, an alarm was on. On a street on a map, the red dot flashes. Report to the governor, the target has been found. With a solemn expression under his hand, he reported. I saw it. Shen Bin's pupils were deeper than ever. Enlarge the picture for me. At the same time, in the surrounding control room, many staff members were curious and dignified, standing nervously in front of the satellite screen, all holding their breath, staring at the picture on the satellite screen. On the satellite screen, the picture ... is being continuously enlarged. Finally, the screen has been enlarged 50 times. A clear street picture is presented in front of the satellite screen. This time, everyone clearly saw the flashing position of the red dot on the screen. That's a traffic light intersection on the street of Huihai Middle Road in Huangpu District. A black Mercedes-Benz car with a Shanghai local license plate stopped at the intersection, waiting for the traffic lights. The red light of the satellite warning is flashing at the signal intersection of this car. That Huawei Mate 30 mobile phone that invaded the satellite system is hidden in this black Mercedes-Benz sedan! The captain, car model, Mercedes-Benz S600, black model. The staff quickly analyzed the model of the car. The driver in the car, one person, male. Based on the judgment of the satellite images, the staff judged the simple features of the driver. Shen Bin looked solemn, standing in front of the big satellite screen, staring at the black Mercedes-Benz car. Taking a deep breath, finally, he gave an order. Mobilize the nearest drone, track the car, mobilize the satellite, fully monitor, and see where he is going. Shenbin's voice is solemn, Huey reports. In addition, immediately mobilize the task force to attack quickly and intercept him. Shenbin made a decisive decision and ordered. If the character in this car is really an overseas spy. The consequences are extremely serious. At all costs, he must be intercepted. However, his Jiangnan Yueying stationed hundreds of miles away from the city. It will take half an hour at the earliest to drive there. Even if the armed helicopter is mobilized, it takes 20 minutes. At this moment, the only way to dispatch nearby drones is to hide in the sky and follow the Mercedes-Benz. In case he disappears from the satellite view and escapes, then the large forces set off for the first time, waiting to intercept him along the way. At the same time, with Shenbin, an order was issued. Near the city, drone inspection points. A small unmanned aerial vehicle remotely controlled aircraft flew silently to an altitude of hundreds of meters. In all directions of Jiangnan City, almost every stronghold is dotted with drone inspection points in Jiangnan Yueying. These unmanned aerial vehicles are responsible for patrol safety and special warning purposes. In the unlikely event that armed forces sneak into the city, these unmanned aerial vehicles will assume an extremely important role. The force of the Jiangnan patrol room is limited. Yueying is stationed 100 kilometers away. To suppress criminals with firepower in a short period of time, you must rely on drones. However, at this moment, these drones are already in use. Unmanned aerial vehicles slowly gathered towards the height of 1,000 meters in the Huangpu district. There is only one target of all drones. A kilometer below. The black Mercedes. Add more, monthly pass! Chapter 375 Fast and Furious. Late at night, 10:30 minutes. Huihai Middle Road, at the intersection of traffic lights. The Mercedes-Benz S600 waited quietly on the street, waiting for the traffic lights. Chen Zhongying sat in the car. His eyes were calm, slowly puffing out smoke rings. At night, snack stalls on both sides of the street. Diners are likely smashing skewers and drinking beer. It is a great night in this autumn. Chen Zhongying sat in the cab, tapping the steering wheel lightly between his fingers. His ears were trembling slightly. At this moment, all his senses and visions are all magnified. Around the circle, all the dynamics in the air were clearly captured in the ears. In the air, you can hear the sound of high-temperature cooking in the night snack stall. You can hear the sound of beer clinking. And the laughter of diners chatting. It's just that, in the convergence of endless sounds. But faintly, there is a special frequency fluctuation, coming from high above! Chen Zhongying, with indifferent gaze, slowly raised his head. His gaze penetrated the transparent sunroof glass on the roof of the Mercedes-Benz car, staring straight above the dark night sky. Through the transparent roof glass, above the dark night sky, there was silence. However, there is a faint red dot that is difficult to see with the naked eye, hidden in the dark night clouds, slowly moving and flickering. Chen Zhong's eyes narrowed slightly. This is high-altitude drone detection. At this moment, the height of the UAF aircraft is kilometers away from the ground. At this height, the pedestrians below can't notice any abnormality at all. The sound is blocked, and the light is blocked. The altitude distance of 1,000 meters is the best hiding place for drones. However, Chen Zhong noticed it. His ears can keenly search for all the abnormal frequency fluctuations in the city. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, an unmanned aerial vehicle is suspended in the sky, and the fixed wings rotate at high speed, emitting a special frequency of airflow. There are also radio interference on UAF aircraft, and remote infrared electromagnetic waves. These wave bands spread in the air, forming a series of abnormal fluctuations. How can these escape Chen Zhongying's eyes? At the same time, Jiangnan Yueying, the satellite command center. Shenbin stood in front of the big screen with his hands behind his back. At this time, the UAF's high-definition thermal camera has clearly captured the Mercedes-Benz below. Zoom in. I want to see the people in the car, Shenbin said with a solemn voice. Yes. The staff immediately magnified the screen 200 times. The picture of the high-definition camera was gradually zoomed in and zoomed in. The Mercedes-Benz S600 on the street below also became clearer and clearer. Finally, everyone can see the appearance of the Mercedes-Benz. Black Mercedes, S600 model. License plate, Shanghai A67581. Shanghai A67581. Immediately investigate this license plate. Who is the registrant? Shenbin ordered in a voice. The staff can investigate, and soon there is a message. Report boss. License plate. Belonging to Ku Group. Registrant. Ku Group President, Kuyiren. Kuyiren? Shenbin's gaze narrowed slightly. He is a native of Yueying and is not very familiar with business figures. Only occasionally heard of this huge pharmaceutical group. His eyes were deep, staring closely at the Mercedes. At present, it is not certain. This car was stolen by the suspect? Or, is the Ku Group deliberately providing it to him? If the Ku Group deliberately provided it to him, then, what is the purpose? There was too much involvement behind the scenes, and Shenbin's complexion became extremely solemn. With deep eyes, he stared closely at the Mercedes-Benz below. Suddenly, he faintly noticed something was wrong. Through the drone screen, he faintly felt ... In that screen, there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at him. Enlarge the picture. I want to clearly see the face of the person in the car, Shenbin shouted with a solemn voice. Boss ... This way. The power may be too great. The drone may not be able to withstand it. The subordinate reminded me cautiously. I will let you zoom in, Shenbin shouted sharply. His body trembled, and he dared not violate it, and hurriedly expanded the drone's camera picture. Double, triple. Finally, a clear picture appeared on the screen. Shenbin looked solemn and stared at the big screen closely. The sight of the screen is through the sunroof glass on the roof of a Mercedes-Benz car. I saw that the male driver was looking up with a meaningful gaze, staring at the sky. When seeing this picture on the big screen, the hearts of everyone present all jumped suddenly! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. This is the other suspect. Found the drone above them? Question mark. Everyone who saw this scene looked shocked and couldn't believe it. How can that be? Exclamation mark. Their drone is a high-altitude stealth detection. How did he discover it? Exclamation mark. In front of the big screen, Shenbin's complexion was unprecedentedly solemn. His pupils stared at the figure in the car on the big screen. The gazes of the two people seemed to pass through the dimension of the screen, slamming hard. Like a sword meets a sword. The breath is raging. Give me immediately capture his facial features. AI recognition. The database will be matched and matched immediately. Within 10 minutes. I want all his information. Shenbin's expression was extremely solemn, and he shouted. However, at the same time, Dark Knight Street, Huihai South Road Street, traffic lights. Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm and he was looking up at the sky over the dark night. He moved indifferently and slowly lit a cigarette. However, the long wait for the red light ahead finally counts down. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. When the countdown to the traffic light ends, the Mercedes-Benz engine roared. The whole car, like a black ghost, roared and galloped out in an instant. The speed of the Mercedes-Benz instantly soared to 100 km per hour. On the tachometer, the engine speed directly breaks through 8,000 revolutions per minute and enters the speed red zone! At the entrance of the street, in front of the night snacks stall, the group of diners who were eating the supper skewers, one by one, were stunned. Watching this scene in a daze. Going. A car racing late at night? What a fast speed! Several diners were amazed. However, at the same time, over a kilometer, the UAF suddenly accelerated, and the aircraft's altitude dropped a few hundred meters, maintaining a low altitude above 100 meters, and hurriedly pursued the Mercedes-Benz car! Going. What's the situation? There is also a flying machine. The boss with a cracked mouth was holding a bunch of pork belly in the hands of a late-night snack stall diners beside him. His face was full of disbelief. Several diners on the side were also full of stunned faces. They raised their heads and looked at the sky above 100 meters. This is this so is it making a movie? In front of the supper, a few female diners looked excited and hurriedly took out their mobile phones to try to take this exciting scene. Add more, let's get up! Chapter 376 Descend the altitude and fire the command. On the dark night streets, Mercedes-Benz S600 sedan, speeding madly. Chen Zhongying was sitting in the car, his eyes calm, driving the car at speed. The speed display on the dashboard has exceeded 270 kilometers. The speed broke through 9,000 revolutions per minute, the red zone. Outside the car window, pictures of the night streets all around, swiftly passing by! The speed of 270 kilometers. Speeding madly on the streets of Shanghai and Haihai Market. This is simply, at this speed, if a person loses his mind, it may ... The car crashes and kills. The speed of 270 kilometers. Once hit, then the whole car will be hit by the instant impact of the high speed, and it will be crashed into an iron pie. However, Chen Zhong was sitting calmly in the Mercedes-Benz car. He opened the music leisurely and played the piano performance of Ishioka Rhapsody. The melodious and crazy piano music is perfectly presented through the Berlin voice of Mercedes-Benz and high-definition car speakers. Chen Zhongguang's eyes were calm, sitting quietly in the car, holding the steering wheel with one hand, freeing his right hand, and smoking the cigarette ring calmly. It seemed that he didn't pay attention to this high-speed vehicle at all. That indifferent appearance is unbelievable. What a special thing. At a speed of 270 kilometers per hour, even ... F1 drivers will hold the steering wheel tightly for fear of losing control, right? But he is not nervous at all. His face is calm. Night streets, hurriedly speeding. His gang rhapsody is played melodiously in the carriage, sometimes crazy, sometimes high mountains and flowing water. Chen Zhongying had a cigarette in his mouth, and his expression was calm and indifferent. He raised his head slightly and glanced over the dark night sky. Red dots were flashing over the sky quickly, clinging to them. This is Dozens of drones are chasing fast! Exclamation mark. Looking at the red dots in the sky, the corners of Chen Zhongying's mouth raised an arc. He shifts gears skillfully and slams on the accelerator. The Benz roars again. The V12-cylinder engine roared and sprinted toward the front. 280 kilometers, 290 kilometers, 300 kilometers. Mercedes-Benz, soaring to an ultra-high speed of 300 kilometers per hour in an instant, as if flying close to the ground, roaring past the streets. On the street ahead, a few rich second-generation cars are driving a few Ferrari sports cars, with their sisters sitting on the co-pilot, racing in the dark night streets. The huge sound of super sports cars echoing across the whole street. The rich second generations were proud and madly increased the speed to 100 kilometers and galloped by. The beauties were sitting in the co-pilot, and their hearts were throbbing with excitement. This speed and passion make their adrenaline soar. However, at this moment, suddenly, behind the dark night street, a low and manic roar echoed. The rich second-generation group glanced at the rear-view mirror. I saw a pair of dazzling car lights in the street behind, coming from a distance. Yo, brothers, is anyone provoking? The rich second generation made a joke on the walkie-talkie. Cut, look at the shape. It's not a sports car. Dare to provoke us? He accelerates from 100 kilometers to 100 kilometers. Brothers, get ready. A rich second generation sneered with a cigarette in his mouth. Several rich second generation people have adjusted the Ferrari sports car to the track mode, slammed on the accelerator, and the engine continued to roar. Just when they were planning to kill the car behind, which was not known what model it was. Behind, the pair of bright car lights have come quickly from far to near. Swish, a black shadow, like lightning, slammed past the Ferrari team. Like flying close to the ground, in the blink of an eye, disappeared into the vision of the street ahead. Like a gust of wind, whizzing past, carry a huge wave of air. Those Ferraris were all trembling slightly by the huge air wave. How fast is this? Exclamation mark. Let's go. The rich second generation in the group of Ferraris all opened their mouths and their faces were shocked. Dumbfounded! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. That said, the object flying in front of you ... What is it? Question mark. Is car? Question mark. Or land plane? Question mark. The speed is too fast. So fast that their naked eyes. There is no time to catch them! Exclamation mark. No one can see clearly. What is that dark shadow? And just as the group of rich second generations were shocked ... above their heads, suddenly there was another violent whistling sound passing by. Look at the top. I don't know which rich second generation called. In the Ferrari sports car, the rich second generation and beautiful models all raised their heads, looking at the night sky with shocked faces. A drone with a flashing red dot swiftly passed from a height of 100 meters! Exclamation mark. This ... This is, what happened? Question mark. Everyone's hearts were so frightened that they were beating wildly. The drone surging fast, chasing towards the street ahead. The night street. The Mercedes-Benz S600 sedan is fast and fast. On the tachometer, the speed has exceeded 400 kilometers. This is comparable to the speed of a small helicopter! Exclamation mark. It's comparable to flying close to the ground! Exclamation mark. The speed of 400 kilometers per hour. This is twice the speed of China's high-speed rail! Exclamation mark. Known as China's fastest high-speed rail train, the speed is only 200 kilometers per hour. Cars that are faster than the high-speed rail are speeding through the night streets. It's crazy. Chen Zhongying sat in the cab, his eyes calm, with a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth, faintly puffing out smoke rings. The speed of the car at this time, at a speed of 400 kilometers per hour, is like a moving death burial ground. As long as it hits, the car will be destroyed and killed. At the same time, the Yueyang Satellite Command Center, all the staff looked solemn and stared at the big screen. On the screen, the picture of the drone following fast. However, the speed of that Mercedes-Benz S600 is getting faster and faster, and it can't catch up at all. The flying speed of the drone has a power limit. If it is flying at such high speed for a long time, it will not be able to handle it at all. Shen boss, keep going like this. I'm afraid I'm going to lose it. A staff member looked solemn and reported. Boss Shenbin's complexion at this time was extremely dignified and embarrassed. He didn't expect the other party would find their drone monitoring. Now the situation is difficult to control. This incident, because the matter was serious, was an internal incident in Yueyang. Therefore, the patrol room must not be mobilized. As for their special combat brigade in the military camp, although they had already hurried away at this time, but it takes half an hour to get to the scene of the incident. At this time, there is no other way. Can't let this suspect run away. It must be intercepted. Lower the drone height and execute the firing command. Shenbin looked solemn, and finally ordered. On the streets of North Huhai Road, at a height of 100 meters above the sky, dozens of drones are chasing fast. However, with an order from the satellite command, an unmanned aerial vehicle slowly dropped its altitude. Then, a tiny black bore appeared in the UAF aircraft. These drones all carry a .32 caliber thermal bore tube. Its purpose is to play the role of Air Force suppression. These drones were originally developed for the purpose of deterrence and protecting the safety of the airspace over the south of the Yangtze River. Now, they finally for the first time, activated the thermal device. Add more to! Chapter 377 Movie, or Blockbuster. On the streets of North Huhai Road, at a height of 100 meters, dozens of drones are chasing. However, with an order from the satellite command, an unmanned aerial vehicle slowly dropped its altitude. Then, a tiny black bore appeared in the UAF aircraft. These drones all carry a .32 caliber thermal bore tube. Its purpose is to play the role of Air Force suppression. These drones were originally developed for the purpose of deterrence and protecting the safety of the airspace over the south of the Yangtze River. Now, they finally for the first time, activated the thermal device. 100 meters below, in the street, that Mercedes-Benz S600 is racing fast. Suddenly, a drone opened fire. DADADA. In the dark assault bore tube, a series of terrifying tongues of fire rushed out. The Phaeton bullet, carrying sparks, roared in the air. It turned into a red dot, and it shot towards the Mercedes-Benz S600 sedan below. Dang dang dang. Countless bullets attacked the Mercedes-Benz S600 sedan one after another. But what is shocking is the appearance of the Mercedes-Benz S600 is intact! This! It's modified. Bulletproof armored Mercedes! Dozens of drones flying chess in the dark high sky, once again suddenly. All fired. DADADADA. The terrifying tongue of fire pierced the night void. The bullet's range is too fast. When it is preheated from the bore tube and burst out, the metal bullet hole will glow red. Rubbing the air makes the red glow even worse. Just like a laser weapon, countless bullets cut the air, as if the sky was red and igniting rain, heading towards the Mercedes-Benz below. Overwhelming, violently attacked! Inside the Mercedes-Benz, Chen Zhongying sat calmly in the cab, with a cigarette in his mouth. His eyes were indifferent and calm. He glanced lightly in the direction of the rear-view mirror. In the rear-view mirror, endless fire and rain bullets are overwhelming. Chen Zhongying did not fluctuate at all. He calmly drove a car at a speed of 400 kilometers per hour, listening to music melodiously, and smoking a cigarette. Dang dang dang. Countless bullets bombarded the Mercedes-Benz car body frantically. The bulletproof glass of the car windows was bombarded with cobweb-like cracks spreading. Bullets were embedded in the thick car windows, blocking the murderous intent of the bullets. Ahead of the night, a UAF aircraft suddenly accelerated. Passing by at low altitude at a super high speed, he suddenly overtook the Mercedes-Benz. The height of the drone, descending to the height of the ground, parallel to the Mercedes-Benz. Then, under the drone, the pitch-black bore slowly emerged. This is to bombard the Mercedes-Benz head. In front of the car is the hood and air outlet. Bullets exploding into the hood can cause engine failure. The drone aircraft wants to stop the Mercedes-Benz by this means. DADADADA. The drone in front of the Mercedes-Benz said to fire, and it fired. In the pitch-black bore, countless bullets. The sky was raging, bursting into the front of the Mercedes-Benz. The fire tongue is red, overwhelming. Dang dang dang. Countless bullets bombarded the hood of the Mercedes-Benz car. Several bullets were also hit on the windshield of the Mercedes-Benz car. On the entire bulletproof windshield, the cracked spider webs spread. In the driver's cabin, Chen Zongguang's eyes were cold, and he slowly exhaled a smoke ring. The corner of his mouth slowly raised an arc. Then, he slammed the steering wheel and slammed on the brakes. Squeak! The Mercedes-Benz flicked its tail in a straight line at an ultra-high speed of 400 km per hour, crossing the body. Drifting forward. Boom. Boom. In front, the drone was too late to climb. The entire drone was slowly rammed by the high-speed drifting Mercedes-Benz, exploding instantly, and the sky was full of flames! A single combat drone with a cost of hundreds of millions, so one fell. In the explosion of flames in the sky, that black Mercedes-Benz slammed on the accelerator and galloped out. Yueying, satellite control room. Boss Shenbin clenched his fists tightly, his expression unprecedentedly sharp and angry. A drone was just crashed and destroyed! An instant loss of 100 million worth of military preparation assets. This. Simply mobilize. The Sifang drone, even if it is a bulletproof vehicle, has the limit of resistance. At all costs, stop him for me. I want to catch alive. Shenbin's voice was more solemn than ever before, and he ordered harshly. With Shenbin's order, on the streets of North Huhai Road, countless drones, more concentrated firepower, countless flaming tongues madly bombarded the Mercedes-Benz cars below. The so-called bulletproof car, bulletproof steel plate and bulletproof glass, all have the endurance limit. Once, the bullet impact force of the bulletproof glass is too huge. Under the bombardment of the overwhelming bullets, even the hard bulletproof glass will break. 10 o'clock in the middle of the night. The streets at night. The Mercedes-Benz car is fast. At an altitude of tens of meters in the rear, dozens of UAFs were chasing turbulently. This scene is simply too shocking. A few hundred meters ahead of the street, several late-night barbecue stalls are opening, stores and business is booming. At night on the streets, the neon lights gradually ceased. But in the night snacks on the streets, the life of the magic city of Everbright is still going on. In front of the barbecue stalls, people spit on skewers, eat grilled fish, scallops, drink beer, and live a supper life, which can be described as chatting and laughing. However, at this moment, suddenly, in the dark night street ahead, a pair of bright car lights suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Immediately after, the rushing switch, woo. And a black shadow object, carrying a violent wind, whizzed past. In front of the supper, the plastic dining table in front of everyone was shaking violently and trembling a few times. This! What just passed by? What is it? Everyone's eyes widened, their faces stunned. Can't reflected completely. That. Is it a car? Still is? And at this moment, in the blink of an eye, a few dozen meters high in the air behind, A roar of rotating drone wings swept across. Immediately afterwards, in everyone's wide-eyed, shocked eyes, dozens of drones, madly passing by everyone's sight. The drone is pursuing the dark shadow ahead. Da-da-da-da-da. On the drone, there was even a burst of terrifying fire and rain of bullets! Exclamation mark. Inside the supper stall, all the men and women diners, their eyes widened, their faces shocked. Shocked! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. On the night streets, staged a chase? Question mark. This sudden scene in front of me. So trademark, isn't it true? Everyone seems to be dreaming? Question mark. Is this making a movie? A stylish beauty was sitting in front of the night snacks stall, her voice trembling, and said cautiously, "Hee, I must make a movie, right?" The current director is so dedicated. Even in the middle of the night, he came to make a movie. Several diners on the side hesitated and said they are also not sure. But watching this scene, it should be filming, right? Question mark. In reality, how could it be? Such a terrible scene happened? Question mark. But, just before the supper, the group of diners hadn't reacted. On the street ahead, the Mercedes-Benz suddenly flicked its tail quickly and drifted laterally. Boom! Another low-flying drone was crashed and exploded! Exclamation mark. Immediately afterwards, the Mercedes-Benz S600 suddenly reversed 180 degrees, then suddenly reversed and galloped back toward the original road! Exclamation mark. I don't know what to say, and I don't know how to ask for a monthly pass. First, I am a rich second generation, not bad for money, and I also make money if I have more monthly tickets. The reason for the strong monthly pass is purely for ranking. If there are more monthly tickets, the ranking will be higher, and the editor's performance KPI will be able to go up. For my editing, please give me a vote. Otherwise, he will kill me. Chapter 378. Because the consequences will be serious. Immediately afterwards, the Mercedes-Benz S600 suddenly reversed 180 degrees, then suddenly reversed and galloped back toward the original road! Exclamation mark. Look at that car. Is it falling back? In front of the night snacks stall, a male eater pointed to the bright car lights in the distance of the night and said excitedly. In front of the supper, all the diners raised their heads one after another. They looked at the distance on the street with shocked eyes. That Mercedes-Benz, at a super high speed, slammed its tail and turned around, and then galloped back on the same road. The front of the Mercedes-Benz car is directly facing the dozens of drones directly! Exclamation mark. Da-da-da-da-da. The drone fired frantically, and countless flames rushed towards the Mercedes-Benz. The sky is full of red light, overwhelming! Exclamation mark. Fuck. That's too exciting, isn't it? Which director is filming this movie? Exclamation mark. This ... This will cost a lot of money, right? In front of the supper, the diners stared wide-eyed, held their breath, and looked at this scene in disbelief. But by the way ... Why didn't I see the camera? A female eater asked in shock and confusion. Everyone was stunned after hearing the words. Yes, since it was a movie, why didn't you see the camera and the staff on site? However, everyone's sights were quickly attracted by the scenes in front of them ... And they didn't care about the cameras and staff at all, because I saw the door of that high-speed Mercedes-Benz car suddenly opened suddenly. Immediately afterwards, a figure emerged from the cab. He grabbed the roof abruptly, and then jumped up. The Mercedes-Benz is speeding at high speed, but the figure is standing on the roof like a ghost. This! Exclamation mark. Simply! Exclamation mark. Ahead, those dozens of drones will not have time to rise in the future. Chen Zhonging already. His right hand violently attacked. Silver light appears, Devil May Cry. Boom! A drone was split in half on the spot, and the violent explosion sound echoed. Yin Mang whirled lightly and flew back to Chen Zong's hands. His body bounced violently, Leaping up around the night snack stall, all the diners opened their eyes wide. Everyone held their breath and looked at this scene in disbelief. The movie! This this fucking is too exciting! Can a big living person soar into the sky! Wait why he doesn't have the weir rope hanging on his body? I don't know which diner was, and asked suspiciously. The diners at the scene stared blankly? Everyone's eyes are looking towards Chen Zhenging, who is flying into the sky. Sure enough, isn't there any coercive rope hanging from his body? So, how did he get into the sky? At this moment, all the diners were all shocked! What kind of special effect is this? However, at the same time, high in the sky, Chen Zhonging's right hand, the silver dagger whirled. His body jumped into the sky tens of meters. Parallel to a drone aircraft. The aircraft reacted violently, quickly backed up, and climbed to altitude. However, Chen Zong had already taken a hand, grabbed the aircraft, and then severely dragged the aircraft down from midair. Forcibly, boom! The aircraft was dropped to the ground and exploded instantly. The fire is all over the sky. In the light of the sky, Chen Zhonging's figure calmly walked out slowly. High in the sky, countless flaming tongues and silver horns once again stormed out, trying to blast him into a pile of scum! Chen Zhonging's figure flashed up like a ghost. The figure is so fast that there is nowhere to catch the sky full of fire tongue bullets. His body leapt up again. Devil May Cry Silver Blade, strike out. Boom! High in the sky, a UAF aircraft was hit directly and exploded in the air by bombing. Chen Zhonging's body leapt high in the sky, slamming. He grabbed a drone behind him, and then he used his arm to smash it like crazy. Boom! Boom! The drone collided and exploded instantly! The sky is raging! Countless explosive fragments landed one after another. The whole long street at night is full of explosions. Chen Zhonging's figure flashed like a demon. Yin Mang with his right hand attacked wildly. Boom! 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 Above the head, drones burst into bloom like gorgeous fireworks. The sound of explosions, the sound of burning fire, the sound of metal scattered. Countless voices are intertwined in the endless smoke. Chen Zhonggong dragged the last drone down from high altitude. With his right hand, he pulled the drone fiercely and threw it out. Boom! The drone hit a wall a few meters away and exploded on the spot, splashing fire. New Ying Theater, Satellite Command Office. Boss Shenbin clenched his fists. His face is cold and solemn, staring at the big screen of snowflakes. With the explosion of the last drone, the whole picture has been completely interrupted. Interception failed. 30 drones were all sacrificed. In just a few tens of minutes, the loss directly exceeded 5 billion. This boss. What to do? The expressions of the subordinates, with unprecedented dignity, asked carefully. Shenbin's complexion was extremely cold. It was a huge anger. Be patient. Ground troops, clean up the mess. Shenbin's voice was indifferent, and he resisted. Only spit out such a sentence. Then, he turned and left. Tonight, the situation is set. With the loss of dozens of drones, they were unable to arrest the other party. Everything, just wait for tomorrow. Humanoid facial recognition, and then make a decision. However, at the same time, Huihai North Road, Dark Knight Street, Chen Zong's eyes were cold and calm, and he withdrew the dagger. With leather shoes under my feet, step by step, stepped on the metal wreckage all over the floor. just like this step by step. Walked to the night snack stall across the street. Here is a bottle of beer. Chen Zong took out a 100 yuan bill from his suit pocket and handed it directly to the boss. Then, he took out a bottle of beer from the box, flicked it between his fingers, and the bottle cap flew away. He just picked up the bottle and took a few sips like a drink. Just now, after the shot, slightly dry, so I have a beer to moisturize my throat. A second ago, there was still a raging murderous, and a rain of bullets. In the next second, he would be able to stand quietly and calmly in front of the supper, drinking beer. This scene. Simply, in front of the supper, all the diners had their eyes widened, staring at this man in disbelief! Exclamation mark. This man ... Really, brother. The special effects of your actions just now are perfect. Not far away, a diners couldn't help but finally said aloud, "Yeah, brother, which crew do you belong to? Which movie are you shooting?" Several other diners couldn't bear their curiosity and asked excitedly, "Movies?" Chen Zong took a sip of beer, with an indifferent arc flashing across the corner of his mouth. He glanced at everyone around him faintly. "I advise you to delete all of the videos and photos that you have just taken. It's better to delete them all." He stretched out his hand and slowly lit a cigarette, because the consequences will be serious. After speaking, he turned around, in the shock of everyone's eyes, got into the Mercedes-Benz, drove away, and disappeared at the end of the night street. "Add more, how about the monthly pass?" Exclamation mark. My editor is urging me again. Chapter 379. Search the whole city. Dark night, before the midnight snacks stall. Everyone looked at the Mercedes-Benz car that disappeared at the end of the street. The people looked at each other, some not knowing why. What's going on? Just now? What did that actor say? Isn't it just making a movie? Let's watch it. What will happen really? Frightened people. A female diners in front of the night snack said dissatisfiedly. She just took her mobile phone and took a lot of thrilling videos. Around, several diners also nodded one after another. Just ... make a movie, not a spy ... What does it matter? Look at what he was like just now ... Huh. He really considered himself a spy ... Too deep into the play, right? I guess. Inside the supper, diners were talking about it. It also expressed the other party's spit and disdain from the cold man. It's just a movie, what's so mysterious? However, just when all the diners were talking about it, outside the dark night street, the ground suddenly trembled slightly. Immediately afterwards, in the eyes of everyone in shock and astonishment ... One after another armored combat vehicles ... slowly drove into the block. A whole row of armored combat vehicles formed a tight encirclement queue, enclosing the whole street outside the night snack stalls ... The water was impenetrable. Haha. A large group of armed soldiers with guns and live ammunition got out of the car. Camouflage combat uniforms, warm fits, scenes, and dignified. In front of the supper, all the diners were scared by this scene. Exclamation mark. This ... What's the situation? Question mark. The movie is not finished yet? Question mark. Over the night streets, 2 helicopter gunships circled, and searchlights explored the entire long street. The whole scene was shocking like never before. A large group of camouflage soldiers armed with firearms walked quickly to the door of the night snack stall and surrounded the entire night snack stall. Then a captain wearing a special combat uniform, with a solemn expression, walked into the night snack stall quickly. I know, you all witnessed the scene just now. That happened on the street. The captain's face was solemn, and the pair of eyes scanned the crowd. Now, I solemnly declare that this is not a drill. It is not a movie shooting. We, Jiangnan Ying, tonight, are arresting an important spy criminal. Following this, the captain said, everyone's complexion ... have changed suddenly in front of the entire night snack stall. Exclamation mark. This ? This ? Not a movie? Question mark. Diners, Their faces are shocked and complicated. Unbelievable! Exclamation mark. This, in front of me, this group of camouflage warriors, real guns and nuclear bombs. This seems, really not a movie shooting! Exclamation mark. At this moment, all the diners finally somewhat reacted. This fucking. Doesn't it seem to be a movie? Exclamation mark. What the hell? Is it really staged a spy war? Question mark. The expressions of everyone present have become extremely complicated and shocking like never before. I am Jiangnan Yu Ying, the 8th Combat Team, Captain Shi Hao. The captain of the camouflage warrior, with a solemn expression, glanced at the crowd and said, "Everyone, now. Please turn in all your personal communicators. Mobile phones, cameras, and all electronic equipment will be kept by Jiangnan Yu Ying. Tonight, please cooperate with all of you and come with us to Yu Ying. We need everyone's cooperation to do a detailed transcript investigation." With this statement, the expressions of all the diners present became shocked, complicated. Inexplicable. At this moment, all the diners finally suddenly remembered the words that the cold young man said before he left. "I advise you, please delete all the videos and photos you have just taken. It's best to delete them all, because the consequences will be serious." Turns out, is he really a spy agent? Question mark. A deep night. Tonight, someone is destined to sleepless. However, as the person involved in this disaster tonight, Chen Zhongying, at this time, he had returned to the villa, and went to sleep peacefully. It seemed that those things that happened at night had nothing to do with him. This kind of calmness is unprecedented. After a nap, I slept till dawn. 5 o'clock in the morning. Chen Zhongying was awakened by the alarm on the bedside table. He jumped into the air and jumped from the bed. Take off his pajamas, revealing the naked, muscular figure. Came to the villa living room and started morning exercises. Everyday morning exercises have almost become an indispensable item in his life. Push-ups, 20,000. His push-ups are extremely fast. Train crazy at a super high speed of 10 per second. For ordinary people, 1 push-up per second is the limit. But Chen Zhongying's body and every inch of his muscles have been developed by the strongest limit of the human body. The amplitude of his movement trajectory can surpass the limit of human beings. On weekdays, he was kept in a dark and cold prison. If you have nothing to do, you will use exercise to pass the time. 1 second, 10 push-ups, as far as he is concerned. There is no need for effort at all. This speed is too fast. Every inch of his muscles, bones, muscles and veins have developed their strength to the extreme. 20 minutes. 20,000 push-ups, finished in a blink of an eye. Such speed and power are completely the limit of superhuman beings. He slowly got up from the ground, and beads of sweat appeared on his white muscular body. Under the scars, it looks hideous and terrifying. This is not a human body at all, rather, a Terminator. A horrible killer device. The terrifying Devil Terminator in European and American blockbusters, are the incarnations of Chen Zhongying. Although he is the flesh and blood of human beings. But he has the skeleton of a Devil Terminator and the cold heart of a robot killer. No emotions, no timidity. No emotions. He is a ruthless person. After years of training in the organization, he became a robot. A terrifying humanoid Terminator. 20,000 push-ups, 20,000 sit-ups, and 20,000 pull-ups. Then, air strikes to practice boxing and swordsmanship. His hands, like lightning, blasted out in the air instantly. The speed is so fast that it almost turns into after images. Each of his punches almost tore the air. That is the terrifying speed of supersonic speed. Only hand gestures, beyond the limit of the speed of sound. Every move he makes is comparable to the speed of a bullet. Every move, every style, contains the terrifying power of killing. Almost, it is the ultimate trick to kill. The 2 morning exercise is over. Then he turned around, went into the bathroom, and took a cold shower. Then, change into a shirt and put on a suit. Bring that Omega watch. Take care of your hair. He lit a cigarette and walked out of the villa slowly. But when he stepped out of the villa, he raised his eyes slightly, his eyes deep, stared at the sky above. In the sky above, countless intensified current fluctuations are transmitted in an instant. This is, the satellites above the city's 10,000 meters are fully opened, searching the whole city. The touch of ordinary people may not be felt at all, but he felt it. The 5th one is! I am going to change 5 a day, you in front of the screen of your phone. If you don't give a monthly pass, it really can't be justified, right? Pay with one hand and pay with one hand. If you don't pay the monthly pass, I will definitely reduce it in the future. Chapter 380. Stand by. Chen Zhongying stood in front of the villa, raised his head slightly and stared at the sky above. In the high-altitude field, his ears can clearly feel electromagnetic wireless waves emerging. The entire city, the satellite system, has been driven to its limit. His gaze penetrated endless heights. Even could vaguely see kilometers high in the sky. The drone's patrol image. From the moment he left the house, the high-altitude satellite instantly locked his facial features and appearance. Then, the drone came quickly. The whole scene seemed extremely calm. However, the turbulence contained in it. Only Chen Zong, who was in it, knew about it. At the same time, Jiangnan New Ying Theater, Satellite Control Command Office. Report to the boss, through Skynet satellites, irrelevant investigation and identification. The location of the suspect has been locked. A staff member, with a solemn expression, went to Qianhui to report. Shenbin turned around abruptly and walked quickly in front of the satellite screen. Sure enough, on the big screen, the picture kept zooming in. A red dot was blinking. Skynet system, face recognition. After a night of detection, finally found the figure of the suspect. Zoom in. Shenbin shouted solemnly. The subordinates looked solemn, and immediately zoomed in on the video. The trillion times the pixels of the satellite system are constantly being expanded. Through the distance of 10,000 meters, the figure and face of the man below were clearly captured. That is a fair and elegant face. At this moment, the man was raising his head, with deep eyes, staring into the sky. He found us? Shenbin's expression was a little bit incredulous. There should be no boss. Our satellite system has entered full retreat, unless he has a high-intensity signal detection instrument on his body. Otherwise it is impossible to find our satellite. The subordinate seemed to think it was impossible, and reminded out loud. Tao. Shenbin also shook his head, denying this idea. This is almost impossible. How can a person be able to spot a satellite based on the naked eye and the sense of the 5 senses? Shenbin's eyes were deep, staring straight at the white man on the large satellite screen. That is, this fair-skinned man in front of him. A few hours ago, late at night on the streets. Piercing his eyes, destroying his 30 drones! Thinking of this, Shenbin's fists were uncontrollably clenched. Billions of theater losses. This is simply the Jiangnan Theater. Unprecedented shame. Target, where do you show up? Shenbin said in a cold and solemn voice. Send me the drone attack team. The ground attack team. Given the boss. Target, in the Shanghai CP East New District, Sheshanzhuan Villain Area. The subordinates have a solemn voice and report. In this villain area the crowds are dense the people who live are all merchants from the south of the Yangtze River, high-ranking officials I'm afraid it's not easy to get started. The voice of the subordinates, the complex report. When he heard this news, Shenbin's complexion suddenly condensed. Indeed. In the villain area, there are houses. The crowds are dense. The drones above this. Cannot fire at all. If you accidentally hit innocent people, it would be serious. However, the ground attack team also couldn't sneak in at all. The target person at this time is surrounded by innocent people. If the target is alarmed, then I am afraid countless people around will become his shield and hostage. This is the last thing Shenbin wants to see. Those scenes will cause widespread chaos. It is important to arrest this suspect. However, protecting innocent people also needs to be the first priority. In the end, Shenbin's face was solemn, his fists clenched. He could only endure it. Order the high-altitude drone team to hover and stand by. Be on alert at any time, ready to attack. Order the ground team, stand by nearby, stay at the target distance. 500 meters away, lurking in the dark. Shenbin's complexion was solemn, and he ordered. This is his last resort. The target is in a crowded area and cannot be attacked. It can only be statically braked temporarily. When I find the right opportunity, I am attacking. However, at the same time, at the entrance of Ziyuan Villa, Chen Zhongying stood there, slightly raised his head, looking at the sky for a long time. In the distance, a voice drew him back to his thoughts. Hey, little Balian, what are you looking at? Come and eat. I'm waiting for you. I'm almost starving to death. Not far away, at the gate of Kismana, the little girl Ku Shuang put her hands on her hips and rushed for dozens of meters. Chen Zhongying shouted outside. Then Chen Zong retracted his gaze, took a deep breath of the cigarette, and stepped towards the Kismana. I said you did it early in the morning. What did you look up at? There are flowers in the sky. Ku Shuang muttered with a small mouth, and said dissatisfiedly, the Ku family has rules and must wait for everyone to start breakfast. So if Chen Zong doesn't, everyone won't start the meal in advance. Ku Shuang's inferior chest was stuck to his back, and he couldn't help but go out to find him. It turned out that he was standing alone not far from the door, looking at the sky in a daze. Chen Zong retracted his gaze, brushed shoulders with Ku Shuang, and walked into the Ku family villa. After half an hour, the meal is over. Under Ku Shuang, surrounded by bodyguards, he drove a Lamborghini sports car, followed by a large group of bodyguard vehicles, and went to study. And Ku Yiren and Chen Zhongying also walked out of the villa. At the door, a long line of Mercedes-Benz fleets have been waiting quietly at the door. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes glanced lightly at the team, feeling something is wrong. Why is there a missing car? Ku Yiren asked suspiciously. On weekdays, her bodyguard escorts the convoy with 10 Mercedes-Benz cars. But today, I glanced at ... but there were only 9 cars parked. Where is one car left? Why is one missing? The leader of the bodyguard, Yang Feng, looked a little embarrassed and complicated, and said cautiously, Shiuku ... there is still a car that can't perform the task for the time being and needs to be repaired. Yang Feng said, pointing to the garage not far away. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes looked in the direction Yang Feng was pointing, her pretty face stunned. The black Mercedes-Benz S600 car is parked in the garage. The entire body of the car has been riddled with holes. The car body was covered with traces of ferocious bullets. Bulletproof armor, bulletproof glass have been cracked and spread, and it is a mess. The bullet marks all over are shocking. This! Seeing this scene, Ku Yiren was stunned, her beautiful eyes solemn. What's the matter? Yang Feng was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head, and then looked at Chen Zhongying, who was aside. Mr. Ku, this car Mr. Chen drove out last night. What happened? Subordinates are not clear. Yang Feng's voice was somewhat complicated to explain. In the morning, when he saw this battered Mercedes-Benz car, he was also taken aback. What a fierce gunfight was this? Can a good bulletproof car be put into this sieve? However, Yang Feng was a subordinate after all, so he didn't dare to ask too much. so he could only endure it. Now that Mr. Ku smells, he can only explain the situation. The Kuyiran on the side looked at Chen Zong with a stunned and suspicious beauty. Sir ... This is? Kuyiran's voice was a bit complicated, looking at Chen Zonging. Last night, it's not that she wants to ask more ... but that the entire Mercedes-Benz was shot into this look ... and Kuyiran have to ask! Exclamation mark. This, what happened? Exclamation mark. 1. Chapter 381 Above the Sky. Sir ... This is? Kuyiran's voice was a bit complicated, looking at Chen Zonging. Last night, it's not that she wants to ask more ... but that the entire Mercedes-Benz was shot into this look ... and Kuyiran have to ask! Exclamation mark. This, what happened? Exclamation mark. At the door of the villa, Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm. Standing there faintly, he slowly spit out a smoke ring. It's okay, I just met a few friends. Kuyiran, hearing this, Kuyiran's face was stunned. He didn't believe it at all. Met a friend? Question mark. What kind of friend can be so cruel ... wreck the entire Mercedes-Benz into such a riddled with holes? Question mark. This is a friend, or the enemy? Question mark. What kind of hatred is there? Exclamation mark. As for marking the cars like this, Mr. You, have you encountered any difficulties? Kuyiran asked with a complicated face and a solemn voice. Last night, something must have happened. Kuyiran is not a silly little girl, let alone the car has been beaten like this. No matter how stupid she is, she can guess why Mr. Chen was hunted down. It's just a trivial matter. The damage to the vehicle will be credited to my account. Chen Zong took a deep cigarette, and was too lazy to explain any more, and he stepped directly into the Maybach car. Seeing that Mr. Chen didn't want to explain, Kuyiran also had complicated eyes. He hesitated, and then got into the Maybach. However, her mood is still a little messy. Vaguely, she always feels ... something is not right. The Mercedes-Benz fleet started slowly, moving slowly towards the pre-booked route. Kuyiran's villa is about 20 kilometers away from the company's Ku Group. It is estimated that it will take about 40 minutes to go to work every day. The Mercedes-Benz fleet drove quietly along the way. Chen Zonging sat in the car with indifferent eyes, smoking a cigarette slowly. Along the way, he suddenly opened the sun visor on the roof of the Maybach car, looking deep into the sky above his head. Kuyiran sat aside with a puzzled face. Sir, what are you looking at? She asked suspiciously. It's okay, there is a friend on it, say hello. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, staring faintly at the sky outside the glass. Kuyiran looked suspicious, raised his head and glanced at the top of the car roof. There was a clear blue sky above, with white clouds lingering. There was nothing. Where are any friends? Kuyiran only feels Mr. Chen is a little bit wrong today. However, at the same time, thousands of meters above the sky, dozens of unmanned aerial vehicles are forming a concealed combat array, hidden in endless clouds. Constantly locked and monitored, the target person below. However, hundreds of meters away from the Mercedes-Benz team. Similarly, there are 3 groups of special forces in plain clothes sitting in the car, pretending to be people at work, forming an invisible encirclement. Surround the Mercedes-Benz team. It's just that, now in the downtown area, these special forces have not received the order, so they dare not do anything. They can only hide and follow in secret. In the busy streets, they didn't dare to do anything at all. If it is done here, the consequences are unimaginable. They are waiting for an opportunity, in one fell swoop, to take down the target person. Along the way, it was extremely quiet. The surroundings are extremely quiet. The Mercedes-Benz fleet crossed the streets quietly, without any crisis. Chen Zonging was in the car, lightly lit a cigarette, puffing out the smoke ring. Because, in the Maybach car, there are still Kuyi people. In order to prevent the Kuyi people from being held hostage. So along the way, Those special forces lurking secretly did not dare to do anything. Just follow all the way until the Mercedes-Benz team stopped at the gate of Kiss building. The bodyguards got off the car respectfully and formed 2 rows of queues. Kuyaran stepped on high heels and walked into the building with Chen Zonging. Around the building, the group of special forces still did not do anything. They were observing in secret. What is the identity of this target person? What is the purpose of coming to this Kiss mansion? Jiangnan New Ying Theater, the satellite command center. Shen Bin looked solemn, with his hands on his back, standing in front of the satellite's big screen. In front of the big screen, satellite images and drone images are presented one by one. The whole accusation scene is extremely clear. Shen Boss, the target person, entered the Ku Group building. His subordinates said with a solemn voice from the side. I see, I am not blind. Shen Bin put his hands on his back. His voice indifferent, staring solemnly at the computer screen. His gaze was staring straight at the Kiss mansion. The drone at high altitude can clearly capture and project the picture below the kilometer. Boss, I found the target person. He is on the 99th floor. Walked into an office. The subordinates stared at the floor screen in the video and reported solemnly. Shen Bin looked solemn and stared closely at the 99th floor office of the Kiss building in the picture. Through the floor-toseling glass of the office, the scene in the picture can be clearly seen. Sure enough, the target person was walking into the office, sitting in a chair, and slowly lit a cigarette. What is the identity of this target person? Why does it appear in the Ku Group? Shen Bin's complexion was unprecedentedly solemn. Boss, what should I do? The subordinate asked cautiously in the command room. Order, drones. Lower the flying altitude, high altitude suppression and deterrence. The ground firepower is fully mobilized and enters the building, arresting people. In addition, pay attention to safety, and must not hurt the people. Shen Bin's voice was solemn and severe, and he ordered. At this moment, time does not wait for me. The target person sitting in the office alone is the best opportunity for arrest. Don't miss it. Be sure to take it in one blow. Following an order from Shen Bin, the ground combat force finally began to act. One after another, Volkswagen slammed the brakes and stopped at the gate of Kiss building. A large group of special forces in plain clothes, holding black boxes, rushed into the Kiss mansion. The security guards at the door wanted to intercept. They were directly controlled by the special forces, and they took out their credentials. When seeing the ID, all the security guards at the gate of Kiss building were frightened. This is the Jiangnan New Ying special team? The special forces rushed into the building, took the elevator, and went directly to the 99th floor. In the elevator, the special forces quickly took off their civilian clothes, revealing a camouflage combat body armor. They opened their injured black suitcase like lightning. Inside, it's an assault hot weapon that has been loaded. Swipe. A group of special forces team members quickly sorted their equipment in the elevator, prepared to fight, and arrested people. Another group of special forces guards directly at the exits of all the stairs of the building to prevent the target characters from escaping. The whole scene is unprecedentedly solemn. Friends who haven't voted for a monthly pass, cast it quickly. It's useless to keep it. Vote for other books. It is better to vote for me. Anyhow, in the original one, I look forward to adding more. Chapter 382. I haven't planned to shoot yet at this time. Kiss Group, the 99th floor, is the office of the Chief Security Officer. Chen Zonging was sitting quietly on the chair, with a cigarette in his mouth, faintly puffing out cigarette rings. In his hand, holding a copy of Warring States Policy, he was slowly flipping through it. The calm and indifferent appearance seemed to be not aware of it, and the danger was approaching. At this moment, suddenly, outside the office floor toseling windows, a roar of wings spinning came! Chen Zong shifted his gaze away from the book, and looked slightly. The corner of his eye was out of the corner. He glanced out of the French window. An unmanned aerial vehicle dropped sharply, like a fierce eagle and beast, surging in the air 100 meters above the floor-hurtling windows. On both sides of the drone's wings, two dark boars slowly emerged, aiming at Chen Zonging in the floor-hurtling windows of the office. It's air shock. At the same time, outside the floor-hurtling windows, in all directions. AUF suddenly dropped in height. Like a steel falcon, hanging in the air. All the dark weapon bores were locked and aimed at the office! Outside the office window, murderous intent was raging. However, Chen Zong took back his gaze indifferently, and continued to lower his head, flipping through the books. He actually seemed to those turbulent combat drones outside the window. Completely indifferent. Next door, the president's office. Originally, Ku Yiren was sitting in an office chair, calculating and processing the equation of the medical structure. But at this moment, there was an inexplicable roar outside the office window. Ku Yiren got up in doubt, stepped on high heels. Slowly came to the French window. When she saw the scene outside the window, she was shocked! What's going on? A turbulent drone formed a horrible queue, just hovering outside the French window next door. A series of dark bores, aiming and locking? Even if the Ku Yi is a layman, he can see that the aircraft carried is a thermal weapon. Next door. What's the next door? Mr. Chen's office? Thinking of this, Ku Yiren's pretty face turned pale suddenly. However, at the same time, next door, the security director's office. Chen Zongxing was calm and indifferent, slowly sitting on the chair, flipping through the books. Boom! At this moment, there was a sudden explosion. The door of the entire office was directly knocked open by someone. A large group of fighters in dark green combat uniforms rushed into the office. A row of attacking columns surrounded the entire office in an instant. A pitch-black assault heat weapon, all locked to the target. Task sitting on the chair, Chen Zonging, still sitting on the chair calmly, flipped through the books. And on his forehead, the infrared aiming points of dozens of thermal weapons have been locked and overlapped. Murderous opportunities are raging throughout the office. The ground attack team occupied the entire office in the blink of an eye. However, outside the office corridor, the second and third assault teams were all on standby, ready for firearms. Outside the floor-hurtling windows, drones are on standby for attack. This is an unprecedented battle. There is no way in the sky, no way into the earth. Catch the turtle in the urn. Murderous, pervasive. In the office, Chen Zong finally, slowly put down the book in his hand. He raised his wrist and glanced at the pointer time on the Omega watch, which was 9:20 in the morning. Unexpectedly. Your efficiency is so low. Planning, attacking, fighting. It took a full 50 minutes. Chen Zongguang's eyes were light. He lit a cigarette, and said slowly, In the office, dozens of commandos, they heard these words. Their expressions all changed! This! This is ... the layout time for their mission. Indeed, it took 50 minutes. Start tracking at 8:30. UF submerged patrol ... ground attack team disguised ... followed all the way until it reached the Kios building. The attack team prepared everything, and finally broke the door. But, how did the target person know? Could it be? He was sitting in the office, actually? Waiting for them all the time? This! How can it be? Thinking of this terrible idea, the expressions of all the members of the attack group present became solemn and unbelievable. They held the guns in their hands tightly, aiming at Chen Zong with a series of infrared aiming rays. Chen Zonggong sat on the chair and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Don't be nervous, I have no intention of making a move yet. He had a calm tone and said slowly, indeed, the layout of today's scene has been in his grasp from the moment he opened the door in the early morning and walked out of the villa. Clues to his whereabouts were only because he deliberately leaked it. Therefore, this group of military special forces can find this place. Otherwise, relying on the group of special forces in front of him. How could it be? Find the whereabouts of his death? He does not interact with Jiangnan Yu Ying. His identity has never been revealed in Jiangnan. The reason why Chen Zong did this, he just wanted to know. Last night, Wu Ying assassinated himself. What did he want to do? And what is the purpose behind it? Hold your head in your hands and get up immediately. A special commander's voice was solemn, and he shouted sharply. Chen Zong's eyes were calm, and he glanced lightly at the group of special forces. The corner of his mouth raised a curve. However, he did not resist. Instead, he followed the instructions and slowly stretched out his hands, placing his hands behind his head. Stand up. The Special Forces team members continued to shout. A pitch-black thermal gun, locked and aimed at him, for fear that he would suddenly resist. However, Chen Zong did not resist either. Instead, he slowly got up with a cigarette in his mouth. Two Special Forces fighters stepped forward with guns. Then he slammed him down, pressing his hands behind his back. Kaka, a metal iron shackle was severely handcuffed on his hands. Then there was another pair of heavy metal shackles, which severely handcuffed his ankles. Then, a special combat team looked solemn, and tied a string of special electric devices to Chen Zong's body. This is a special anti-escape voltage device. As long as Chen Zong tried to struggle and escape, then the electric device would release a high-strength voltage, knocking the prisoner to the ground instantly. This is specifically for those overseas secret spies. At this time, it was used on Chen Zong. However, at the same time, next door, the president's office. Ku Yiren stepped on high heels and hurried out of the office. She was about to come to Mr. Chen, but as a result, she found at the door of Mr. Chen's office, a large group of military soldiers armed with hot guns were blocking the entrance and corridors, forming a restricted area. Seeing this scene, Ku Yiren's pretty face turned white. Suddenly, this really happened. What's the matter? Who are you? Ku Yiren asked with a pale face and solemn face. A special combat team in front of the corridor looked cold, and directly took out a work certificate. Jiangnan Yu Ying, the third special team, is performing a mission. The scene is dangerous. No one is waiting. Please leave immediately. Add more to! Brother who hasn't voted for me yet. What are you waiting for? Chapter 383 Confidential. No right to interrogate. What's the matter? Who are you? Ku Yiren's pretty face was pale and solemn, and asked. A special combat team in front of the corridor looked cold, and directly took out a work certificate. Jiangnan Yu Ying, the third special team, is performing a mission. The scene is dangerous. No one is waiting. Please leave immediately. Hearing these words, Kuya's pretty face became a little complicated, shocked, and embarrassed. Perform tasks? What task? In need of such a battle, the special forces need to come, fully armed, with live ammunition? Just when the Kui people are complicated and shocked. In the office, a figure in a black suit was detained by several special forces and brought out solemnly! When I saw the person who was brought out, Kiwi's heart trembled even more uncontrollably. Mr. Chen? Mr. Chen was arrested! What's the matter? Why are you arresting him? He is my personal security consultant. Ku Yiren hurried forward and asked solemnly in her voice. However, the two special forces directly stopped her outside the corridor. Don't give her the slightest chance to inquire and approach military secrets. You have no right to interrogate. The special forces' voice was cold, and he directly responded to the Ku Yiren. Jiangnan Yu Ying took action. This mission. A super military secret. Most people, etc., have absolutely no right to know. When I heard the words of the special forces, Ku Yiren's pretty face became pale. She stood outside the corridor and shouted at Chen Zonging, "Sir, I will hire a defense lawyer for you. I will save you." At this time, Ku Yiren had a pale face and panic. He didn't know what to do, so he could only guarantee this to her husband. Hearing this woman's words, Chen Zongong glanced at her faintly. He shook his head lightly. "No need. I'll be back when I go. Just have a sip of tea." His voice is very calm, without the slightest mood swing. It seems that all the battles in front of him, in his eyes, are nothing but vain furnishings. Indeed, these the so-called armed battles in front of him are nothing but trifling in the eyes of death. Outside the floor-tossling windows, dozens of armed drones. He can shoot down instantly with just one puff of cigarette. The speed of the drone. How can it be compared to his Devil May Cry? As for the group of so-called special forces in front of him, to him, they are more like decorations. Taking any member as a hostage can threaten the whole team. If you want to destroy the group, it will only take a few seconds. However, Chen Zonging did not make a move. He was very curious. This Jiangnan Mu Ying. "Please come by yourself. What exactly do you want to do?" "Stop talking nonsense. Take away." With a solemn face, a special fighter directly covered Chen Zong's face and eyes with a pitch-black hood. This is the treatment that special-grade severely penalized prisoners enjoy. At this time Chen Zonging also fully enjoyed it. He was just like that. He was pressed by a large group of armed special forces with a hood and left the scene. For the entire scene on the 99th floor, all the company colleagues who witnessed all of this were extremely complex. Embarrassing. No one understands. This is what happened? Could it be that Mr. Chen, this newly appointed security director who has only been a few months ago, is really some international felon? Thinking of this, the hearts of all my colleagues were shocked. Unbelievable! And the President Ku Yiren, standing in place, her pretty face pale and embarrassed, and she didn't know what to do. She made an emergency call to the lawyer team, but before she could notify her family in the future, she was also taken away by a large group of military soldiers. Also, all the colleagues in the office floor were taken away. All surrounding people related to the target person will be cross-examined and interrogated by Yu Ying one by one. Chen Zonging was wearing a hood, blindfolded, and couldn't see everything outside. Even the ears were put on 2 soundproof earplugs. He just faintly felt that he was taken into a car. Then, the car started and drove away slowly. Sitting in the car, Chen Zongxing was in handcuffs, shackles, electromagnetic anti-escape devices, and all over his body. He was squeezed on the seat, and 2 thick metal seat belts were fastened to him, just in case. There are also 2 special forces with guns and live ammunition, sitting beside him, on guard. In fact, this target person is too terrifying. Not only can he use a Huawei mobile phone to invade military satellite systems. What's more terrifying is last night, dozens of drones chased him and they couldn't take him down. In the pursuit battle last night, his horror skills left all the special forces with lingering fears. 30 drones were lost, and Yu Ying lost 5 billion. Therefore, at this moment, these military camp fighters did not dare to neglect, and treated Chen Zonging completely with the standard of SS-class serious criminals. Chen Zonging was sitting in the car with his head covered. His eyes were pitch black. His ears were blocked, and he could not hear any movement at all. Lost sight, loss of hearing. At this time, he is completely at the mercy of others. Only the vehicle is moving, and the rhythm of slight shaking is conveying some complicated information. Chen Zonging sat in the car, feeling quietly, but when driving over a section of the road the road is slightly bumpy. However, the bumpy feeling on the seat is not very strong. The corners of Chen Zonging's mouth slightly raised an arc. This should be deliberately done by the driver. Confusing. When the road is bumpy, The car is turning. The driver tried to use the magnitude of the bumps to weaken the lean feeling of the car turning. In this way, the prisoners in the car can't distinguish the route of the car. However, all these methods are in Chen Zong's mind. They are just like decorations. He has undergone the most severe and terrifying antigens training. His 5 senses can clearly detect any slight fluctuations. Although he has lost sight and hearing, his sense of touch is still powerful. At this moment, sitting in the off-road vehicle, a slight vibration and tactile sensation on the seat and the ground will be detected by him, analyzed, and then calculated the direction of the off-road vehicle at this time. Shanghai City, Zongshan South Road. The corners of Chen Zonging's mouth raised a curve, and he muttered to himself. At this time, a whole row of camouflage armored convoys were slowly driving across a street. On the roadside sign on the side of the street, it was marked, Zongshan South Road. I'm afraid this group of Special Forces team members would never think of ... the most rigorous and safe route process. They think ... has been completely captured by Chen Zonging in the car. Chen Zonging just sat in the car so quietly, without any intention of resisting. Obviously, because he didn't want to escape. If he wants to escape, in the blink of an eye, all the special forces in the group of cars before him will turn into icy corpses. Add more to. There is really nothing to say. Let's count the votes. Chapter 384 God Soldier, Devil May Cry. 40 minutes later, the convoy drove into a base in a deep mountain. The convoy went through various inspections and finally drove into the base. Jiangnan Yuying, the base of operations. The convoy slowly stopped in front of a basement building. The moment the convoy stopped, a group of armed combatants formed 2 rows, and they were stationed with live ammunition. Then, a special fighter stepped forward and carefully opened the door of the armored vehicle. The target suspect, Chen Zong, was escorted by 2 special forces, and slowly led out of the armored vehicle. Several special fighters, holding infrared electronic instruments, slowly scanned him. The target person is extremely dangerous. The special forces team members need to take precautions, and any crisis must be prevented in advance. Just as the infrared electronic instruments scanned Chen Zong's right arm, the infrared instrument's warning light suddenly flashed violently. Haha! Exclamation mark. The 2 rows of special forces around, all raised their guns to alert. The infrared sight lines of the hot weapons were directly locked on Chen Zonging's left chest. As long as he dares to move, the bullet will penetrate his chest without mercy. What's hidden in the sleeves? A special fighter stepped forward and shouted sharply. Why should you be nervous? Chen Zonging was covered with a face, but his voice was calm and indifferent, without the slightest fluctuation. What's hidden in the sleeves? Exclamation mark. The Special Forces team shouted again with a sharp voice. It's just a close-fitting weapon, Chen Zonging said slowly without hurriedness. Hearing these words, the expressions of all the Special Forces players present suddenly tightened. Just now, before being escorted back, the Special Forces team members had already checked and searched the target suspect's body again and again, and confirmed that there was no danger. Then they were escorted to the Yuying combat area. But, at this moment electronic equipment testing, but suddenly found the target suspect is still carrying a weapon? Exclamation mark. This is simply, the scene is so grim. Everyone's firearms lock his heart together. The fingers of the Special Forces squeezed the trigger fiercely. As long as the target character moves slightly, the bullet will be mercilessly shot out. But Jiangnan Yuying Combat Headquarters. The strategic significance is extremely important. If there is any damage to the Yuying Headquarters, then I am afraid that the entire East China military defense line will be paralyzed and huge loopholes will occur. The scene is solemn, unprecedented. Dozens of guns pointed directly at Chen Zonging's heart. Immediately turn in the weapons. The voice of the Special Forces team members on the whole scene was more solemn than ever, and they shouted, "Turn it in, are you sure?" Chen Zonging's voice was calm, as if no mood swings could be seen. Hand in weapons at the interchange. Otherwise, Don't blame us for doing it." The voice of the special fighters was more solemn than ever before, and they spoke again, solemnly shouting. Chen Zhongying's face was covered by a headgear. He couldn't see his facial features, but the corners of his mouth were curved. Zheng, a metal whisper. At the same time, a silver light appeared in the air in his right hand. In the next second, all the special forces' gazes all locked on the right hand of the target suspect. I saw that a hideous and weird dagger was being held in his hand. "What kind of weapon is this?" Exclamation mark. After seeing this dagger, all the special forces on the scene all took a breath. The silver metal blade ... the shape, twisted and ferocious ... like a demon with its mouth open and roaring. The entire body of the weapon was covered with a series of hideous and sharp barbs, as well as a series of terrible opening blood troughs. Is it a dagger? Question mark. This is simply. All the Special Forces members felt tremors. They had gone through various trainings and weapon science, but never saw such strange and hideous weapons. This dagger, just the hideous shape. It was faint. It gave people a feeling that the soul was trembling. It seems that there is a terrible murder invisible, floating in the air. America, Russia, Europe, in all the overseas Western military camps they know. They have never appeared before, such terrifyingly shaped dagger weapons! Exclamation mark. What is this? Exclamation mark. A special fighter, with a solemn expression, slowly stepped forward, and grabbed Chen Zong's right hand with, "Let go of your hand and turn in your weapon." The Special Forces member's voice was more solemn than ever, and he shouted, "Oh, then you, catch it." Chen Zhongying's voice was calm and indifferent. His right hand lightly opened. The dagger in his hand slipped down. The special fighter caught the dagger. But suddenly, his face changed suddenly. "This weight?" Exclamation mark. His hands simply couldn't catch the dagger. With a bang directly, the dagger plunged into the ground under his feet. The sharp daggers sank directly into the ground, so sharp. All the special forces on the scene looked extremely solemn. The special fighter knelt down, trying to pull the dagger from the ground. But, with all his strength, he couldn't pull out the dagger! Exclamation mark. Huang Boqiang, what are you doing? Why don't you pick up the evidence? On the side, a Special Forces captain couldn't help but scolded. However, Huang Boqiang, a special fighter, looked embarrassed. "Captain ... I can't pull it out ... it's too heavy." As soon as this statement came out, all the Special Forces players in the audience were obviously shocked. "Too heavy? It's not just a dagger. Where does the weight come from?" Question mark. Several Special Forces members did not believe in evil, and stepped forward, trying to pull out the dagger. As a result, a group of Special Forces members tried to come over one by one. The dagger was still stuck in the ground intact, motionless. The complexions of those Special Forces became embarrassed. Is this him really powerful? Exclamation mark. Around the scene, the alert group of Special Warfare members, seeing this scene, also became solemn in front of them. I couldn't believe it. How can that be? Exclamation mark. In the end, with the combined efforts of the three Special Forces, the dagger was slowly pulled out from the ground. Several special fighters looked solemn, holding daggers together, and rushed to the evidence control room. This weapon, as the weapon of the suspect, must be controlled and analyzed for the first time. However, Chen Zong was wearing a hood, and was violently taken into a building by a large group of armed special warfare personnel. Although his face was covered with a hood, he couldn't see anything clearly. However, based on the surrounding situation, he could feel himself being taken into the elevator, and the elevator descends down. This shows that he was taken into the basement. Ding! Apostrophe. 1 minute later, the elevator stopped. Underground, depth 100 meters. Apostrophe. The corner of Chen Zhonggong's mouth raised an arc, and he murmured in his heart, "Add more to." "I'm too lazy to say. As long as you dare to give monthly pass, I will add more until you vomit blood." Chapter 385 Underground. Depth of 100 meters. Ding! Apostrophe. 1 minute later, the elevator stopped. Underground. Depth 100 meters. Apostrophe. The corner of Chen Zhonggong's mouth raised an arc, and he murmured in his heart. The elevator door opened slowly. He, being escorted by a group of special forces, walked out of the elevator. All around, the air was suddenly cold, the air humidity was a bit low, and there was an inexplicable breath floating in the air. Chen Zhongying's nose lightly sniffed, and the corners of his mouth became more curved. The breath in the air is a special current breath formed by the reaction of a large number of electromagnetic nuclear pulses. This should be the basement base, the most secret prison cell in New Ying. Jiangnan New Ying, as the largest operational deployment base in the Jiangnan region, does not have a high-tech and advanced secret cell. At this time, this secret cell was specially prepared for Chen Zhongying. These prison cells were originally researched and developed for the purpose of imprisoning famous Western spies and dangerous people from all walks of life. Today, Chen Zhongying also enjoys such treatment. He was taken into a cold iron room. The special forces squeezed him on a metal iron chair and handcuffed his hands and feet with thick iron shackles. Then, the Special Forces members closed the door to the room and left the scene. In the entire metal room, only Chen Zhongying was left with a headgear on his face. The air is extremely quiet. Chen Zhongying's hands were chained on the iron chair, unable to move at all. In the four corners of the room, 4 high-definition video surveillance cameras and infrared sound control detectors are installed respectively. As long as the target person moves slightly, it can be detected immediately. Chen Zhongying gently moved his 10-finger joints and was handcuffed for an entire hour. At this time, his hand joints were also a little tired. However, at this moment, 4 surveillance cameras around the iron room are closely monitoring him. Although his face was covered with a mask, he could clearly feel it. Between his fingers, whirled gently, 4 pinholes that were imperceptible to the naked eye suddenly emerged from the cracks in his nails. With a flick of his finger, wow! A pinhole suddenly cut through the air and flew towards the camera on the left front. Puff! The silver needle was inserted into the lens of the camera instantly. The picture of the camera is frozen. Then, his fingers flicked again. Woo! Wow! Wow! The 3 silver needles were shot out at once, and the cameras in the other 3 directions were inserted in an instant. With 4 high-definition surveillance cameras, all the pictures freeze. After doing all this, Chen Zhongying slowly took his hands out of the strong iron shackles. The sturdy iron shackles in front of him seemed to be a display before his eyes. Didn't see how he untied it at all. His hands were like a juggling. So he untied the shackles. He stretched out his hand, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and then took out a lighter. Just sitting in the metal iron cell, lit the cigarette, and slowly started smoking. If this scene were seen by those special forces, I would be shocked on the spot. They had just conducted a search from beginning to end. But this suspect was carrying a cigarette and a lighter! Exclamation mark. This is simply their so-called whole-body search. Is useless at all. Chen Zhongying took off his headgear and sat in a chair, smoking a cigarette lightly. His eyes scanned the metal iron cell on the scene meaningfully. The whole room is about 10 square meters. The 4 walls are made of special bulletproof alloy material. There are no windows around, all of them are welded tightly. There is only a narrow door for entry and exit. On the ceiling of the room, an ultraviolet incandescent lamp lit the whole room. This lamp is made of bulletproof glass. In order to prevent the prisoners in the room from hitting the lampshade, various consequences will occur. Chen Zhongying glanced at the room, and the whole room was indeed made of copper and iron walls. He glanced at the metal wall, and based on the lines on the wall, he judged that the thickness of the 4 walls may be a full 1 meter thick. This thickness is enough to withstand the bombardment of any anti-aircraft weapons. As for The prisoner inside wants to run through the wall. That is even more impossible. How to drill a thick metal wall? Only. Chen Zhongying slowly let out a puff of smoke, and glanced lightly at the wall. There was a touch of contempt at the corner of his mouth. This one in front of him, the so-called copper wall and iron prison, in his eyes, is no different from paper. If he wants to do it in the blink of an eye, the entire cell can be demolished upright. An underground cell in Jiangnan Yueying. How can he be confined to death? Back then, the Hell Island, 18 layers of hell, layered layout, a whole battalion of armed soldiers stationed, and even suppressed by intercontinental nuclear weapons warheads. He couldn't stop him from death. What's more, now this is an iron cell. In the eyes of death, this is tantamount to pediatrics. However, at the same time, 100 meters above the ground from the basement, Jiangnan Yueying, ground base, a high-definition secret surveillance room. 4 staff members are sitting in front of the computer monitoring screen, watching the iron cell image in the video with vigilant gaze. Iron cell, 4 corners, 4 video screen projections. Can show the suspect in all directions, all corners. Even if he just moved his finger, he could be noticed. At this moment, the picture on the computer screen is quiet. Inside the iron cell, it was quiet. The suspect was covered with a mask and sat motionless in a chair. Did the suspect move? A special team captain came to the key control room and asked solemnly. No, very honest. Sitting there, nothing happened. 4 surveillance staff reported. Okay. Keep an eye on him at any time. If there is any change, report it immediately. The captain of the special forces exhorted with a solemn expression, then turned around and left the keying room. The 4 monitoring personnel continued to sit in front of the computer screen, carefully monitoring the suspect in the screen. However, these 4 surveillance personnel did not know ... their 4 cameras ... have been tampered with. All the pictures are still and paused pictures. The suspect they want to monitor, at this time, is crossing Erlang's legs, sitting in the iron cell, swallowing smoke rings. However, at the same time, Jiangnan Yueying, ground base, another piece of base interrogation room, the president of the Ku Group, Ku Yiren, and dozens of office workers were also taken to the interrogation room for interrogation one by one. Ku Yiren's expression turned pale when he saw this scene, and his mood was extremely confused. This scene is beyond her control at all. In the Jiangnan Yueying battle zone, direct action and interrogation, these war zone forces, even if a team of lawyers, can't intervene. The Yueying theater is different from the patrol room. The patrol house is subject to regular supervision by the public, and the people can choose to defend their rights freely. The Yueying theater was born to prepare for war. Unless the highest laws in the Forbidden City, otherwise, the ordinary civil law system will not have the authority to restrict Yueying. Being detained by Yueying, went to interrogation. The lawyer team couldn't intervene at all. Even the ruling building can't get involved at all. Chapter 386 Interrogation of Wu District. The Yueying theater is different from the patrol room. The patrol room is subject to regular supervision by the public, and the people can choose to defend their rights freely. And Wu Wei War Zone, born to prepare for war. Unless the highest regulations of the Forbidden City, otherwise, the ordinary people's F system will not have the authority to restrict the Wu Wei district at all. Was detained by Wu Wei and went to interrogation. The team of lawyers couldn't interfere at all. Even the ruling building can't get involved at all. At this time, Ku Yiren was taken alone into a special interrogation room. She lived for 27 years and began to dabble in the business world at the age of 20. She has experienced scenes of all sizes. However, for the first time in her life, she was imprisoned in the interrogation room for interrogation. Cross-examination. What's more, this place is Jiangnan Wu Wei Theater. The interrogation room in the Yueying theater is so tight that it is unprecedented. The Ku Yi people have no right to call a lawyer, and her team of lawyers can't even enter the battle zone base at all. Because this is a military jurisdiction, it is strictly forbidden to enter or leave any other people. Sitting in the cold interrogation room, Kuyi's entire complexion was a bit complicated and inexplicable. At this moment, in her heart, what worries more is Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen was taken away by a large group of special forces with live ammunition. She was worried whether Mr. Chen would be in danger. Although, that man is as cold as an iceberg. But after all, he has saved himself several times. That man is his savior. How can Kui people be ungrateful? She knows how to repay her kindness, and she is very worried about Mr. Chen. Now that Mr. Chen is in danger, how can she just ignore it? At this time, she only hated that she had insufficient rights, and if she was strong enough, then, she would definitely have a way to save Mr. Chen. However, at this moment, the iron door of the interrogation room opened. A man wearing a dark green uniform walked slowly into the room. The man looked solemn, sat down slowly, and then introduced his identity. Jiangnan Wu Y Combat Zone. The 3rd Special Team, Captain, Geng Rao. The man showed his work permit to Kuyiren, and then followed the procedure to start the interrogation. According to the Armed Forces Association War Preparation Agreement, Article 3, Chapter 16, anyone who threatens the Armed Forces Association's theater organization will be unconditionally accepted for trial by the Armed Forces Association X. All matters will be explained. During the interrogation, no team of lawyers will be allowed to get involved. Until the end of the investigation, you can reserve your opinion, but every word you say will become part of the content of our war zone and screening. Next, you will be summoned. Interrogation. Do you have any objections? With a solemn voice, the man read out the martial arts regulations, and then stared at Kuyiren and asked. Kuyi had a complicated face and shook his head. I have no objection. This is the first time that she has accepted military interrogation in the war zone. The whole scene was too solemn and depressing. The man sorted out the X data, and then turned on a voice recorder, infrared thermal synthesis detector, and polygraph. Then, the interrogation began. First name, Kuyiren. Position, Kius Pharmaceutical Group. President. Have a history of drug abuse? No. The man looked solemn and began to interrogate Kuyi people one by one in accordance with the regulations. At the same time, an infrared polygraph is operating. Keep an eye on the target person's heartbeat, as well as the frequency and speed of blood flow pulsation. As long as the Kuyiren lie, they can be detected for the first time. What is your relationship with the target person? Hearing this question, Kuyiren hesitated a little. Subordinate relationship. I am the president. He holds the position of security director of our group. He is my subordinate. The man stared at Kuyiren closely. You are just now. Why did you hesitate? Hearing this question, Kuyi was shocked. She answered truthfully, because I'm thinking about the definition of the relationship between superiors and subordinates. Why? The man continued. Because, in the company, his character is above me. Almost, I obey him. Kuyiren explained calmly. The man fixed his eyes on Kuyiren, then he glanced at the data on the monitor to confirm that she was not lying. What's the name of the target person? Chen Zongying. Do you know his other identity? I don't know. Half an hour later, Kuyiren was interrogated. After confirming the interrogation information, the man took the Kuyiren to the waiting room and waited for the results. At the same time, dozens of other colleagues in the company, including the secretary Sun Xu, and all those who had contact with Chen Zongying were brought into the interrogation room one by one and interrogated one by one. When coming out of the interrogation room, almost every colleague's face was complex and inexplicable. Today, all signs indicate that Mr. Chen may ... Something has happened. Everyone was surprised and uncertain. The mysterious security director, what identity secret is hidden on his body? Soon, the trial passed. Kuyiren and hundreds of colleagues confirmed that there is no suspicion. As a result, Jiangnan New Ying Combat Zone brought them back into the vehicle. The group was escorted back to the city and released. Before leaving, Kuyi asked, Mr. Chen, What happened to him? The answer available was, no comment. Ku Yiren and dozens of colleagues were all taken away. Only Chen Zhongying was still detained and stayed in the Jiangnan Theater. The war zone, 100 meters deep underground base center. Master Wu Wei, Shen Bin, was wearing a combat uniform with a solemn expression, stepping on his martial arts boots and sprinting through the basement corridor. Behind him, a large group of staff in dark green military uniforms walked dignifiedly and followed behind him. The severity of the scene is unprecedented. Today, this special trial will be conducted under the supervision of Wu Wei Shenbin. Shenbin and a large group of staff walked into the monitoring room of the underground base. The picture in the monitoring room has returned to normal at this time. The target suspect is sitting in a chair, sitting quietly. Shenbin stood in front of the monitoring screen, his eyes deep. He stared at the target person on the screen closely. Beside, dozens of staff members are sitting in front of a set of instruments, sitting and preparing. Lie detectors, infrared thermal cameras, scanners, pupil detectors, skin pore meters, blood pressure meters, all instruments for monitoring dynamics, are all ready to be in place. With so many instruments, it is almost harder for the interrogator to lie than to go to the sky. Shen boss, everything is ready. You can start the interrogation, a staff member solemnly reported. Shenbin sat in front of the monitoring screen and slowly raised his hand to signal the subordinates know. Immediately send the order and start the interrogation. Underground base, deep in the corridor, the captain of the 3rd Special Team, Geng Rao, fully armed, walked solemnly toward the cold metal iron room. Today, he will serve as the presiding judge. Before coming to the metal iron room, enter the password, fingerprint verification, and pupil verification. Then, the door of the iron cell finally opened slowly. Geng Rao looked solemn, and slowly stepped into the room. Chapter 387 My status is too high. Geng Rao looked solemn, and slowly stepped into the room. But, as soon as he stepped into the room, he rushed to his face a faint smell of tobacco. This seems to be the smell produced by the burning of cigarettes. Geng Rao's complexion condensed, and his eyes looked straight at the target suspect. It was discovered that the target suspect was sitting quietly on the metal Trial-X chair with a headgear on his face. Geng Rao shook his head. He should think too much. He walked into the metal room, slowly came to the target person, and lifted the hood of the target person's face. Chen Zhongying sat on the chair, slowly raised his head, and glanced lightly at Geng Rao. When I saw this man's gaze, Geng Rao's heart was uncontrollable. It trembled slightly. That kind of feeling, as if is a hound, met a monstrous tiger. Geng Rao has undergone professional Trial-X training, and his observation skills are extremely keen. With just one glance, he realized the horror of this man. His eyes looked like no waves in the ancient well, but the killing intent contained in his pupils made people tremble. Geng Rao can be sure that this is a man who has murdered. Moreover, many people were killed. If it weren't for carrying countless lives, how could such a coldness appear in his pupils? At that glance, he looked at each other, as if it were a beast. Looking at the prey that was about to die. Such indifferent eyes are too terrifying. Geng Rao's face was solemn, and he slowly sat down at the metal interrogation table. Jiangnan Wu Wei, the 3rd Special Team, Captain, Geng Rao. Geng Rao's expression was indifferent, his voice was solemn, and he slowly introduced himself. Chen Zhongying raised his head, his eyes calm. He glanced at Geng Rao, the captain of the Special Forces. The momentum is still a little bit worse. Chen Zhongying's voice was indifferent, and he commented slowly. He has seen a real Special Forces captain. That kind of aura can match hundreds of thousands of people with one person's power. That kind of can be called the captain of the Special Forces. However, the so-called captain of the Special Forces is nothing more than a vase growing up in a greenhouse at best. Received military training, undergoes professional training, but has never been on the battlefield. This is almost always the case in today's military system. A lot of training, but only lack of actual combat. As a result, the soldiers almost became vases. Once on the battlefield, it becomes an object of slaughter. And Genro's expression changed suddenly after hearing Chen Zhongying's words. He slammed the table, holding back his anger. You can insult my name, but don't insult the medal on my shoulder. He can be humiliated by this name, but his identity as the captain of the special forces is absolutely insulting. Fighters are born for glory. He has gone through so many hard trainings before he reached his current status. Every step of his promotion is blood and tears. Step by step, tempered from the training camp. This position is an honor and a symbol. No humiliation. But Chen Zhonggong glanced at Genrao, but his eyes were faint. Have you ever been on the battlefield? As soon as this remark came out, Genro's complexion was momentarily taken aback. If you are on the battlefield, you will get a headshot within 3 minutes. Chen Zhongying said calmly and slowly. Hearing these words, Genro's complexion and heartbeat speeded up suddenly. It was an impulse. I have undergone 4A military training and won 3 special silver medals in a row. Do you think I will get a headshot in 3 minutes? Genrao asked indifferently. Although he is still calm on the surface, his heartbeat and blood pressure at this time have already risen. Next door, monitoring room. Wu Weishenbin looked at the surveillance picture in front of the screen with a solemn expression. Remind Genrao. Let him pay attention to his emotions. Don't be brought into the circle, Shenbin solemnly shouted. Hearing the order, he immediately picked up the intercom. Captain Genrao, pay attention to your emotions. This is your interrogation. Don't be led by the other side. Inside the metal iron jail, Genro's emotions were about to get out of control. And at this moment, a reminder from the staff came from the hidden headset. Only then did he suddenly come back to his senses. The entire interrogation, at the very beginning. He was taken into a circle by the target suspect. The target's heartbeat is normal, but he, the chief judge, almost lost control. This is simply. Genrao took a deep breath and adjusted his inner mood swings to calm himself down. He stared coldly at the target suspect. Stop talking. Next, you will be interrogated in accordance with the Armed Forces Association's War Preparation Act. You can maintain the right to speak freely, but every word you say will be the basis for the Wuxi Association's judgment. Standard. Genrao looked cold and solemnly said. In addition, I advise you not to lie. You are strapped to your body with an electrocardiogram instrument and an infrared polygraph. Every word you say will be tested by the polygraph. Your lies cannot escape the machine and mine. Genrao reminded each word. Oh, isn't it? Chen Zhonggong sat on the metal chair. His hands and feet were tightly handcuffed, but the corners of his mouth were curved, as if he didn't care about everything in front of him. Genrao sorted out the data files, and then brought a pair of special Blu-ray glasses. This pair of glasses can clearly observe Chen Zhong's pupil changes. When a person lies again, his pupils will shrink slightly, and this action will be clearly noticed by the blue light glasses. In this way, to judge the authenticity of Chen Zhongying's words. Next, he will begin to review Chen Zhongying. First name. Chen Zhonggwang's eyes were calm, and he slowly replied. The last name is Chen Zhongying. Identity. Kiss Group, Director of Security. Chen Zhongying replied, his tone indifferent. Genrao raised his head and stared straight into Chen Zhong's eyes. What I asked was your other identity. The atmosphere in the metal cell was dignified and depressing. The eyes of the two confronted each other. The corners of Chen Zhongying's mouth raised a slight arc. My status, my rank is too high, and you don't have the right to intervene. Hearing these words, Genro's complexion suddenly condensed. He wears blue light glasses and locks Chen Zhong's pupils directly through the mirror surface of the glasses. At the same time, all the lie detectors in the room were turned on and started to detect Chen Zhong's physical state to determine whether he was lying. However, his heartbeat is normal, breathing is normal, brain waves are normal, the blood flow pulsation is normal, skin capillaries are normal, pupil vision, contraction is normal, facial expressions, movements look, everything is normal. He didn't lie. This time, Genro's complexion became a little surprised. On behalf of Jiangnan Wu District, military interrogation. I order you to confess your identity. Geng Rao asked again with a solemn expression. Crazy. Ask for a monthly pass. It's not easy for everyone. Chapter 388. Thousands of doors in the Red Wall Palace. On behalf of Jiangnan Wu District, military interrogation. I order you to confess your identity. Geng Rao asked again with a solemn expression. I said, my status and rank are too high, and you don't have the right to intervene. Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm, and he replied slowly again. Call your highest commander here, Chen Zong said, sitting on the chair. Next door, monitor the command room. Shen Bin sat in a chair, his eyes fixed on the monitor screen. Skip, let Geng Rao interrogate the next question. Shen Bin ordered. In the metal room, the concealed headset in Geng Rao's ear received the order, so he stopped asking questions about his identity for the time being. Instead, skip and proceed to the next question. Trial. Say your age. Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm, and he replied lightly, 28. Geng Rao raised his head, staring suspiciously at the fair and elegant young man in front of him. No matter how you look at this young man, he is only in his early 20s. He looks too young. However, the polygraph showed that he had not lied. Last night, 10 o'clock, on the streets of North Huihai Road. What are you doing? Geng Rao continued to ask with a solemn expression. Go to a friend's house for dinner. Last night. Why did you run away? Geng Rao insisted on asking. Conditional reflex. Any normal person who sees drone tracking will run away. Are you sure it's not a guilty conscience? Geng Rao's expression condensed slightly, staring straight at Chen Zongying. What do you think? Chen Zongying asked rhetorically. Why shot down our drone? How did you shoot it down? Explain in detail. Your drone is too weak. The flying height is too low, and the firepower is not strong enough, so naturally they destroyed them. Chen Zongying said indifferently and slowly. He seemed to be stating a sparse and ordinary event, and he didn't pay attention to the thrilling one last night. What specialized military training have you undergone? No comment. Why do you organize effectiveness? Chen Zongying replied faintly, Forbidden City. Boom. When you hear these three words, Geng Rao's face suddenly changed! Exclamation mark. Purple. Forbidden City! Exclamation mark. He was shocked by these three words. This is the supreme representative of the hot summer. Suddenly in the Jingwixiozu, there are frequent round trips on Shililong Street. The magnificent Forbidden City, there are thousands of doors in the Red Wall Palace. That side of the city controls the power of the world. Is this person in front of him playing for the Forbidden City? Question mark. This! Exclamation mark. Could it be? This is an internal person? Question mark. But, in the next second, Geng Rao cut off the thought in his heart. This is absolutely impossible. Since he is playing for the Forbidden City, then why bother to try to invade the Jiangnan military satellite? Exclamation mark. And why, last night, madly escaped and shot down 30 drones? Exclamation mark. At the same time, the monitoring room next door. Wu Wai Shenbin, after hearing these words, his face was suddenly frozen. Can't believe it! Exclamation mark. Purple ... Forbidden City! Exclamation mark. Order. Immediately upload the facial features of the target suspect to the theater headquarters. Be sure to reply to me as soon as possible. Look at the headquarters theater. Is there a record of this person? Shenbin looked solemn. First time ordered. Yes. The subordinates concentrated their heads and immediately uploaded the information. The efficiency of the theater is very fast. After a minute, the subordinate replied with the message. Shen Boss. The headquarters of the war zone said. There is no file record of this person. Hearing these words, Chen Bin's complexion condensed again. Check for no file messages. That means that this person's words must have been faked. He must be a member of a foreign country's power. Sneak into the Hot Summer secretly and perform spy missions. If it is a Hot Summer staff, how can it be impossible to find the file information in the Hot Summer system, unless he is not of Hot Summer nationality. Next door, in a metal cell, Geng Rao has received a report from his subordinates from the concealed headset. In the files of Jiangnan Yueying headquarters, you can't find your files at all. What can you explain, Mr. Agent? Geng Rao's voice was cold, staring at Chen Zhonging. Chen Zhonging froze for a moment, and shook his head helplessly. Of course I can't find my file. Because your level is not enough. He had a calm tone and said slowly, perhaps, your East China Theater, the Supreme President leads the command, and his authority can be found. Geng Rao stared at him coldly, as if he wanted to see through the suspect. However, at this moment, the entire lie monitoring system did not detect any abnormalities at all. The target suspect's pupils are normal, breathing is normal, heartbeat is normal. Brain waves. Everything is completely normal. This! Exclamation mark. Didn't he lie? Exclamation mark. How can that be? I have to admit that your counterintelligence ability is very strong. Geng Rao's expression became a bit solemn. Being able to lie in such a state while still remaining so calm. There is only one possibility. This Chen Zhonging has received special professional anti-espionage military training. This is a well-trained, top-level agent. Hearing what Geng Rao said, Chen Zhonging shook his head lightly without explaining too much. If he wants to lie, he can indeed completely cover the so-called polygraph system in front of him. However, at this time, he really did not have to lie. Why should he lie? Since the other party doesn't believe it, there is nothing he can do. You know, why did we arrest you? Geng Rao's eyes condensed slightly, his tone was solemn, and he stared at Chen Zhonging coldly, and suddenly asked. Chen Zhong shook his head. I don't know. I'm also very curious. What is your purpose of looking for me? That's why I sit in the office, waiting for you to catch me. Indeed, if he does not want to come in, even if the entire Jiangnan Yueying and tens of thousands of forces were used, he would be arrested. Chen Zong, the reason why he is sitting here, just because he wanted to come in. He deliberately revealed whereabouts of information, let Wu Ying notice, and then took advantage of the trend. Arrested him and brought him to justice. However, Geng Rao couldn't help but sneer when he heard what the suspect said. I have interrogated many overseas spy prisoners like you over the years. But this is the first time I have encountered you so arrogant. Chen Zhong's eyes were indifferent and slowly said, it is indeed a rare opportunity in your life to be able to sit here and interrogate me face to face. In the future, you may be extremely proud and glorious. His tone was calm, and he didn't seem to be bragging. Indeed, because he is of death. In this world, there are two types of people, and they are the existences that ordinary people absolutely awe and look up to. The first category is a man who stands on the top of the forbidden city and raises his hands to sway the world. Snap your fingers to cover the sky and turn the clouds in rain. That is the supreme existence of the temple. On the other hand, they are hidden under the endless darkness. No name, no identity, no emotion. Some of them have only one code name. That code name will accompany you throughout your life. Pouring blood, killing all over the sky. In this generation, some people are white. There are always people black. The gangsters, for the white Taoists. Doing things that are difficult to execute. They live with darkness all their lives. And the feats they made were shocking to the world. Add more! Exclamation mark. 2 words, monthly pass. I'm too lazy to say more. Brothers, you can figure it out. Chapter 389 For Life. With the darkness, Chen Zhong's eyes were light, and he slowly said, it is indeed a rare opportunity in your life to be able to sit here and interrogate me face to face. In the future, you may be extremely proud and glorious. His tone was calm, and he didn't seem to be bragging. Indeed, because he is of death. In this world, there are two types of people, and they are the existences that ordinary people absolutely awe and look up to. The first category is a man who stands on the top of the forbidden city and raises his hands to sway the world. Snap your fingers to cover the sky and turn the clouds in rain. That is the supreme existence of the temple. On the other hand, they are hidden under the endless darkness. No name, no identity, no emotion. Some of them have only one code name. That code name will accompany you throughout your life, pouring blood, killing all over the sky. In this generation, some people are white. There are always people black. The gangsters, for the white Taoists. Doing things that are difficult to execute. They live with darkness all their lives. And the feats they made were shocking to the world. Hidden in the night, dancing with the devil. However, Chen Zhongying, his code name is Reaper. Geng Rao in front of him obviously didn't know what kind of character he was facing. The stern complexion sneered, with scorn and contempt. You are a mere overseas spy agent. I have seen a lot. How can I be proud of interrogating you like saboteurs who are doing harm to international stability? Geng Rao's voice was cold and mocking with disdain. A spy agent that undermines international stability. Everyone sneered at it and punished it. This class of people. See their side. Still glorious lintels. What a joke. Geng Rao retracted his cold disdain, his eyes dignified and stern. He patted the table, stared at Chen Zhongying, and asked directly. This time, he stopped going around the corners, cut directly to the topic, and asked. In 2019, November 14th, 10 o'clock in the middle of the night, did you use a Huawei mobile phone as a medium to invade my Jiangnan Yuan air satellite system? When I heard this question from Geng Rao, Chen Zong's indifferent eyes condensed slightly. Invaded the satellite system. His expression changed from suspicious to relieved. He finally understood. Why is Jiangnan Yuan chasing after me these 2 days? It turned out to be for this. Chen Zhongying nodded slowly, and responded calmly. Yes. 2 days ago, at 10 o'clock in the middle of the night, in order to find the cybercriminal navy, he did use a Huawei mobile phone as a signal medium to hack into the Jiangnan Yuan satellite system. When the suspect nodded and admitted, Geng Rao's complexion became solemn. Today, the evidence is conclusive, and the suspects have admitted personally. Then, the facts of his crime have almost been finalized. What's the purpose of invading my Jiangnan Yuan satellite? 150 and 10, honestly explain. Geng Rao's voice, unprecedentedly sharp, shouted. There is no purpose, just to deal with a few network navy, borrow your satellite and check their IP address. Chen Zhongying replied lightly, as if he didn't care about it at all. Geng Rao, his solemn eyelids, slightly picked. How many network navies to deal with? Dealing with the cyber navy. It takes such a great effort to invade the Jiangnan Yuan satellite! This dumb. But preparing for satellites. It's like dealing with a few ants, and you ended up taking out nuclear weapons? What the fuck? As for, is that necessary? Geng Rao didn't believe Chen Zhongying's statement at all. He slapped the table sharply and shouted, don't hide it. Explain your true purpose. What I'm talking about is true or false, and the polygraph is showing one by one. This is the truth. Chen Zhongying said calmly and slowly. He really didn't bother to lie about these trivial things. Then, he suddenly raised his head with deep eyes, staring at Geng Rao, and asked, my intrusion uses an sleevil spiral and special encryption. It is impossible to find my whereabouts without a special cracking formula. So, you guys, how did you find the clue to me? Chen Zhongying's voice was calm, with a deep arc rising from the corner of his mouth. He asked slowly. His invasion was meticulous. It would never be discovered by Jiangnan Yuan. 72 hours after the invasion, the satellite system will completely erase his traces of invasion. Everything comes without a trace and goes without a trace. But why, within 72 hours, his invasion was leaked? Just relying on this Jiangnan Yuan, The technicians in the small pond in a small area, it is impossible to find his invasion record. So behind this, who is against him? Hearing these words, Genro's expression was solemn and cold, and he slapped the table suddenly. Presumptuous! Pay attention to your identity. Who is interrogating whom? Genro's emotions were completely out of control. The agent in front of him was simply too cunning. Every time, he can control the whole conversation, and if one does not pay attention, he will take his own interrogation rhythm off the track. In the face of such suspects, we must never treat them properly. Only being tough and threatening to interrogate. Immediately explain your identity. Explain the purpose of your mission. Otherwise, don't blame me for being polite. Genrou shouted with a solemn expression. As a member of Wu Wei, how could Genrou not be prepared? A little method of forcibly extracting a confession. It's just that he is used to courting first and then fighting. In the beginning, he spoke well and interrogated the suspect and asked him to take the initiative to confess. However, today, the suspect apparently toasted without eating. Then, you can only drink fine wine. In his Jiangnan Wu, there are thousands of ways for you to force a confession to tell the truth. I'm not afraid if you don't say it, I'm afraid you can't hold it. But at this moment, Chen Zhongying suddenly raised his hands gently. His hands that were firmly leaned on the iron chair that's it. Easily broke free? Seeing this scene, Genro's expression suddenly changed. His whole person is a little overwhelmed! This! Shenzong freed his hand, took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it leisurely. Don't be nervous, and you don't need to fire a gun. Chen Zhongying took a deep breath of the cigarette and sat on the chair with Erlang's legs tilted, his expression indifferent. If I want to do it, your gun can't threaten me at all. At the same time, Genrou had already pulled out a pistol from his waist for the first time. The bullet has been loaded, and the dark and cold gun hole is aimed at Chen Zong. In the entire metal room, the atmosphere of the scene instantly solemn! Only Chen Zhongying sat there calmly and faintly let out a smoke ring. Raise your hand. Otherwise, I would shoot. Genrou's voice solemnly shouted! He didn't expect that. This suspect could break free from the shackles from the titanium alloy interrogation chair! This is simply! But, at the same time, next door, the monitoring room, Shen Bin and all the staff, when they saw this scene, also their complexion changed drastically! This! How can it be! Nothing to say. Chapter 390 Sleeville State Secrets. Metal Room. Interrogation Room. Genrou looked solemn, held guns in both hands, and focused on the suspect Chen Zhongying. The whole scene, the wind is more solemn than ever. I order you, immediately put your hands behind. Surrender! Genrou shouted sharply. But Chen Zhongying still faintly raised Erlang's legs, sitting on the chair, puffing out smoke rings. He seemed to care nothing about Genrou's words. As for the pitch-black barrel, as far as he was concerned, it was completely indifferent. Genrou's face was cold, his pupils slightly condensed. Under such circumstances, he has done so many interrogation cases, never before. The situation at the scene is seriously assessed. However, in Genrou's hidden earphones, the boss command also came: fire, take the damage. This is the order of Boss Shen Bin. Genrou's pupils condensed, and his right index finger snapped. Fire. Bar. A silver bullet pierced through the hole quickly, piercing the air at the speed of the sound, and blasted through the air toward the left shoulder of the target suspect in front of you! The shoulder is the most important joint of a person. This shot, Genrou, can be described as accurate. One shot severely wounded the shoulder, and the target suspect lost the ability to move with both hands. Then his threat would be greatly reduced. the whole scene will also be controlled. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the silver bullet whizzed, and instantly blasted in front of Chen Zhongying. Dang! But, just as the bullet was about to shoot through Chen Zhongying's shoulder, the bullet suddenly hovered in the air. Two white fingers were pinching the bullet fiercely. The bullet was clamped by Chen Zhongying's two fingers, and the huge force between the fingers even caused the bullet to be slightly dented and deformed. Seeing this scene, Genro's complexion completely trembled! His eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. Staring at this scene! This! With bare hands clamping his bullet tongue! Genro slowly lowered his eyes. His gaze was shocked and horrified. He glanced at the Bing 92 gun in his hand, and then raised his head in shock. His eyes trembled and horrified, staring at the target suspect a few meters away! This! Fucking! How can it be! Receiving the bullet with bare hands! Type 92 domestically produced automatic pistol, with a range of 200 meters. At this time, it was within a short range of no more than 5 meters apart. With this gun, the penetrating power of the bullet ... enough to explode the kinetic energy of E equals 2 million. This gun is enough to penetrate any reinforced iron plate, even bulletproof glass at close range, and it can be broken in one shot. But at this moment, this bullet was actually caught by the opponent ... with bare hands! Dang! Chen Zhongying flicked his right hand with both fingers, and dropped the bullet to the ground. Then, he took a deep breath of cigarette. His complexion was calm. Genro's face at this time was unprecedentedly embarrassing. He finally understood why ... Just when he stepped into the interrogation room at first sight, he would rush to his face ... There was a smell of smoke. It turns out ... That's not my own illusion. But the smell of smoke. This suspect, can he break free from the shackles of the interrogation chair! But, at the same time, next door, the keying room, all the staff, when they saw this scene on the monitoring screen ... The only dignity before their faces, embarrassed! This! What the hell? Catch the bullet with bare hands! Is this kidding! How can that be! This fucking completely violates Newton's law of conservation of energy! How can a human being ... receive a bullet carrying a mighty force with just 2 fingers! Boss Shenbin, his face was unprecedentedly dignified and shocked. He sat in front of the screen. His pupils contracted. Order, immediately. Dispatch an attack team. Block the entire corridor. Shenbin made a decisive decision. Ordered! Although, the safety facilities in the interrogation room are sufficient to trap the suspect. However, he was still not at ease, mobilizing a large number of attack team members, and guarding the surroundings ... just in case. However, at this moment, metal room, interrogation room, Genro's complexion has been more solemn than ever! In the whole room, the atmosphere is extremely cold and solemn. Murderous intent is raging, and it's on the verge. Genro, the commander of the special forces, has experienced interrogations of all sizes, and has contacted super agents of various countries in the world. But he has never seen ... this one ... so terrifying ... a spy who can catch bullets with his bare hands! What the hell? Which national power does it come from! What terrible training and transformation have you received! Can you catch the bullet with your bare hands! Genro's guns are directed at Chen Zong, but he didn't dare to fire a second shot. The first shot was blocked by the opponent under the sign that the opponent had no premise. The second shot, the other party had expected it. wouldn't it? Not sure of winning? Exclamation mark. A drop of cold sweat oozes from Genro's forehead. This is the first time he has encountered such a crisis since he was engaged in special forces and interrogation work. Do not be nervous. At this moment, Chen Zhongying spoke slowly. He faintly spit out a smoke ring. The dense grey smoke ring ... was floating in the air and gradually faded. If I want to leave this room, there are more than 1,000 ways. He muttered his eyes and looked at the entire metal room, and said slowly, his words indicate that if he wants to go, he can leave in the blink of an eye. The reason why he is sitting here just doesn't want to do it. However, hearing Chen Zhongying's words, Genro's complexion became a little cold. You can't live without here. No matter which country you belong to, you can't leave this room today. Genro's voice was unprecedentedly solemn, although the opponent can catch his bullet with bare hands. But what? This metal room is manufactured with Sleevil super strength encryption. The whole room, in all directions, does not have any blind spots. Even if it was a bombardment, it could not be shattered. What's more, it was built 100 meters deep in the basement. No one can forcibly break out of this room. The spy in front of him, even though his skills are strong. Is it possible that he can blast through a thick metal wall panel with his bare hands? Exclamation mark. This wall is made of ultra-high-strength titanium alloy. Except for the high temperature of 10,000 degrees, the rest of the power can't penetrate this copper-walled ironclad room at all. Oh, isn't it? Hearing Genro's confident words, the corner of Chen Zhong's mouth raised a slight arc. This copper wall and iron wall are really good. He raised his head slightly and glanced around. This should be built according to the underground iron jail of Qinqing prison in the imperial capital, right? Chen Zhongying said lightly, which changed Genro's complexion. This ... How does the suspect in front of me know? Exclamation mark. Qinqing prison is the #1 secret prison in the summer. Among them, various monstrous world-class figures are being held. And their Jiangnan Yu Ying, this underground metal prison, was developed by imitating the underground prison of Qinqing prison. Regardless of the degree of defense or the degree of security, it is almost the same as Qinqing prison. How does the young man in front of him know this? Exclamation mark. You know. These are all Sleevil state secrets! Exclamation mark. Still nothing to say. Chapter 391 Strange Shaped Dagger. This should be built according to the underground iron jail of Qinqing prison in the imperial capital, right? Chen Zhongying said lightly, which changed Genro's complexion. This ... How does the suspect in front of me know? Exclamation mark. Qinqing prison is the #1 secret prison in the summer. Among them, various monstrous world-class figures are being held. And their Jiangnan Yu Ying, this underground metal prison, was developed by imitating the underground prison of Qinqing prison. Regardless of the degree of defense or the degree of security, it is almost the same as Qinqing prison. How does the young man in front of him know this? Exclamation mark. You know. These are all Sleevil state secrets! Exclamation mark. How does an overseas spy know these secrets? Exclamation mark. Chen Zhong's eyes were indifferent, and he glanced around the metal room. Using titanium alloy liquid welding, it is indeed a copper wall and iron wall, he muttered to himself, with a slight disdain raised at the corner of his mouth. It's just that you forgot to replace the overhead wall lamp with another program. Chen Zhongying raised his head slightly and glanced at the top of his head. The wall lamp was emitting a faint light, lighting up the entire metal room. Don't you know that the power of a wall lamp sometimes can be turned into high-intensity heat? The corners of Chen Zhongying's mouth raised a faint arc. Wall lamp. Introduce electric current. Just right, this titanium alloy is conductive. Believe it or not, can I make the wireless electric current device of the whole room collapse in 3 seconds? Genro's expression suddenly changed when he heard this suspect's words! Exclamation mark. The entire metal room is full of copper and iron walls. The only way to escape is to unlock the electronic code lock on the metal door of the room. However, this lock is verified by pupil recognition, fingerprint and voice. Without authorization from outsiders, it cannot be unlocked at all. It may even cause an alarm. But, what if the electronic code is powered off? Thinking of this consequence, Genro's expression turned pale. The wall lamp is bulletproof glass. Do you think you can turn it on at will? Genro retorted sharply in his voice. Oh, isn't it? Chen Zhongying smiled faintly. His feet suddenly kicked. The whole body, like a spring, jumped directly into the sky 2 meters. Boom! He punched directly and shattered the bulletproof glass of the upper wall lamp. Seeing this scene, Genro's pupils suddenly trembled. His body was horrified, and he took 2 steps back. How the hell? How is it possible? Shatter the bulletproof glass with an unarmed punch? What the fuck? Chen Zhongying's figure slowly fell. He took a deep breath and his eyes were calm and indifferent. In addition, it is not difficult to unlock your code lock even if the power is not on. He sat back on the chair again, pulled out a strand of hair, twisted it lightly with his right hand, and the strand stood up. Sometimes, some physics principles are quite useful. Friction generates static electricity, and sometimes hair can turn into steel wire. He glanced lightly at the door of the metal room. If you guess it right, your password lock uses a 24-base encryption. It's a pity that this encryption is very low level to me. He shook his head lightly, and spit out a smoke ring from the corner of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, he has already vomited 2 easy ways to leave the room. Genro stood in the office with an unprecedented embarrassment. What the fuck? This man, on Earth, was an agent trained in which country? These methods are simply terrifying. They spent a lot of money in Jiangnan Yueying. This metal and iron jail cell. In the eyes of this suspect, there are many loopholes! And just casually mentioning how many ways to escape! Is this him? He hit him naked in the face of Jiangnan Yueying! Who on earth are you? Genro held the gun in both hands, staring at the suspect in disbelief and shock. Which country power are you from? The corners of Chen Zhongying's mouth raised an arc. You and I are the same door, so why bother with the sword? Put down the gun. Chen Zhongying sat on the chair calmly, faintly puffing out smoke rings. He, like Genro in front of him, is in a different department. But the same for the summer. Grim Reaper. This code name belongs to the people of Central China and the Republic of China. At the same time, Chen Zhongying raised his eyes slightly and glanced at the monitor above the room meaningfully. You guys, do you really want to know who I am? Chen Zhongying murmured to himself. I'm afraid, after you learn about it. Don't be too shocked. At the same time, next door, monitoring room. Shenbin's gaze is solemn, sitting in front of the monitoring screen, his gaze is staring at the figure of the suspect on the screen. Shenbin at this time is unprecedentedly solemn. In these scenes, he was also the first time he met Jiangnan Yueying, who's arrested spies from all over the world in recent years. However, I have never encountered such a terrifying spy suspect. Even their metal prison can be cracked. Can you catch the bullet with your bare hands? Smash bulletproof glass with a punch! This is simply! Shenbin looked solemn and hesitated. Under such severe circumstances, he even wanted to order underground base special combat readiness. The eyes of the two people passed through the monitor, facing each other fiercely and hitting each other. Then, on the monitoring screen, The corners of Chen Zhongying's mouth flared up. Boom boom boom. At this moment, suddenly, the door of the monitoring room was knocked in. Shenbin stared solemnly at the screen and replied. The door of the monitoring room was pushed open. Several camouflage soldiers, carrying the evidence retrieved from the suspect, came to the Shenbin boss solemnly. Zen Shen boss. This is the mobile phone exhibit found from the suspect. The camouflage soldier handed a black Huawei mobile phone to Shenbin. Inside the mobile phone, we conducted a thorough investigation and analysis, and confirmed that there was nothing unusual. This is just an ordinary Huawei Mate 30 Pro mobile phone. However, we found the instruction code for the satellite intrusion in the mobile phone. It is certain that this mobile phone has invaded our satellite system. The staff looked solemn and reported, When he heard the report from his subordinates, Shenbin's expression condensed slightly. A normal version without any modification. A civilian Huawei mobile phone can actually invade their military satellite over the south of the Yangtze River? This is simply. Is it possible that their military satellite system can't even compare to a Huawei mobile phone? Shenbin's complexion became a bit ugly. This is being slapped naked. Shen boss. Besides, we were still on the suspect and found this weapon. The staff under his staff looked solemn, and the two of them carried the silver dagger in front of Shenbin. We analyzed the metal composition of this dagger, and found that the metal material of this dagger does not belong to any known metal chemistry system. The voice of his subordinates was solemn, and they reported slowly. What do you mean? Shenbin condensed, staring at his hands, and asked, if you want me to talk, then give me a monthly pass. Chapter 392. A blood-sucking soldier. Shen boss. Besides, we were still on the suspect and found this weapon. The staff under his staff looked solemn, and the two of them carried the silver dagger in front of Shenbin. We analyzed the metal composition of this dagger, and found that the metal material of this dagger does not belong to any known metal chemistry system. The voice of his subordinates was solemn, and they reported slowly. What do you mean? Shenbin condensed, staring at his hands, and asked. The complexion of his hand was very solemn, and he reported carefully. The metal elements of this dagger are not at all the materials we know at this stage. Its material has more strength and sharpness than titanium alloy, and is made of hardened steel hundreds of times. And its weight is amazing. What's more terrifying is it can suck blood. The voice of his subordinates is unprecedentedly solemn, and the report is solemnly reported every word. When he heard these words, Shenbin's complexion suddenly changed. Can blood? How can that be? According to the published metal element table in the world, among all the known metal elements, there has never been any metal body. Can it have such characteristics? Extremely hard. The degree of sharpness, hundreds of times higher than that of hardened steel? Can blood? This. Shenbin's face was solemn, and he slammed his dagger hilt. Shen boss, be careful. This weapon is very heavy. The subordinate reminded cautiously. A mere weapon, can't I still raise it? Shenbin shouted coldly, then grabbed the weapon with his right hand and tried to raise it. Can the whole weapon like 1,000 catties, placed on a metal shelf, it doesn't move at all. The muscles of Shenbin's entire right arm collapsed completely, and the veins burst out. He exerted all his strength. The dagger is still there, it doesn't move at all. This! In the monitoring room, all the staff watched this scene in disbelief. What kind of weapon is this after all? Shenbin's complexion also became extremely embarrassing. He is so real that he can't even lift this weapon? Shenbin's expression was a bit embarrassing. He didn't believe in evil, and suddenly put his left hand on him. Hold the handle of the knife with both left and right hands. Drink. He yelled violently, and directly raised the sharp silver dagger. But as soon as he raised the dagger, he felt 1,000 catties of force attack his whole body. Shenbin couldn't stand still at all, and he backed down again and again, and he was about to fall to the ground. "Shen boss, be careful." Upon seeing this, several staff members behind him looked very solemn. Stepped forward. The title staff will hold Shenbin together. Only then did Shenbin finally stand firm. His hands were holding the silver dagger tightly. This dagger is too heavy. Even with his hands clasped, he could feel his muscles trembling. Even Shenbin, a veteran warrior who has undergone decades of martial arts training, feels ... cannot hold it. Given boss ... this weapon, we measured the weight ... heavy 180 catties. Its metal density is so high that it completely exceeds all the metal materials we know so far. The staff under his staff looked solemn and reported and explained its shape. We have also thoroughly analyzed it. Found that this shape is unprecedented. Every blood trough, opening, and barb are all designed to kill. This kind of weird design is unprecedented. The voice of the staff was extremely solemn, reporting the situation of this weapon to the boss. In fact, just now, when their group of staff saw this weapon for the first time, they were also shocked by its terrifying and strange shape. What kind of weapon is this? This look is simply too terrifying and hideous. Let anyone who sees what it looks like be trembling. And when they went through a comprehensive computer data analysis, they suddenly discovered ... this hideous and weird shape, every angle, every arc of the side, is ... for killing. This is a real murderous soldier. Any direction, 360 degrees without dead ends, all can kill. This ... too scary. Shocking. What kind of supernatural craftsmanship does this look come from? Exclamation mark. The person who designed this weapon is simply ... a terrible genius. Shenbin held this heavy weapon in both hands. His eyes were dignified, and he looked at the weapon tightly. He also found the hideous and terrifying shape of the weapon. Looking at this weapon, there was a feeling ... that made his mind tremble. Exclamation mark. This is simply. His eyes condensed slightly, and he slowly stretched out a finger, gently put it in front of the sharp blade of the weapon. Boss, be careful. The dignified color under his hand reminded hurriedly. Puff. There was a sound of flesh and blood being cut. Shenbin's index finger just tapped on the blade of the weapon. Before he even had time to force, a sharp blood hole was cut out on the belly of his index finger. This is just as sharp as blowing and breaking hair. If he only used a little force, then his entire index finger would probably be cut off. After Shenbin's index finger was cut, the blood overflowed instantly. However, his blood is strange and amazing. Following the blade of the weapon, slowly, it was absorbed in! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. This ... is sucking blood! Exclamation mark. Upon seeing this scene, Shenbin's expression was unprecedentedly solemn! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. Simply! Exclamation mark. Unprecedented and shocking! Exclamation mark. His own blood ... was absorbed by the weapon! Exclamation mark. Watching the blood being continuously absorbed, it penetrates into the metal on the surface of the dagger. Shenbin's complexion became more and more solemn ... Unbelievable! Exclamation mark. All the staff around the scene, seeing this scene, also looked embarrassed and shocked like never before! Exclamation mark. This completely violates any theory of physics! Exclamation mark. Any metal element is dead. It must go through an external force to release energy. Can this weapon in front of me, its metal elements are actually alive! Exclamation mark. It can actually actively absorb human blood! Exclamation mark. Is this him? How can it be? Exclamation mark. Shenbin is a thorough atheist. He has received professional scientific quality training. He doesn't believe that there are gods, ghosts and demons in this world. But, at this moment this scene before him completely breaks his scientific values for decades. What weapon can human blood? This! Shen boss. Please remove your fingers as soon as possible. This weapon. Its metal density is very high. It can absorb a lot of blood. The staff under his staff looked dignified, and the report explained, we used the computer equation to calculate ... It can continuously ... absorb enough blood ... 3 or 4 adults. When he heard these words, Shenbin's face was unprecedentedly solemn and embarrassed. This ... What is this monster weapon? However, the staff in the surveillance room and around the scene suddenly changed their complexions after hearing this sentence. Is this him? Can a weapon absorb the blood of 3 or 4 adults? This. I'm too lazy to talk anymore. In fact, I am a rich second generation. I drive a Lamborghini. I live in a villa. I'm really not bad for money. Asking for a monthly pass is just for the performance of my editor. Brothers who have not voted yet, you are a little bit unreasonable. Chapter 393 The Python Bird Swallows the Dragon. Vientiane is the highest. Shenbin's face was solemn, and he subconsciously moved his fingers away. Because of his wounds, blood is continuously being sucked into the weapon. If he doesn't remove it again, I'm afraid the blood in his entire palm will be sucked up. It absorbs so much blood. What's the effect? He asked harshly with an extremely solemn expression. The subordinates, with a complicated voice, explained carefully, at present, we also have difficulty understanding its metal synthesis mode. But, computer engineering style calculations, and the conclusion is that it can absorb blood, and then blend into its own metal elements, and turn it into a part of metal. That is to say, the more blood it sucks, the density and strength of its metal, the greater. Its density increases, it will become heavier. And it will become harder and sharper. Dang. I heard this analysis of my subordinates. Shenbin's complexion has completely changed. Absorb blood and turn it into a part of metal? This is simply! Absorb blood, make the weapon itself harder and sharper? Metals with such characteristics are simply unheard of, unseen. Well, now this weapon weighs 180 kgs. Then, how many people's blood has it absorbed? This is an evil weapon! Shenbin's face was unprecedentedly solemn. At this time, his hands almost couldn't support the weight of the weapon. The muscles are sore, and the tremendous strength can't hold it anymore. He quickly put the weapon back on the metal stand. The moment he put down his weapon, his arm muscles finally recovered a bit of strength. In the monitoring room, all the staff looked complicated and shocked, looking at this weapon in disbelief. Such terrible weapons are simply unprecedented. The staff looked solemn, and then presented the third evidence. Boss. This is ... The third piece of evidence we found on the suspect. The voice of the staff member has never been more solemn. Shenbin looked solemn and took a look at the evidence. In the next instant, his whole person was almost frightened to the ground. This! What the fuck? It's a golden token! The token is made of gold and the size of a palm. On the token is engraved a monstrous angry python. The angry python opened its huge mouth in the blood basin, as if to swallow everything in this world. In it, the mouth of the golden angry python totem is also ... inlaid with 4 ... brilliant diamonds. Golden angry python order, 4 stars! This is! When he saw this token, Shenbin's complexion finally trembled completely. and his pupils shrank violently. Take the python as the totem and the diamond as the star. This is the golden angry python order! Only in ancient times, Yueying is the supreme. Handsome, can it be equipped? Python is a big snake. The python bird swallows the dragon. Vientiane is the highest. Under the real dragon, the python is respected. Golden angry python, 4 stars. This is a 4-star ... times Y! In the hot summer country, handsome ... the martial realm is the highest. Take control of thousands of miles of territory, under one person, and over hundreds of millions. Angry python order, star level, strict system. 1 star, it's the prospective handsome. Under the command, the princes and generals are all ants. 2 stars, it is Xuan Shui. Supreme, you can climb the ladder. Samsung, is the land is handsome, don't dare not follow the billions. And these 4 stars, it stands Y. The mighty hot summer, the fate belongs to. This is a 4-star Tans Y Ling! Shenbin's gaze ... bigger than ever before, staring at him in disbelief. This ... heavy and vigorous golden token in front of him. This given boss. We analyzed the material of this token. Confirmed. It was cast with 99.9% pure gold. The color under the hand was solemn and reported carefully. It's just. The material of this diamond is difficult to understand. We can't research it thoroughly. I don't know whether it is true or false. The voice of his subordinates was very solemn, and he slowly reported and explained. Because, in the whole Jiangnan Yueying, no one ... has been fortunate enough to have seen a piece of ... golden angry python order. Therefore, their staff only did a preliminary test and analyzed the gold content. As for the composition of the 4 diamonds, they could not analyze it, because there is no real handsome angry python order to compare. They can't be sure. After all, this is a Tans Y token. No one has seen it with their own eyes, and has no idea what is true or false. Just like ordinary people, no one has ever seen Yuxi. Therefore, a piece of jade seal was suddenly placed in front of him, and no one knew whether it was true or false. Because I haven't seen it, I really can't tell. However, a great marshal, even 1-star marshal coming, will tremble. Jiangnan. Looking at the hot summer, there are only 100 handsome masters in total. Each of them has experienced thousands of military exploits and outstanding achievements, which can be described as glorious through the ages. Such characters come to Jiangnan in person, isn't that? The whole area of Jiangnan will be full of glory. But, at this moment ... this token in front of you? Shenbin's complexion is unprecedentedly solemn. The token in front of you can be related to the identity of a handsome. He has to be cautious. Shenbin looked solemn, raised his head, and stared at the monitoring screen. At this time, on the monitoring screen, the suspect was also looking up, his eyes deep and meaningful, staring at the top of the probe. The 2 gazes through the screen, as if confronting each other. Shenbin's gaze is very solemn. No matter how you look at it, it feels. The suspect on the screen can't be a handsome guy. A 4-star handsome man, boundless in vertical and horizontal direction, and his destiny. Then, how many great feats need to be made? How many people have fought in ancient times? The promotion of Shuaizan is extremely harsh. In this age of peace, there is no war. Almost no longer appointing stars to be promoted. But in front of me, this statue is 4 stars? How can that be? 4-star Tans Y, according to the identities of only a few 4-star Tans Ys in the summer, which one is known? Is not over 100 years old? Almost white hair? They have all experienced 100 years of war of resistance and made great achievements to bear the glory, the honor of the world's rival. But, this 4-star handsome ... is so young? Looking at the surveillance screen, the fair-skinned and elegant ... The young suspect who looked only in his early 20s. At this moment, Shenbin's complexion solemnly condenses. He doesn't believe ... This young man is handsome. This is impossible! Exclamation mark. In his early 20s, where did he go to earn so many honors? Exclamation mark. Those senior veteran soldiers have gone through the battlefield of blood and rain for most of their lives, and only then have they exchanged for their ironclad war medals. And the young man in front of him is simply impossible! Exclamation mark. The token in front of me must be fake. Counterfeit. Looking at the hot summer, it has never been announced that there has been a handsome in his early 20s. What's more ... This fucking, it's still 4 stars! Exclamation mark. This must be fake! Exclamation mark. If you like Ultimate Bingfing, please collect it. MTLNovel.com. Ultimate Bingfing's literature is updated fastest. Chapter 394, 4 stars, Python Order. The token in front of me must be fake. Counterfeit. Looking at the hot summer, it has never been announced that there has been a handsome in his early 20s. What's more ... This fucking, it's still 4 stars! Exclamation mark. This must be fake! Exclamation mark. Shenbin's complexion was unprecedentedly solemn. He stared at the angry Python golden order in his hand and remained silent for a long time. Finally, he ordered, immediately send a helicopter to send the token to General Zuo's office. Leave it to General Zuo to personally inspect. Shenbin's voice was extremely solemn, and he carefully handed over the token to his subordinates. Although the golden angry Python commanding command in the hot summer has always been kept secret, except for the internal personnel of the military camp and the members of the organization. All outsiders, any ordinary people, don't know the true appearance of the commander. However, it is hard not to guarantee that some overseas spy agencies have infiltrated and discovered the appearance of Shuiling, Anetoon, forged replicas and imitated tokens. This is also possible. At this moment, at least in the eyes of Shenbin, this token must be fake. How can a 20-year-old youth be promoted to 4 stars, handsome! Exclamation mark. This is simply a fantasy! Exclamation mark. Now this matter is too serious. He must report to the leader as soon as possible. Give the token to the leader general and check it yourself. Regardless of whether it is true or not, there should be a leader, personally decide. Because a piece of forged gold anger Python order, of this nature, is too serious. Following that, Shenbin gave an order. Dozens of staff, carefully escorting and protecting this angry Python order, hurried out. 10 minutes later, a camouflage-armed helicopter slowly lifted off from the sky above Jiangnan Yueying. The gunship flanked gently, carrying the golden angry Python order and galloping towards the southwestern skyline. Hundreds of kilometers away, there is a great mountain in the depths of no man's land. A huge Yueying base is standing in the depths of the mountain. On the edge of the Yueying base, there is a military villa building of hundreds of square meters. Around the base, soldiers in camouflage uniforms are constantly patrolling around the base. Above, all around, within a few kilometers, it is completely a military restricted zone. Here is the general base of Jiangnan Wu Theater, the office of the second commander, Sheng Guojian. On weekdays, the number 2 boss figure in the Jiangnan Theater will work here to handle military affairs. Today, although it is a time of peace, however, Jiangnan Yueying's guard is still very strict. Any big person accepts a comprehensive guard. In order to prevent the infiltration of overseas spies and destroy the life and safety of big figures in the war zone. Rumble. At this moment, hundreds of meters above the sky, suddenly a camouflage gunship roared and hovered over the sky. Radio waves were docked and the identity was confirmed. Only then did they agree, and let the helicopter descend slowly and stopped at the base airport. The helicopter door opened, and several soldiers from Jiangnan Yueying, dignified holding an encrypted metal box, hurried towards the base office building. This is an encrypted task. The higher level orders, be sure to personally deliver the things to the commander's hands. Base building, top floor. Inside a huge war zone preparation office, General Zuo, Shengguo was sitting straight at the desk at this time, reading a war report in front of him with solemn eyes. In his mid-50s, although he has white hair with wisps, but still, his face is firm, his pupils are piercing, and the energetic spirit in his eyes is no less inferior than any young man. This is a real veteran who has experienced the battlefield. Age can fade, but its warrior soul will never fade. Even if he is over half 100 years old, Sheng Jiango still maintains good physical fitness. His eyes are not nearsighted, his hearing is sensitive, his skills are strong, his mind is clear, and his physical fitness is excellent. With such a quality, he can hold such a high position, command the entire war zone, and shoulder the heavy responsibility of defending the home and the country. However, just as he was reading the station work report, he was in a trance. His ears trembled slightly. He, slightly, raised his head. He heard a rush of footsteps tens of meters away from the office corridor! The footsteps are very rapid, but uniform. Listen to the sound. There are about 10 people. Fast pace. There is an urgent matter to report! With only one voice analysis, Shengguo has clearly analyzed the situation. He slowly closed the confidential war information in his hands. Then, pour yourself a cup of hot tea. Leaders of other war zones will usually be equipped with a guard and rush to use them. But Shengguo did not need a guard from beginning to end. He doesn't have that habit. All affairs are done by him personally, used for decades. He is used to it. Shengguo was just like that, sitting straight at the desk, sipping warm black tea, waiting for news outside the door. After a few seconds, the sound of footsteps outside the corridor was getting closer and closer. Boom boom boom. Outside the door, there was a knock on the door. Coming. Shengguo took a sip of hot tea and slowly said. The door of the office was pushed open. A whole row of soldiers in camouflage uniforms are waiting neatly outside the office. A soldier wearing a medal, carrying a black metal safe, cautiously walked into the office. Jiangnan Yu Ying. First Special Operations Unit, Captain. Xi King, see General Zuo. The camouflage warrior stepped forward, knelt down on one knee, and bowed. Very respectful. The one in front of him is the real second commander in the Jiangnan theater. Under one person, above 10,000. You don't need to be restrained, get up and talk. Shengguo tone was calm, and he gently raised his hand to signal the captain to get up. Xi King took the order, and then cautiously stood up straight. In my small office space, there has been no news for a long time, Shengguo said in a calm voice. Indeed, the Jiangnan theater has been stable and peaceful over the past few years. There has hardly been any war, except for some overseas spies who sneaked in secretly and were arrested. No other major events happened. Wait for you to come today. What are the important things? Shengguo asked lightly. Xi King's face was solemn, and he stepped forward and bowed to salute. Subordinates, on the order of Jiangnan Yu Ying, Lord Yu Shenbin, hand over a piece of important material evidence to General Zuo for personal investigation. Oh? Shengguo eyes were stunned for a moment, and he asked in confusion, what material evidence? Submit it. With a solemn expression on Xi King, he hurried forward and handed the black metal safe in his hand to General Zuo's desk. Today, my Jiangnan Yu Ying army launched a heavy attack, and could not catch an overseas spy. This material evidence was found on his body. Xi Jian's voice was solemn, and the report explained. In the beginning, I was also shocked. However, after Lieutenant Shenbin confirmed, this material evidence should be fake. Hearing Xi Jian's report, Shengguo eyes were even more puzzled. He slowly opened the box of the metal safe. When he looked down into the safe, boom! Shengguo whole person was directly frightened out of the chair and jumped up. If you like Ultimate Bingfing, Please collect it. MTLNovel.com Ultimate Bing Things Literature is updated fastest. Chapter 395 One person is prestigious. 1 star is proud. Then, in the pitch black safe ... awesomely, there is a ... golden token lying on it. The shape is transparent and bright. Golden and brilliant, it seems to be with the sun and the moon. On the entire token is carved a lifelike beast totem, that is a monstrous angry python. Python totem. This! Exclamation mark. The angry python opened its mouth wide, as if to swallow the universe. What is even more shocking is ... in the center of the big mouth of the blood basin of the python totem, there are ... 4 diamonds with dazzling stars. Python, as a symbol of handsome mangling. Schweizern ... Take the stars as the mark. 1 star, Prince Generals. 2 stars, Quanksun in the world. Samsung, rivals in the world. 4 stars, comparable stars. This! Exclamation mark. The 4-star Python order is unparalleled in the world! Exclamation mark. Shengguo stood there with his eyes unbelievably staring at the Python Ling in front of him. He just feels dizzy ... The brain is a little broken! Exclamation mark. This ... This damn ... It's an unprecedented golden order. Hold the Python order and command the world. What's more, this damn is still the supreme Python Ling. 4 stars. 4 stars, what kind of position is that? He was named Denzhuai, with the sky as the seal. Match the world. This damn is a terrifying handsome who trembles the entire summer. On Star Marshal, coming to the south of the Yangtze River, will cause a huge earthquake in the south of the Yangtze River. What's more, this thing in front of me is a 4-star Python order. This ... This is fake. Sheng Jiang couldn't believe it. At this moment, the second person in the dignified Jiangnan war zone, General Zhuo, his voice was a little trembling. This is simply the Special Forces Captain Xijian respected the giant earthquake and solemnly reported in a complicated report. After Lieutenant Shen Bin personally verified ... It should be a forgery. But ... It's too serious at this time ... It needs to go through. Sheng Zhuo will lead you to confirm again ... Then, it's up to you to decide. Indeed, this matter is too serious, unprecedented, in the hot summer country. Among hundreds of millions of people, only nearly 100 handsome seniors came out. Every handsome person has the power to reach the sky. On their backs are the masterpieces of war that astounded the past and the present. However, Schweizern's order, as the most mysterious token of the hot summer kingdom ... is completely confidential. Although everyone knows Schweizern Python Ling, but no one has seen the true appearance of the golden angry Python order. Because of that, too noble. Raising your hands and feet, even if you see it with your own eyes, is enough. Guingzong Yozu. Except for those, the most important figures in the temple ... may be fortunate enough to be able to see this rumored angry Python order in person. As for counterfeiting, that's even more impossible, because ordinary people don't know what this fast token looks like. The appearance and shape of the golden Python Ling is completely confidential to the outside world. Even in the Western world, those overseas high-level officials have not really witnessed the angry Python Ling in the summer with their own eyes. Golden Anguish Order. Anyone who is qualified to see this fast token is the generation of the power of the world. Is there any Quanksun who will not kill him to spare his life's glory and wealth to forge the Python order? Exclamation mark. This is to decapitate ... The 9 clan. At this moment, Shengguo Jian's expression was unprecedentedly shocked and complicated. He stood there, his eyes shocked and horrified, and he stared at the fast golden angry Python order. Although Shengguo Jian hadn't reached that level of shocking heaven, but he was fortunate to witnessed a piece of Python order with his own eyes. That is their highest combat commander in the East China theater. It was a man, almost white-haired, and full of warners, a majestic man. A combat exploit, invincible on the battlefield. 8-year-old, was named OnStar Handsome. The piece of golden angry python was inlaid with a bright star. It's one star, so handsome that old hero still serves as their highest commander in East China. It is the spiritual belief of all people in the entire East China theater. As long as he is in the East China theater, the battle flag will never fall. One person is prestigious. One star is proud. This is the power of the Star Commander. And, at this moment, what appeared in front of Sheng Guojian was a piece which shook the heavens even more. The 4-star Angry Python Order! Exclamation mark. This ... how big is it going to be? Question mark. How big is the monstrous battle honor? Talent, 4 stars! Exclamation mark. Looking at the 4-star order in front of him, Sheng Guojian's whole person trembled slightly. Could this be true or false? Question mark. But its shape is exactly the same as the OnStar Python that he saw with his own eyes back then. Back then, the supreme old hero in East China, the token of the Supreme Commander, is also like this, with a hideous appearance and a tremor in the soul. The only difference is ... their highest leader in East China, the token of that old hero, is a star. But at this moment, this fast is trembling heaven and human. 4 stars. General Zuo, this is a member of our organization. Please have a look at the ratio of the token components detected. Xi Jian's face was solemn, and he handed a test report to Sheng Guojian. Sheng Guojian's gaze returned from shock and amazement. He received the information, opened the information solemnly, and scanned the data of the test information. Token, gold content, 99.99%. The proportion of other metal debris, 0%. When I saw this item of data, Sheng Guojian's complexion suddenly condensed! Exclamation mark. This. Such a high purity golden ratio. Nothing at all! Exclamation mark. This. At this moment, his heart trembled suddenly. There is a feeling of darkness and darkness. This ... could it be ... a real Angry Python order, right? Exclamation mark. Sweeping through the entire test report, Sheng Guojian's complexion felt trembling. Both legs are a little unsteady. Except for the test report, the 4 brilliant star diamonds cannot be measured with instruments. Show, Xingqian, the measurement is unknown. The content of the rest of the ingredients is completely of the highest level. This is exactly the ingredient ratio of the real golden Angry Python order. He tremblingly stretched out his hand, cautiously ... holding up this token. Start with a heavy weight. Gold is so heavy that it makes people feel that the soul is oppressed. He gently stretched out his hand and stroked the 4 shining stars. But as soon as he touched the star diamond with his fingers, he felt a coolness invading his whole body. Even the soul feels a little trembling! Exclamation mark. Sheng Guojian's complexion is unprecedentedly solemn. Who is the holder of this token? He asked solemnly. Xi Jian bowed and dared not to be negligent, and solemnly reported, yes. Is an overseas spy agent captured by our side. He claims to be Chen Zongying. He is 28. At present, he has not yet explained why the forces are effective. Hearing Xi Jian's report, Sheng Guojian's complexion suddenly condensed again! Exclamation mark. 28 years old! Exclamation mark. I'm really too lazy to say. Today, I chatted with my dad and said that he was going to change the car. Every day I thought it was dangerous for me to drive a car. I want to sell my Lamborghini Maverick and change me to a Mercedes-Benz S-Class. I am really depressed. Is it? Brothers, here are the monthly passes. Comfort me. Chapter 396 Shenbin, hurt me. 28 years old! Exclamation mark. Only 28 years old! Exclamation mark. Then, holding this ... 4-star Python order! Exclamation mark. This. How can that be? Exclamation mark. Sheng Guojian's pupils shrank slightly and trembled with shock. Can't believe it! Exclamation mark. Looking ahead, the entire hot summer continent ... within a radius of 963,400,700 square kilometers. At present, the known stars are handsome, but a mere 100. Although there are many handsome figures, their identities are highly kept secret by Yanxia and will not be disclosed. However, everyone has faintly guessed the identity and age of many handsome seniors. As for the youngest handsome ... the currently known age is also 35 years old. Well, it's just a ... Tonstar handsome, Schweizon. Every time you get promoted, it's hard to climb. Each star represents their magnificent military exploits set behind him. Those battle exploits were enough to shock the entire hot summer continent. If you want to be promoted to a 4-star handsome, then what a terrible military exploit you have to make? At present, there are only a few 4-star handsome men known in the hot summer, and each one is hundreds of years old. They are all gray-haired, participated in the Vietnam War and the anti-Japanese War. Those monstrous old heroes have been on the real battlefield and fought a century of defense. The military exploits are the highest, and we are in harmony with the country. They are qualified to be awarded 4 stars. This fast token in front of me is held by a young man who is only 28 years old! Promoted to 4 stars at the age of 28! At the age of 28, he made such a battle with the country? How can that be? At this moment, even Sheng Guojian's expression was shocked, and he couldn't believe it. At this moment, even he felt that this token ... may be forged, because that's almost impossible. 28 years old. Named 4-star handsome! This is simply ... unprecedented. Sheng Guojian's gaze was unprecedentedly solemn and complicated, and he kept a close eye on the golden angry python order in his hand. It's really too alike. Except for those 4 stars, it is impossible to detect true and false. The rest of the gold content is almost the same. High purity refined gold, free of impurities. This is simply the 4 stars inlaid on the Roth Python order are not ordinary diamonds. Rather, it is made of meteorites from outer space and inlaid with Beiyoshi. Therefore, in Jiangnan New Ying, all scientific inspection equipment institutions currently have no way to test the authenticity of these stars. Technical equipment does not support inspection at all. Only in the hot summer of Kyoto, within the capital of the gods, can there be professional military science institutions that can detect whether these stars are true or false. But, at this moment ... the situation cannot be so. Send this token to Kyoto? This is not realistic, because at the moment, Sheng Guojian needs to make a decision. The conviction is required before the guilt token can be sent to Kyoto. Sheng Guojian's eyes were deep and solemn. He took a deep breath and made a decision. With a set of his right hand, he suddenly pulled out a dark pistol from the waist of his armed uniform. Type 92. Domestically produced automatic pistol. Crack. Load the bullet, open the insurance. Then, he locked the dark barrel directly at ... that piece of golden angry python order. The dark barrel was aimed at the 4-star gems in the center of the token totem. Since this token is fake, Sheng Guojian doesn't need to worry about other things at this time. One shot smashed these 4 gems into pieces. Then the true and false can be determined. As long as the gem is broken, the suspect can be convicted. Then, this token can also be handed over to the Kyoto institution immediately. The case was reported immediately. Sheng Guojian grasped the gun, the dark barrel, straightly locked and aimed at one of the star diamonds on the token. He took a deep breath, then, with his right index finger, slammed the trigger. A shocking gunshot, trembling and echoing! The violent gunfire shook the ears of Sheng Guojian and Xi Jian in the office. Sheng Guojian shook his trembling head, and then slowly looked down. Boom! When he saw the result in front of him, his heart trembled suddenly! In his hand, That piece of golden angry python order is intact. The 4-star gems are still dazzling. However, the bullet that just blasted out has been blasted into a piece of metal fragments by July, scattered on top of the token. Seeing this scene, Shengguo whole body trembled suddenly! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. What the fuck! Exclamation mark. Can't even break this star gem with a single shot? Question mark. This. Could it be? Could it be? The jewel of the stars, is it true? Question mark. Xijian on the side, when he saw this scene. He was also pale. Unbelievable! Exclamation mark. This. Exclamation mark. Shengguo didn't believe in evil, so he suddenly loaded the bullet again. The black barrel of the gun, the second time, aimed at the 4 stars in the golden angry python order. His hands trembled a little. Taking a deep breath, he snapped the trigger of the Type 92 pistol. A bullet pierced the barrel of the gun instantly, and in the lightning, it fiercely blasted and shot on the golden angry python order. But, when that bullet hit a star gem on that angry python order, the moment it collided, the whole bullet was distorted by the impact. Deformed. The gunpowder exploded. In the end, the bullet. Turned into a pile of metal debris. However, the 4 gems on the golden angry python order were intact. This! Exclamation mark. When, seeing this result for the second time, Shengguo retreated tremblingly. Kang dang! The gun in his hand fell to the ground in fright. However, Xijian in the office was directly frightened. To collapse on the ground. A faint smell of gunpowder smoke floated throughout the office. The atmosphere is more solemn than ever. This! Exclamation mark. Even bullets, bombardment at such a close range. Can't break these gems? Exclamation mark. This! In the world, what gemstones can have super high strength? Question mark. Even the hardest diamond in the world can't stand the attack of bullets. Can. Right now, this scene let Shengguo's heart tremble, and the whole person. Just feels like the sky is spinning. Only one possibility. This golden angry python order. Yes, really? Exclamation mark. Golden angry python, proud of the stars, and only the true golden angry python order, and only those meteorites from the outer universe, can even be attacked by bullets completely! Exclamation mark. Shenbin. Shenbin's bastard. Shengguo's entire body, his lips were trembling, and under the huge emotional fluctuations, he even cursed his mother directly! Exclamation mark. Shenbin, that bastard, hurt me! Exclamation mark. Where are the people? Exclamation mark. That Mr. Dan's why? Where is it now? Exclamation mark. Shengguo's whole person, his face was unprecedentedly solemn, and he asked angrily! Exclamation mark. In the office, Xijian was limp on the ground, his face pale and embarrassed like never before. This! Exclamation mark. This result almost suffocated his heart. That gentleman was imprisoned in Jiangnan Yueying 100 meters underground base prison. Xijian's voice trembled with horror, trembling. Huey reported. A woman asked me to drink at night just now and asked me to bring my ID. I'm a little confused, because I have to come back to write a book at night. Think about it or reject her. Don't you give me a monthly pass? I'm going to drink at night without a monthly pass. Chapter 397. True or false? Exclamation mark. Where are the people? Exclamation mark. That Mr. Dan's why? Where is it now? Exclamation mark. Shengguo's whole person, his face was unprecedentedly solemn, and he asked angrily! Exclamation mark. In the office, Xijian was limp on the ground, his face pale and embarrassed like never before. This! Exclamation mark. This result almost suffocated his heart. That gentleman was imprisoned in Jiangnan New Ying 100 meters underground base prison. Xi Jian's voice trembled with horror. Trembling. Huey reported. When he heard this report, Sheng Guojian's whole body suddenly turned embarrassed. This fucking exclamation mark. This is a real 4-star handsome exclamation mark. That's it. Was locked in a base prison at a depth of 100 meters in Yuan Jiangnan? Question mark. This is simply exclamation mark. Shenbin's little Wang Balozi. Sheng Guojian's whole body was shaking and collapsed with anger. This Wang Balozi, this is hurting myself. Come on, get me ready immediately. Sheng Guojian's whole person, unprecedented dignity. Immediately plan the route for me to go to Jiangnan New Ying. At this moment, Sheng Guojian didn't even have time to report to his superiors. The matter is serious, and there is no room for delay. Exclamation mark. 1. 4-star Dan's Y. In the depths of the Yueying base. He wants to go to Neil and welcome him personally. Exclamation mark. Sheng Guojian carefully wrapped the piece of golden angry python order with gold and silk satin, and then carefully put it back in the safe. He just carried the safe and rushed out of the office building. Outside the base building, on the martial arts field, several straight 9-armed helicopters have been respectfully parked here. A large group of soldiers in camouflage uniforms formed 2 protective queues and stood beside the plane. Sheng Guojian, but the second person in the Jiangnan theater, the commander in charge of 200,000 soldiers. Identity matters are extremely important. If he wants to leave the base, he must fully ensure his safety. But at this time, Sheng Guojian couldn't care about so much. He hurriedly stepped into the helicopter with the safe. Quickly. Take off. The fastest time. Give me rush to Jiangnan New Ying. Sheng Guojian got into the armed helicopter with an anxious voice and shouted to the pilot. Rumble. Several armed helicopters took off instantly towards the direction of Jiangnan New Ying, roaring away. Exclamation mark. Tens of kilometers away, Jiangnan New Ying, preparing for the base. On the playground, the soldiers are training and rehearsing. Rumble. At this moment, there was a sudden violent roar of propellers in the sky above your head. Exclamation mark. Several straight 9-armed helicopters form a neat line. The army of armed helicopters headed towards the square below. Powerfully approaching, slowly landing. All the soldiers present, when they saw the helicopter phalanx, the faces of all the soldiers were unprecedentedly solemn. The helicopter in the middle is painted with a red 5-pointed star. That is, General Zuo's special helicopter formation. Exclamation mark. In the next second, under the square, the mighty soldiers stopped training together. All the soldiers rest for a while and salute. Salute to the General Zuo in the sky. General Zuo came in person. This is one of the few scenes in Jiangnan New Ying. General Zuo is in a high position, and now he is the iron-blooded boss leading the 200,000 camp. Now, this group of camouflage fighters can see the helicopter formation phalanx of General Zuo with their own eyes. It is a fortunate 3 lives. Sheng Guojian's helicopter team slowly landed on the parking lot of Jiangnan New Ying. As soon as the cabin door opened, Sheng Guojian hurriedly stepped out of the helicopter. In the front, a whole row of armed soldiers all stepped forward and saluted for a while. See General Zuo. But at this time, Sheng Guojian had no intention of responding to the salute of these warriors. He is carrying the safe, his face is solemn, and he walks hurriedly through the crowd of camouflage soldiers. Where is the Yuan underground base? Quickly lead the way. Sheng Guojian's expression at this time, unprecedentedly anxious and solemn, said harshly. The men of the Jiangnan New Ying base did not dare to neglect, and hurriedly led General Sheng Zuo to rush towards the Yuan underground base. At the entrance of the entire underground base, Take precautions at this time. Shenbin has issued an A-level combat defense order. A large group of members of the special forces armed with live ammunition stationed at the gate prevent the suspect below from escaping at any time. But at this moment suddenly Sheng Yuojian looked in a hurry and rushed to the entrance of the underground base. At the gate of the base, the group of garrisoned special warriors stared blankly. The moment they saw Sheng Yuojian, they solemnly saluted! See General Zuo. At the same time, the faces of all the base fighters are uncertain. This general hasn't been to Jiangnan Yueying in person for a long time. In the past, unless military performances joint drills, this important moment, General Zuo would come in person. But today nothing big happened. Suddenly, to receive the award, he came to their military war zone in person. Could it be that today what important thing happened? Sheng Yuojian's face was solemn, and he didn't care about the salutes of these soldiers. He directly carried the safe, and hurriedly stepped into the entrance of the underground base. But as soon as he stepped forward, a group of soldiers at the door stopped him. General Zuo below the base it is dangerous there are highly dangerous suspected agents to keep you safe. You can't go down. Several camouflage warriors at the door stopped in front of Sheng Yuojian with a solemn voice. If it was not a last resort, they would not dare to step forward to stop the leader. However, at this moment, under the entire underground base, there are indeed crises. According to reliable sources, the suspect below is highly dangerous. Yueying risk assessment concluded that he even has a 50% probability of being able to crack a metal iron prison at a depth of 100 meters. Therefore, Lieutenant Shenbin has already ordered the A-level combat alert spread throughout the base. Take precautions. At this moment under the entire base, almost a whole row of soldiers with guns and live ammunition are stationed in case that agent escapes. But, hearing the reports of these soldiers, Sheng Yuojian's complexion became even colder. Highly dangerous suspected agent? Does this refer to the 4-star handsome man? It's just outrageous. Why? Sheng Yuojian was furious. Presumptuous. Get out of me. His figure, like lightning, slammed open the group of special forces in front of the door. That group of special forces members are not their opponents at all. They were directly hit by them and scattered. Sheng Yuojian was born in the battlefield of Yueying, and his skill is vigorous. Without any combat skills, how can you get to where you are today? He directly smashed the group of security personnel away, and then his face was extremely stern, and he hurriedly walked towards the elevator of the underground base. Chapter 398 See you Lord Danzui. Take the elevator and descend all the way straight. Arrived to a depth of -100 meters underground. The elevator door slowly opened. Sheng Yuojian's expression was very serious, and he stepped directly out of the elevator. At this moment, in the entire underground base, almost a large group of special forces with live ammunition are garrisoned outside. Those special forces members, seeing the sudden arrival of General Zuo, all the special forces members looked stunned. Unprecedented shock! General Zuo here has been blocked by a high degree of military crisis level A. For your safety, we will you away immediately. The special forces team looked extremely solemn, said. Now underground base, A-level combat alert. With such a distinguished status, the commander-in-chief, how could he enter and leave the war zone so hastily? This is going to happen, in the unlikely event that General Zuo had something to do with him. The whole Jiangnan Yueying would not be able to be responsible. But Sheng Yuojian's face was stern, and he rushed into the corridor of the base without ignoring the obstruction of the group of special forces. Where is Shenbin, that Wang Balozi? I want to see him. Sheng Yuojian's face, unprecedented anger, shouted. However, at the same time, underground base, operation monitoring room. Wudu Wai Shenbin. At this time, He was sitting in front of the monitoring room with a dignified face, with deep and complicated eyes, staring at the video inside the metal prison. In the prison, the criminal suspect was still quietly sitting on the interrogation chair with Erlang's legs cocked, swallowing smoke rings. This kind of scene is simply unprecedented. This suspect agent was not only provoking Jiangnan Yu Ying, but also provoking the entire summer military system. He Shenbin spent most of his life in the military camp and met various overseas spies. But still, the first time I saw such an arrogant and domineering one. This kind of arrogance is simply unprecedented. However, just as his face was solemn, suddenly there was a violent loud noise. The door of the entire monitoring room was kicked directly. The door panel of the monitoring room slammed directly on the ground, raising dust in the sky. In the monitoring room, all the staff trembled and looked at the gate in shock. Shenbin was shocked at first, then, furious! Unreasonable. In his Jiangnan Yu Ying. Who the hell dare to be so arrogant! Dare to kick the door of his surveillance room! This is simply ... Don't you put him Shenbin in your eyes! Who dare to kick the door of the monitoring room? Shenbin said with a cold and solemn expression. A deep voice came from outside the door. I saw a middle-aged man wearing a dark green uniform, step by step, stepped on the door panel, and walked into the monitoring room. When I saw the figure of this man, Shenbin's complexion trembled suddenly! This! This General Zuo is here! He trembled and immediately bowed his body to salute! Jiangnan Yu Ying Theater, Wudu Wai Shenbin, see General Zuo. Behind them, the group of monitoring room staff did not dare to neglect, and they all bowed their bodies. Salute. This one in front of me is the second person in the Yu Ying battle zone. Commander Zuo. The commander, Sheng Guojian, looked solemn and cold. He walked up to Shenbin and asked hurriedly, Mr. Young Man, where are you now? Take me immediately. When Shenbin heard these words, his expression was frozen. General Zuo actually came to this Jiangnan Yu Ying in person for the suspect? It seems that this incident must have alarmed General Zuo. Indeed, the charges of forging the Shuaizan Star Order are simply too serious. That is a felony to kill the 9 races. Now, it is not surprising that it has attracted the attention of the General Zuo. It seems that today, General Zuo came here in person. Is he going to interrogate the suspect in person? Shenbin thought in his heart. He looked solemn and did not dare to neglect. He hurriedly bowed his body and saluted respectfully. He was locked up in the metal prison next door a few meters away. Subordinates, this subordinate will take you there. Shenbin immediately took the General Zuo to the metal room. Go! However, at the same time, next door, the metal room, the interrogation cell. Chen Zhongying, with his eyes calm, sat on the interrogation chair faintly, with Erlang's legs tilted, faintly puffing out smoke rings. The commander of the special forces, Geng Rao, was holding a gun, and the dark gun hole pointed directly at Chen Zhongying, who could not stand against him. I advise you, it's best to confess your identity right away. Be frank and lenient, Geng Rao demanded with a solemn voice. At this moment, the entire prison room has been surrounded by our special forces. Even if you insert your wings, you can't escape. Geng Rao's voice threatened. What he said is the truth. At this moment, outside the entire underground base corridor, a lethal alert has been raised. The entire base is almost guarded strictly. Not even a fly can fly out. The agent in front of him, even with 3 heads and 6 arms, could hardly escape the base. Hearing Geng Rao's threat, the corners of Chen Zhongying's mouth raised an arc of disdain. In front of him, this group of so-called special forces. For him, but ants. If he wants to go out, in the blink of an eye, within 5 minutes, He can break through the entire base blockade. By the way, all base personnel can be killed completely. It's just that he didn't want to waste his energy. Why bother if you kill your own people? His sword of death is reserved for against the Bible organization. His code name is ... prepared for overseas Western forces. At this moment, suddenly behind Geng Rao, the door of the metal room was suddenly unlocked. Then, the thick metal gate slowly opened. Geng Rao turned his head in astonishment and glanced back. Then his face was startled. He was holding a firearm, and his actions continued to lock the suspect. But his voice had already saluted respectfully. The captain of the Jiangnan Yueying 1st Special Forces Brigade, Geng Rao, has seen General Zhuo. Sheng Guojian shouted solemnly, "Asshole, put down your gun." Geng Rao looked shocked and hesitated. Thanks to the general. This is a highly dangerous suspect. Your subordinates are afraid that he will be dangerous to you. Before Geng Rao finished speaking, Sheng Guojian took the gun from Geng Rao's hand in a flash of lightning, and then clicked twice to dismantle the gun into a pile of metal parts. Seeing this scene, Geng Rao's complexion suddenly changed backward. He was forced to take 2 steps back. The Captain Shenbin behind him also changed his complexion suddenly, surprised and puzzled. This Commander Zhou, what is this ... What are you going to do? At the same time that everyone was puzzled, the commander, Sheng Guojian, suddenly looked solemn and walked quickly in front of Chen Zongying. Then he knelt down on one knee suddenly. Boo! A clear kneeling sound echoed throughout the metal room. At the door of the entire cell, everyone, all dumbfounded! Shenbin, Geng Rao, everyone at the door of the room, their eyes widened and their faces dumbfounded. This ? What's the situation ? The dignified commander, the commander of 300,000 military battalions, the supreme commander! At this moment, actually? Kneeling down ? This fucking the leader of Zhuo kneels, and who can bear it in the whole Jiangnan! However, the next sentence from the leader of Sheng Guojian made the hearts of everyone present tremble! Jiangnan Yueying, prepare for the big area, General Zhuo. Sheng Guojian, pay homage to Lord Tun Zhuai. At this moment, the audience dumbfounded! Do Wai Shenbin, Geng Rao? Behind him, all the special forces. Chapter 399 Asshole Stuff. Jiangnan Yueying, prepare for the battle in the large area, General Zhuo. Sheng Guojian, pay homage to Lord Tun Zhuai! Seeing Lord Tun Zhuai? When, listening to the words of General Sheng Guojian, Zhuo. Look at the gesture of General Zhuo kneeling down on one knee. At this moment, everyone in the entire metal prison was dumbfounded! The air is silent. Shenbin stood there blankly, his eyes widened, and he looked at the scene in disbelief! Geng Rao stood behind him, his pupils dumbfounded, his eyelids throbbing violently! That is, fright ... trembling! This, what the fuck ... What's the situation? General Zhuo. This person in front of him ... is not Tun Zhuai. He is an overseas spy. This person is a fake. Shenbin was shocked and sluggish, and hurriedly said. But he is Zhuo leader Sheng Guojian, but his face was stern. He stood up abruptly, and slapped Shenbin directly. Bastard thing. Dare to doubt when you see Tun Zhuai? Kneel down to me. Sheng Guojian's voice was more intense and angry than ever before, angrily scolded. Shenbin was directly stunned by this slap. His body was trembling, and he stepped back several steps, almost falling to the ground. A red and swollen palm print appeared on his face. This dignified captain marshal, at this time, the whole person feels a bit stupefied! This! What is going on? General Zuo this person is a forgery he forged Tanzwai's order forged identity he is an overseas spy. Shenbin still refused to give up and retorted loudly. A handsome man in his 20s? How can that be? Exclamation mark. This person must be fake. This commander, who is like on weekdays. But how can he be so confused today? Exclamation mark. Fake your mother. General Zuo Shengguo was about to collapse in rage, and the rage on the battlefield exploded. He rushed to Shenbin, slapped and slapped again. Shenbin has no time to escape. Slap. With a fierce slap, Shenbin, a dignified captain, was directly slapped by the slap. Puff. Shenbin's body flew upside down in midair, spraying out a string of blood. In the presence, all the members all eyes widened, everyone dumbfounded. This! Exclamation mark. What the fuck what's the situation? Exclamation mark. That was their Jiangnan war zone, dignified Wu Duwei. Under one person, above 10,000 people. But it turned out to be the dam. At this moment, the leader Zuo was slapped so crazy! Exclamation mark. This! Boom! Shenbin traversed an arc and hit a metal wall behind him severely, making a violent impact muffled sound. Leader, General Zuo. He is really an overseas spy. Shenbin limply fell on the ground, shaking, and got up from the ground. His voice was solemn and complex, and he trembled again and said he didn't know what kind of evil General Zuo was suddenly caught. Or he was blinded. This one is definitely an overseas spy. My mother. You bastard. General Zuo was furious. At the age of more than 50 years, that battlefield rage exploded. He rushed in front of Shenbin and slammed Shenbin up on the spot. Shenbin was classified as a captain, but he could not resist at all. The commander in front of him was too powerful. Having experienced battles on the battlefield, it is not at all that Shenbin's level can resist. Shengguo lifted Shenbin and directly carried him in front of Chen Zongying. Then he kicked Shenbin to his knees. Seeing the forced out Anzwei, I should bow down. Shengguo voice was unprecedentedly solemn and severe. You wait for everyone, don't you knelt down quickly? Exclamation mark. He glanced around and scolded angrily. Exclamation mark. At the scene, all the soldiers looked shocked and complicated, but everyone didn't dare to resist. Even Captain Shenbin fell to his knees under oppression. Where would they dare not follow? Exclamation mark. Everyone was horrified and knelt down together. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of kneeling on the ground clearly echoed in the entire metal prison. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly dignified and trembling. Shengguo face was solemn, and he knelt down directly on one knee. Jiangnan Yu Ying, prepare for the battle in the large area, General. I also ask Master Tanzwai to atone for the crime. I am Shengguo who has eyes and no beads, and let this group of trash under him insult Tanzwai. Subordinates damn. Shengguo voice was more cautious than ever. Holding the golden token in both hands, he carefully handed the token to Chen Zongying. Master Tanzwai, this this is your order. Please keep it. Shengguo voice, with trembling and respect, slowly kneeled on the ground and presented the token. But Chen Zongying still sat calmly on the interrogation chair, faintly puffing out smoke rings. He was not in a hurry to withdraw the token. Instead, he glanced at Shengguo who was kneeling on the ground. Didn't you mean my token is fake? Chen Zong spit out a smoke ring and murmured, huh. Shengguo complexion became more embarrassed than ever before, and his entire lips were trembling. Subordinates have eyes but no beads. Subordinates have tested the token, confirmed that it is true. Hope that the sky will be handsome. Boom! Exclamation mark. When I heard the words of General Zuo, everyone present, their bodies trembled together. Exclamation mark. Everyone's brains are blank. Exclamation mark. After testing the token, is it true? Question mark. This? Question mark. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. Chen Bin knelt on the ground. His whole body trembled. At this moment, he only felt that his whole person, including his soul, seemed to be severely pinched. Shocked. Can't believe it! Exclamation mark. Token, is it true? Question mark. Handsome? Question mark. A man who is only 28 years old. 4 stars. Handsome! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. Not far away, Geng Rao knelt on the ground, his face pale. Incredibly frightened? Question mark. This token. Is it real? Question mark. A 4-star handsome? Sitting in front of him, being pointed at by himself? Question mark. This! Exclamation mark. What the fuck? At this moment, Geng Rao came back to his senses. Just felt that his legs were numb and his lips were shaking. Inside and outside the arena room, everyone, all special forces. In the corridor, all armed soldiers with guns and live ammunition, all with their own ears, heard this unprecedented scene. Exclamation mark. Thousands of troops in Chishing, shocked. The past and present seal the star with 4 handsome men in the sky. 4-star title, Tanzwai order. A handsome man, come to Jiangnan! Exclamation mark. At that moment, everyone in the metal room knelt to the ground, paying respect! Exclamation mark. However, outside the metal room. A group of soldiers, after hearing the news in the room, were shocked and trembling. And they all knelt down along the corridor. A long series of kneeling sounds swept through. Tens of meters away, at the end of the corridor, a group of special forces fighters originally stationed here. But in the end, I don't know what happened ahead. Suddenly everyone was panicked and trembling. Kneeling down together! Exclamation mark. What happened before? A special fighter at the end of the corridor asked with a solemn expression. I don't know. General Zuo's order, let everyone kneel. The soldiers in front of them didn't understand, so they passed the order. In the entire metal room, outside the corridor. Almost everyone, kneel down together. Sorry, I went for a drink last night, and now my legs are a bit soft. His mother ordered a magical dragon suit, and almost fell on the ground without a drink. Now writing books is a bit daunting. Today's update depends on your monthly pass. Keep up with the new, exploding monthly tickets, bursting! Exclamation mark. Chapter 400. The 30,000 mile long March Army does not regret it. 800 miles of the Red River is still there today. The 30,000 mile long March Army did not regret it. Today, the 4-star honorable, in the world, the handsome man is here. The whole Jiangnan is going to tremble. In the entire metal room, outside the corridor. Almost everyone, kneel down together. Everyone's brains have a feeling of buzzing and trembling. Originally, it was a young overseas spy who was a highly suspected criminal. But at this moment, suddenly, it was confirmed. Is a genuine 4-star Tanzwai! Exclamation mark. This. It is difficult for everyone to accept. Unbelievable! Exclamation mark. This scene is simply too trembling. But at this moment, General Zuo personally visited the shrine and knelt down, and General Zuo personally confirmed his identity. Everyone present did not dare to question at all. Everyone, have to believe it! Exclamation mark. In the room, some special forces team members knelt on the ground, tilted their heads slightly, with shocked and unbelievable eyes, looking at the fair-skinned and elegant young man in front of him. He really handsome? Question mark. A handsome man in his early 20s? Question mark. A handsome guy who is about their age? Question mark. Similarly, they are all in their 20s. They are only the most basic level special forces in the military camp, and they don't even have a position. But the person in front of him. But he is already a handsome man. It's a 4-star! Exclamation mark. This. Simply! Exclamation mark. In the entire metal prison room, the atmosphere is unprecedentedly depressing. Everyone knelt down together. Only Chen Zhongying was still sitting quietly on the chair, faintly puffing out smoke rings. He gently lifted his right hand and took the piece of golden python back. Then, his eyes were calm, and he glanced lightly at Geng Rao, who was kneeling not far away. "Captain Geng, did I lie to you?" I said. "I work with you in the same organization. Why don't you believe it?" Chen Zhongying's eyes were calm, his tone was calm, and he said slowly, Geng Rao, who was kneeling not far away, just felt trembling all over. A huge panic invaded all over the body. At this time, he has the heart to die. He can't even dream of. The youth who was detained and interrogated by himself turned out to be a 4-star handsome man! At this moment, he finally realized, this young man, just now what he said to him meant. Being able to sit here and interrogate me face to face is indeed a rare opportunity in your life. Mention it in the future, you may be extremely proud and glorious. This is just what Chen Zhonggong said to Geng Rao. Just now, Geng Rao still didn't understand, even disdain. He thought that this was just a bragging self-confidence of the young man in front of him. However, at this moment, Geng Rao finally woke up suddenly. This, his mother! It's not bragging, it's not a joke! He is so fortunate that he can see a dignified 4-star handsome, this it's a blessing for 3 lives. The ancestors have accumulated virtue! How many people in ancient and modern times can see the emperor in person? Who can see one Bang Guang? This, how many lifetimes? The blessing of cultivation. Smack! Without saying a word, Geng Rao directly raised his hand, slapped his cheek severely, and slapped it down. Forgive the villain. Have eyes but no beads. Please Tanzwai atonement. Geng Rao knelt on the ground, his voice trembling, and slapped his cheek wildly. Lieutenant Shenbin on the side was also pale. He crawled to Chen Zong's feet trembling, raised his palm, and slapped fiercely. Tanzwai. Forgive me for not knowing Chan. I Shenbin did not recognize Tanzwai's identity. I Shenbin is guilty. Please Tanzwai grant me a death. Shenbin's voice was complicated and trembling, and he knelt down and said! Today, his sin of Shenbin can be described as serious. I don't know Tanzwai's identity, but I dare to question. The token is fake. This is simply bullying. According to the law, cut it on the spot. According to the crime, you really deserve to die. Chen Zhongguang's eyes were calm, and he slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Come on, hold on. Cut! Sheng Guojian immediately shouted and ordered. The 2 subordinates stepped forward with miserable expressions, detained Shenbin, and were about to take him down. The whole scene is beyond control. Wait a minute. But Chen Zhongying suddenly spoke again and called out 2 of his subordinates. In the Western world, arms consumption is serious. Now, at this time, I am inland in the hot summer. How can we have civil strife? Chen Zhongguang's eyes were calm and indifferent, and he sighed. It's extremely difficult for you to grow into Lieutenant Wu. You have also served for the country. Never mind. I thought you offended. This crime dismissed. Chen Zhongying waved his sleeves and said lightly, after all, it's his own. In the summer of New Ying, how difficult is it to cultivate UDY? The battlefield costs 10,000 gold. A military captain represents an absolute superior quality, commanding power, and extraordinary combat ability. This is a weapon for war against the enemy. If it is not a last resort, your own. Why do you have to deal with your own? Thoughts are for the sake of serving the country. Chen Zhonggong forgave Shenbin. When he heard that, Tan Shuai was willing to forgive himself. Shenbin's entire complexion changed from pale to stunned, complex and inexplicable. His emotions were inexplicably complicated. Facing the ground, he squatted his head severely. Xitanzwai. For not killing. Bar. Shenbin knelt on the ground, his head trembling violently, and he could almost feel the trembling sound of his head hitting the ground. His forehead has been smashed. Blood dripping. But he didn't dare to stop, kowtow frantically. Shenbin, I don't deserve to be in this position. From now on, I resigned from the post of Du Wei. Shenbin's voice was more solemn than ever. Today, he committed a serious crime, no longer worthy to occupy its place again. Resignation is his fate and destiny, he knows himself. Just as Shenbin stretched out his hand to remove the medal from his shoulder. However, Shenzong flicked his right hand lightly, and a cigarette butt suddenly flew out. With a sound, the cigarette fiercely ejected into Shenbin's hand, breaking up his medal-removing movement. Keep your strength and kill the enemy on the battlefield. Chen Zongguang calmly said, Eastern Wars ... will soon start. The stability of the Jiangnan region is your chance to ... have a crime. His eyes cast a deep touch. The overseas situation is changing rapidly. Rather than dealing with your own people, it's better to keep your strength. Beheading foreign enemies. At this moment, Shenbin's body trembled, and a tear fell from the corner of his eyes. The grace of not killing. The grace of Boke's son. Shenbin, why is he proud of? To make Tan Zhuai be so kind to himself? Exclamation mark. Thanks. Tan Zhuai's kindness. I, Shenbin, will do my best to train the military camp, and never allow foreigners to invade the Jiangnan territory for half an inch. If there is a loss, I will personally go into battle, kill the enemy with my life, and apologize for death. Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm and he nodded, remember your words. Then, he swept his gaze to the Commander Sheng Guojian in front of him. Is there any smoke? Commander Sheng Guojian was taken aback, and nodded again and again. Yes. Yes. Shaking, he took out a pack of Yuxi cigarette from his military uniform and handed it to Chen Zonging. Chen Zonging was not welcome, took out a Yuxi cigarette from the cigarette case and lit it. The commander, Sheng Guojian, knelt on the ground, trembling, and did not even dare to take a breath. I don't know. Your Excellency Tan Zhuai. Where are you from? Where are you from? Sheng Guojian's voice trembled, cautiously, and solemnly asked. Being able to be a handsome, has the ability to be superb at regular time. Moreover, it is still 4 stars. It is simply those who are the highest in Yu Ying. This young man in front of him looks like he is only in his 20s. This kind of character is simply unprecedented. It must be Northern Guangxi, the descendant of a family of princes and generals, performing meritorious service and experiencing the battlefield. This class of characters, under his command, countless Yu Ying. How many military camps in war zones must respect him? Therefore, the leader of Zuo Sheng Guojian's voice trembled and asked cautiously. He wanted to know where this ... the young and terrifying 4-star celestial lord came from ... Where is the martial arts camp? Add more to! Exclamation mark. Brothers who haven't voted yet, you really can't justify it! Exclamation mark.